Desperate to save his sick sister, a man overcomes death and does not mind going up against an army of zombies to keep her safe. The story unfolds with a man named Liu Feng taking his scooter as he goes for his daily deliveries. While doing so, he is talking to his sister on the phone, but he is suddenly hit by a truck and he falls to the ground. While injured badly, Liu Feng lays on the ground and begins to wonder if he is going to die so soon as no one would take care of his sister. Because he had taken a loan for his sister's surgery, then he suddenly starts to become unconscious, and a few minutes later, he wakes up and begins to feel a lady's lap. Then as he wakes up, he sees a lady and the lady tells him to be calm as he was involved in an accident, but she has already called an ambulance. He then tells her his name and that he is working as a delivery man for Bai Lao Food. Then the lady tells him that it is her place of work too, and she also introduces herself as Kai Lai, as she is the chairman of the company. Then Liu Feng immediately tells her that he has to call his sister, but when he checks his phone, it displays that he would die in 3 minutes, but he can absorb an energy in order to restore his life, and Liu Feng becomes surprised. But when he looks at Kai Lai, she is still talking to someone on her phone. Liu Feng then drags himself to where a car is, but as he touches the car, he immediately gets strong. Then he takes his scooter and runs away as he tells himself that he cannot afford the money for health services. But Kai Li turns back to tells Liu Feng that the ambulance is coming. She notices that he is gone. As Liu Feng takes his spoiled scooter, he begins to think about the app that had been on his phone since he bought it, and how the app had saved his life by telling him how to absorb energy from a car. Then Liu Feng suddenly receives a call, and as he receives it, he notices that it is his girlfriend Shen King, and she begins to yell at him for not calling her, and Liu Feng tells her that he is going to check his sister in the hospital, but she yells at him for not buying her designer stuff, but taking loan for the health of his younger sister. Shen King also tells Liu Feng that she is breaking up with him because he is a poor man, and after talking to Shen King, Liu Feng begins to think of how he would use the app on his phone to make money and become a better man, but his phone suddenly rings, and as he picks it, his younger sister Xintong tells him that he should come and help her because there are many strange people in the hospital and she is already hiding from them. Liu Feng immediately begins to panic, and he also sees that his scooter is in bad condition. Then the system tells him that he should absorb energy from a car so that he would use it to repair his scooter, and Liu Feng goes to a black car he sees close to him, and as he drains the car energy, he does not know that his girlfriend and a man is in the car. Then he uses the energy of the car to upgrade his scooter, and it makes it work faster. Soon Liu Feng arrives at the hospital, but he suddenly sees the ambulance, and he notices that there is no one around, but he ignores it to go and look for Xintong. Then Liu Feng enters the hospital and he sees that there is blood everywhere. Then he begins to call out to Xintong, and he suddenly sees a man laying on the floor and looking for his dog, and Liu Feng immediately recognizes him as the dog lover who used to give him takeout orders and a note for him to buy dog food. As Liu Feng helps the man up, he suddenly sees that the man is not normal, and he has blood on his face, and he is also carrying the dog with him, and they both look like zombies. Then Liu Feng immediately moves back from the man, but he suddenly falls and sees Dr. Lai, the doctor in charge of his sister. But he sees that she is already affected too, and as he tries to escape from the two people, Liu Feng sees that there are more people coming towards him, and they all look strange. Then he enters a room and he finds out that it is the surveillance room. Then he proceeds to check where his sister is, and he sees her in the second basement level. But he also notices that she has a red vein on her neck, just like the remaining people. As Liu Feng sees his sister on the monitor, he immediately remembers how she had told him that she wants to die because she is causing him to borrow money to pay for the chip she is using to live, as she has black blood disease, which gives her a red vein on her neck. But he had vowed to do all he can do to make his sister live by all means. Then he calls on the system to help him, as he can no longer hold down the infected people from coming inside the surveillance room. As he takes his phone, the system shows him his options to stay in the surveillance room and die after 2 days due to starvation, or he should go and save his sister in the basement. Then he asks the system to give him a route that he would take to the basement. Then Liu Feng blocks the door to hold down the infected people, and he sits down and makes a weapon using a knife and a stick with a firework. Then he joins it together, but he sees that Dr. Lai has already got inside the room with him, and he immediately uses the weapon to kill her. He uses his new weapon to kill all the infected people, and he begins to feel bad, but he immediately consoles himself that they are no longer considered to be humans again. When he gets to the place the map had told him, he sees that it is the laundry room, but the system tells him that there is a vent leading to the basement. Then Liu Feng climbs the vent with a horrible smell, but as he climbs into the vent, the iron on his shoulder, which he uses like an amour, begins to remove due to the small size of the vent. After successfully climbing through the vent, Liu Feng jumps down and he meets himself in the basement of the hospital, but he sees his sister. Sintong as she is being taken away by some people in uniform. Some officials from the government army Death Special Operations Squad comes in to take Sintong, and they uses their strong gadgets to hold her down. But one of the officials begins to contact their headquarters that they have captured the mutant species, but they are unable to communicate with their headquarters. Then the two officials begins to discuss that they did not think that the legendary mutant species would be a girl, and that she did not resist when they wanted to capture her. The leader of the special squad comes in, and she tells them to be vigilant and continue to try to communicate with the headquarters. Then Liu Feng suddenly shouts as he calls Sintong, but he is dragged by someone. Then the lieutenant tells the men to go and check the place as it might be an infected person, and Sintong immediately frees herself, and as the men fired at her, she escapes into the ventilation duct. But the sound of the gunshots made the other infected people known as the mourners come to attack the officials. Liu Feng begins to wonder who had grabbed him, and he sees that it is security guard Zhang, and he begins to laugh at Liu Feng for being so scared when he grabbed him. Then Liu Feng asks Zhang what is happening, and he tells him that the news says that they are at war with the Providence Union, and as a result of that, someone detonated a virus bomb, which makes the people wearing the chip behave like zombies. Zhang also adds that Sintong's case is special as he took her to the basement after seeing that she is not behaving like the rest, and Liu Feng tells Zhang that they should go and rescue his sister, but Zhang tells him that he has been bitten and he would soon be one of them, but he would help him to hold the door so that he can escape to find his sister, as he has seen how he takes care of his sister. Liu Feng thanks Zhang, and he immediately runs to save his sister. Then he asks the system to help him, but the system gives him an option of either escaping through the hospital emergency room, or he should go to the laboratory to get serum to save his sister. And as Liu Feng is trying to go for the serum, the system tells him that he has low combat skills, and he should abort the mission, but he tells the system that it should not underestimate him. Liu Feng fights with the zombies, and as he uses his weapon to a point, the weapon stops working, and after killing 32 zombies, he gets to the lab and he sees the serum, but as he is about to grab it, Sintong tries to attack him, but he catches her, and when she hears his voice, she becomes calm. Sintong begins to act strange, and the system tells Liu Feng that he should use the serum on her, and as he injects the serum, she becomes calm, and the laboratory security begins to count down as the serum was stolen. Then the security system announces that it would blow up in 10 minutes. Then the system gives Liu two options, that it is either he leaves his sister and escape from the laundry entrance to the first floor, or they should escape through the underground research facility. And Liu tells the system to give him the map, as he is choosing the second option. Liu carries Sintong on his arms, and as they are about to leave the laboratory, the security system tells them that it has 9 minutes before it explodes, and they also see the lieutenant that almost took Sintong away, and the system tells Liu that she is also a mutant, but Liu ignores the system, and he immediately tells the lieutenant that they should stop fighting, so that they would escape together. But the lady immediately becomes aggressive, and she opens her mouth to reveal some kind of things in it. Then Sintong immediately steps in, and she uses her powers as a mutant to push the lieutenant to the laboratory. Then Liu carries Sintong, and they find their way to the laundry room, but when they get there, Liu uses the power of the system to break them into the underground research facility to protect them from being injured by the impact of the explosion. After the explosion, Liu Feng asks the system if he is dead, but the system tells him that the utility room has been modified into a refuge to resist the explosion. But Liu asks the system why the refuge feels shabby, and the system tells him that he is an unworried refuge and has been given a refuge by the system. But the system refuge is at level 1, and he has to expand it by upgrading it. Liu Feng sees that Sintong is sleeping, and he decides that he would start upgrading the refuge. Then he begins with the computer, and he tells the system that the signal of the computer is bad, but the modified compilation can optimize the network. And he also asks the system about the status of his sister's health, and the system explains to him that the serum has temporarily delayed the mixed mutation of the black blood disease and the chip genetic virus. But once the mutation is complete, they become stronger and scarier than ordinary zombies. After listening to the system's explanations, Liu immediately decides that he would not watch his sister grow into a monster, as he would do all in his might to make sure she is well again. And the system tells him that the refuge is at his service, and the only way to completely cure his sister is to unlock the well and build a vaccine research center by upgrading the refuge to level 5. Liu then asks the system that he wants to see the blueprints of the refuge, but the system tells him that it is not possible. Then the system shows him the list of things that are damaged in the refuge, and he has to repair them with his points. And Liu checks the list of things, but he sees that the ventilation duct of the refuge is damaged as a result of the explosion. Liu fixes the ventilation duct, and he tells himself that the system mission can be completed by modifying something that can be repaired, and he immediately modifies the toilet paper and lubricant. But while holding the lubricant, he asks the system why his sister have forgotten a lot of things. Then the system tells him that according to the test, some of her intelligence and memories has declined to the level of 7 years old, and she only remembers that he is her brother, and Liu tells himself that he would look for ways to make her the girl she was before, and he squeezes the lubricant on his hand. Sintong wakes up, and she sees the lubricant on her brother's hand. Then she misunderstands him and calls him a pervert, but he tries to explain to her that it is not what she is thinking. The next day, the headquarters notices that Lieutenant Lai and her team's signal has disappeared from the hospital, but the signal of their target is still active, so they prepare to send in a new squad in order to look for their target. Liu Feng begins to think that his reputation is already spoiled because of what his sister thinks of him, but as he looks at her, he sees that she is already asleep. Then as he covers her, the system tells him congratulations, as they have survived the first day and they get a newbie lottery, and as he spins the lottery wheel, he lands on a vaccine, and he asks the system if the vaccine can cure the zombies. If he produces it in batches, he will be able to save the world from the apocalypse. But the system tells him that the vaccine is to suppress the chip virus and strengthen the body's resistance to the implant, but it does not cure the zombies to become humans. Then Liu injects the vaccine into himself as his life is also in danger. He also asks the system if the generator of the research institute be repaired to become the source of power for the refuge, and the system tells him that it can serve as the power source for the refuge. But the power generation room energy core was destroyed. But the hospital research department on the 6th floor of the dean's room has a backup energy core. Then the system tells him that his mission is to get the energy core, and he would be rewarded with 900 points, and Liu sees it as an opportunity to save points in order to buy more blueprints. Liu suddenly realizes that as the director he should be able to get ladies to follow him, but he immediately tells himself out loud that he has to put his mind to proper business to save humanity and become a good director. But he tells himself that the first thing he should solve is the food problem, as it is important for them. Unknown to Liu, Sintong has been awake, and she has been listening to everything he is saying. That she calls him a pervert again, but he tries to explain to her, but she does not listen to him. In the afternoon, Liu decides to get the energy core, and as he is about to leave, Sintong tells him that he should not leave her alone, and he decides that they should go together, as he could not resist her, so that they can face the reality, as the only people they can rely on is themselves. When they get outside, they see the apocalypse, and as they get to a place, Liu sees security guard Zhang as he is infected by the virus. Then Liu thanks him for saving his life, and he tells himself that he would save Uncle Zhang as he brings out his handmade weapon. Meanwhile, the squad captain Lin Xin brings in her team, and they begin to fight the zombies, and Lin Xin uses her special skills to fight the zombies as her team watches her amusement. 5 minutes later, the team members begin to wonder how great Lai Xin is, and they notice that her shortcoming is the fact that her eyesight is a little bit bad. Liu Feng uses his renewed handmade weapon to fight Uncle Zhang as he swears that he would save his sister. Then he uses the Kung Fu Master chip he got from the system, which allows him to improve his proficiency in various weapons. But he tells Sintong that it is not suitable for them to stay in a place for long, as their goal is to get the energy core on the 16th floor of the scientific research department. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor corridor, a man and a woman are running, and the man tells the woman that they should be fast so that they would reach the stairs, and the woman thanks him. Then he tells her that he does not believe that she would confess his love to him, and after they escape, they would run to his hometown to get married. But one zombie suddenly bites the man, and he tells the woman to escape, but she does not listen, and another zombie also bites her. The people hiding there becomes disappointed, as the two lovers were gullible and a man who is a president of a company. President Lai begins to tell the other people that he is having such an unlucky day. Then all of them decides on who to help them clear the corridor, and they select the younger brother of Zhao Jia. And as she protests, Sarah stands up and tells them that it is not possible to send the young boy, but President Lai discards her opinion, and he immediately pushes the boy out on the corridor, and one zombie sees the boy. But as the zombie tries to capture the boy, Liu Feng and Sintong comes, and Liu calls the attention of the zombie to himself. As Liu Feng talks, Zhao begins to wonder if her prayer got answered as she sees Liu Feng, and he begins to defeat all the zombies. Then she begins to wonder how strong he is and how fast he is in defeating the zombies. A woman suddenly calls on President Lai that he should look at the people they sent as trap, But as the woman checks too, she becomes shocked as she sees that a man is killing the zombies, but Xiao Wang begins to run away as he tries to escape, and when he reaches a place, he sees a lady that tells him to come, and as he moves closer to her, she immediately reveals her mutant and devours him. Liu Feng goes to meet the people and he introduces himself as he tells them that he is nervous. At that moment, a woman asks him if the government has come to save them, and Liu asks a lady where the stairs leading to the 16th floor is. Then President Lai begins to yell at Liu, and he tries to blame Liu Feng, but Liu begins to talk to Zhaojia, as she begins to thank him for saving her and her brother, and Liu tells her that he also has a younger sister. Then President Lai tries to hit Liu, but Liu immediately punches him. Suddenly, President Lai sees his assistant, Xiao Wang, and he begins to tell him that he should come and deal with Liu, but unknown to him that Xiao Wang is infected. Xiao Wang immediately bites President Lai, and Liu tells the rest of the people that they should move out of the way, but Xiao Wang uses his mutant tongue to hit Liu Feng. Liu Feng falls down, and he immediately brings out his weapon, but as he tries to sway the weapon, he sees that the weapon is stuck, and when he checks, he sees another female zombie holding his weapon, and he uses his weapon to kill her, but more zombies keep coming. Then Xintong steps in to help her brother as she holds down the tongue of the zombies, but Lai Xin comes in through the window, and she uses her guns to shoot the zombies in the head. Lai Xin fights as the others watch her, and after defeating the zombies, she tells Liu that Xintong that is staying behind him is their goal, as they have been looking for her for a long time. Then her team comes in, and President Lai begins to tell them that he has been bitten, and when they scan him, they realize that he is already infected. Suddenly, more zombies begin to come in, and Liu sees it as a form of distraction, and he immediately tells Sarah that she should lead them to the 16th floor, but Lai Xin yells at them not to run away. The zombies then face Lai Xin, and as she looks at them, she begins to wonder if they are just mutant zombies, like the research institute had said. Meanwhile, Sarah begins to take them, and she tells them that the government troop only rescues important people, but Xintong tells Liu Feng that she is sorry for being tired. Then Zhaojia thanks Liu again for saving Zhaohua, her brother, and Liu immediately notices that Zhaohua has been bitten, and the system tells him that he is infected. As Liu looks up, he suddenly notices that there is another mutant on the ceiling looking at them, and he becomes surprised as the mutant holds onto the ceiling like a spider. Liu notices that the zombie tries to hit Sarah, and he immediately pulls her away from the way, but she begins to wonder if he likes her. Then he tells her that she should go and meet Xintong, where she is standing. Then Liu fights with two more mutants, but as he fights them, another mutant tries to attack Sarah and Xintong, and Sarah begins to think of how she would save herself and Xintong, but Lai Xin saves them again. But as she fights them, Zhaojia yells that the zombies from downstairs are coming to meet them. Liu Feng immediately sees a door, and he tells them that they should go through the door, but as they run, Liu asks Lai Xin where the remaining members of her team are, and she tells him that they are all infected, and she escaped with her cloak of invincibility. Liu begins to wonder how strange that the system told him that only one mutant zombie would appear in 100,000 people, but there are 5 of them. Then Liu suddenly sees that one of the mutant zombies has attacked Zhaohua. But as Zhaojia tries to go and rescue her brother, Liu holds her and tells her not to go, but she immediately asks him what he would do if it were to be his sister that was taken away. On hearing that, Liu releases her and she gets bitten along with her brother. Then Lai Xin shoots at the mutant zombies, as she tells Liu that he should not be sad because she has already found a way. Liu immediately uses his weapon to create flames, and he shows Lai Xin that it is the mutant on the ceiling that is controlling the other zombies. Then Lai Xin begins to shoot at it, but another zombie tries to attack Sarah and Xintong. Then Xintong immediately jumps to go and defeat the zombie. Xintong kills the zombie. Then the system tells Liu that he would be rewarded with 100 points if he kills a mutant zombie for the first time, and he kills the mutant zombie. Then he thanks Lai Xin for her help. Lai Xin tells Liu that Xintong's strength is not as ordinary as that of other humans, and she suddenly points the gun at Liu and Xintong. Then she tells him that she has received orders to take Xintong, but Liu tells her that she should not shoot as she is pointing the gun to Sarah instead of Xintong. Then she tells herself that her eyesight illness is worrying her again. Liu Feng immediately uses his kung fu chip to grab Li Xin from the back, and he asks her why she is after his sister, but she tells him that a soldier only knows how to obey orders. Then she turns Liu over in order to get loose, but she ends up falling on the floor, laying on Liu's chest. But Lai Xin suddenly kisses Liu, and Sarah immediately yells at them to stop, as she might know why the government is after Xintong. Soon Sarah takes them to the dean's chambers, and she tells them as she accesses the computer that she is the secretary of the dean, so she have heard of a research project codenamed as the Godson, and as she sees the details of the project. She tells them that the Minister of Health, Zhentang Shang, ordered the hospital to conduct a study to inject a virus and serum into patients with the black blood disease in order to create mutants, but hundreds who participated in the experiment had failed, but it is Sintong's turn to do it. Then Xin also tells them that it is the same man that ordered their operation to capture Xintong. Sarah also adds that the survival rate of the experiment is less than 1%, and she thinks that Xintong is a special mutant, and Liu suddenly remembers how Xintong had behaved earlier as she took out something from a dead zombie to eat it. But he immediately asks Sarah if she knows the code to the dean's safe, and she tells him. Then he takes out the energy core. The system immediately rewards him with 900 points, and he immediately tells Sarah and Xin that he has a refuge that they can all stay so that they would be able to survive the apocalypse. But as Sarah eagerly tells Liu that she would join them, Xin tells Liu that she rejects it as she is not interested. Xin tells Liu that she has investigated the matter, and if it is true, she would apologize to him. But it does not mean that she wants to join him, as she can survive the end of the world with her own abilities. Liu Feng immediately begins to look for a way that he would use to convince Xin. Then he tells her that he has various reasons to convince her to join them, and she tells him that if he is not able to give her a reason, she would shoot him, and Liu Feng begins to think of what he would do, and he immediately uses alloy ingots to make an identity card, and he shows Xin that he is a special investigator of the government, and he is in charge of the Tinder project, which is responsible for building in the end times to establish a refuge. But Xin tells him that it is a lie, and as she scans the identity card, that she cannot confirm if his identity card is real or not. Liu then yells at Xin that it is the end of the world, and she is still thinking about living alone and as a soldier. She is supposed to stand up to save humans and settle the troubled world, and with such evasive attitude he does not think she is worthy of being a soldier. Liu Feng begins to think that he has said too much, but Xin grabs him, and she tells him that she should do something for the humans as a soldier, and he dares to invite her to be his teammate. But she also adds that after he had dared to kiss her as well, she hopes he would be able to last longer. Liu then asks the system for the profile for his two new teammates, and Sarah takes them to the cafeteria on the 16th floor as she tells Liu that she has to make a contribution, since she is already a member of the refuge, and when they get there, they see a lot of things they can take into the refuge. As Liu continues to check the system, he sees Xintong drinking milk, and he tells himself that she still has some characteristics of her old self. Then he continues to check the system, and he asks the system if the system can be changed into a cafeteria without food, but he is interrupted by Sarah, who tells him that she has found the steel bars and some plastic tarpaulin materials he had requested for, and she also tells him that she understands that he wants to make a greenhouse. Xin also comes, and she tells them that as she heard that they were making a greenhouse, she has looked for vegetable seeds, and as she drops the bags of seeds, Liu Feng tells her that she is worthy of being his teammate. Liu Feng shows the ladies his refuge, and when they see the entrance, Xin asks him if it is a dungeon, and Liu explains that the main entrance has been blocked by stones, but when they enter the refuge, they see that it has more spaces in it. Then Liu shows them around as he tells them where the restroom and other places are located in the refuge. Liu also takes them to where the generator is, and he has to change the energy core, but it is covered with huge stones due to the explosion, and Xin immediately puts a device on it, and as she presses a button, the stones explode and it clears the way. Liu thanks her, and as he changed the energy core, the generation of power increases. Then Xin and Sarah goes to take their bath with hot water, and Sarah begins to admire Xin's chest as she tells her that it is big, but Xin tells her that his chest is big as well. Then Xin tells Sarah that they have to be fast as Liu would be waiting for them in order to start their meeting. Meanwhile, the system tells him that it would take 6 days and 5 hours for the refuge to upgrade, and also it tells him that he has unlocked new blueprints, and suddenly, Xin and Sarah comes out as they are wearing the uniforms they saw in the bathroom, and Xin accuses Liu for making the uniforms erotic, and he tries to explain that it is the system that made it like that. Soon they start the meeting, and Liu tells Sarah to explain what they have, and she lists them, but she says that they need to get more food and energy sources. Then Xin tells them that they would search for food and energy in several kilometers, and Liu begins to get happy as he thinks about the cleverness of his teammates. Liu stands up, and he takes them to the pumping room, where he intends to build the greenhouse. Then he calls out on the system that it should start building. Then the system starts building after Liu confirms that the system should take out 100 points to get solutions. And in seeing this, Sin and Sarah become surprised as the system starts to build the greenhouse. Meanwhile, a lady takes a zombie and she shows him a picture as she asks if he has seen the woman in the picture. The woman begins to talk to President Lai, who is already getting mutated, but he tells her that he has not seen the woman in the photo, and he also tells her that she should save him as he has money, and would give her anything. But the lady gets angry, and she collects a baton from one of the men that followed her. Then she begins to use it to hit President Lai, as she yells at him that he is a greedy rich man and like others, he does not care about what the poor people at the bottom feels like. And they introduced a chip, and eventually a virus broke out, and they that were not able to buy the chip are called the Iron Dogs. But one of the men tells her that the minister had given the woman that they are looking for huge supplies. Later that night, as Liu sleeps in the room, he becomes restless as he has never slept amongst ladies. Like that, then as he tries to distract himself with the system, he suddenly notices that someone comes to sleep by his side, and when he checks, he sees that it is Sarah. But he notices that she is asleep, and he realizes that she is sleepwalking. The following day, he tells himself that he would not let them know what had happened the previous night, and he wants to try a new transformation enchanting ability. And as he tries it, he gets the new Kung Fu gloves. But as he tries the gloves, he receives a call for a food delivery, and when he picks it, Kai Li immediately tells him that he should come to where she is because she needs his help urgently. Liu Feng decides to take only Like Sin on his mission to go and save Kai Lai, as Hintong has been in a critical state for about a day after she has eaten the essence of mutant. Like Sin then tells Liu that Kai Lai is the president of the Lishan group, and she was engaged to Zheng Tanshuang, and she suggests that they can dig out more news about Zheng Tanshuang from her, and Sarah also adds that Kai Lai is in a large shopping mall close to them, and while they rescue her, they can also get the substance that they would use to cure Xintong. Like Sin immediately gets excited as she wants to go and kill the zombies, but Liu calls her back and tells her that she would attract the attention of the zombies. Then Liu gives Sin a bullet that he had modified for her, and after, Liu begins to think, but Sin asks him if he is looking at her legs, but he tells her that he is thinking of how they would get out of there, and he points at a car. Then he tells Sin that they could use the car to get on the road. Sin tells him that if they break the window of the car, it may also attract the zombies, and Liu tells her that he has a way. But as they check the car, they see a zombie in it, and Liu uses his special gloves, and he kills the zombie. Then they take the zombie out and take the car. Like Sin drives the car so rough, and Liu begs her to make the car steady, and he also tells her that he has noticed that her mood has changed. Then she tells him that when she was in the special group with the government, she had faced many dark issues, but ever since she joined Liu, her mood has been okay, and she has been happy. Suddenly, while they are on the road, Liu Feng sees President La as a mutant zombie, and he immediately realizes that the zombies are already evolving. Meanwhile, Kai Li stays in a place as she hides from the zombies, but as she notices that she cannot hold them down again because she cannot block the windows and doors, then she suddenly hears someone calling her name. Kai Li sees some men coming towards her, and when they save her, she tells them that she has been expecting to see someone, as she knew they would be someone there. But after explaining how she got to the mall, the men decides to take her to their team, and when she gets there, she sees that there are different kind of people there, and one man who had escaped from prison comes to meet Kai Li, and he tells her that he would give her a can of food if she spends the night with him. But she immediately slaps him, and the police officer there threatens the other man, and he leaves Kai Li alone. Then Kai Li begins to tell herself that she need to leave the place because it is not safe for her. At another place closer to the mall, a man and some other men begin to run for their lives as they are being pursued by zombies. Then Liu Feng and Like Sin steps in to save the men. Liu and Sin begins to fight the zombies, and they are able to save two of the men, and when they reach a place, they decide to rest there for the night as they would continue after Liu built his new weapon. Then the man introduces himself as Ob, and he is an electrician, but he thanks them for saving himself and his friend. Liu then asks Ob if he would join their shelter, but the man agrees after Liu had offered him food. Then Like Sin also adds that they would all be living together, as Liu says he is a single dog. Liu stands up and he decides to make his weapon before dawn, and he sees that there are a lot of props that he can use to make a new kind of weapon. But his eyes catch a giant chainsaw, and he tells himself that he would make the kind of weapon he is thinking about. The following day, Like Sin calls their attention to the multitude of zombies outside where they are, and she tells them that they have to look for what to do because they are carrying an injured person, which would make them slow, but a car comes and it attracted the zombies. Then they decided to go, but as they are about to leave, they are stopped by some men who tries to capture them, but Sin immediately uses her gun and shoots them, but Ab is surprised as guns are banned from the country. The leader of the gang comes and she introduces herself as Virus, and she shows Sin Kylie's picture, as she asks if she has seen her, but Sin tells her that she has not seen her, but Sin begins to wonder where Liu is so that he would come and see the lady looking for Kylie, and soon Liu comes and he tells Sin to step aside. Kylie sits, and as she sips her drink, some men come to meet her and they ask her if she is bored and also why she is sitting alone so they can keep her company. Kylie immediately pours her drink on one of the men, and Officer Liu comes in to arrest the men as he tells them that he had been looking for how he would catch them red-handedly. Liu begins to fight with Virus in her group, but she begins to ask Liu who he is as he is using a mask to hide his identity. Then he fights with Virus, but he is not able to pin her, and he immediately uses his moves and he is able to pin her by turning her face to the front, but Liu removes his mask, and she notices how handsome he is. Then she begins to feel addicted to the way he is strangling her, as it is making her feel good. Suddenly, a monster mutant zombie appears and the system tells Liu that it is the mutant power corpse, and it is highly dangerous. Then Liu immediately drops Virus, and he rescues Ob and the other man from the members of Virus's group, and they leave, but one of the members of the group asks Virus on what they should do, and she tells him that they would avoid the zombie first, and they would head towards the mall to capture Kylie, as Zhang Tangxiang had paid them a huge ransom for them to capture her. Liu thanks Kylie for helping him out with the prisoners, but Yai begins to get angry as she thinks Kylie is there to take control, but Kylie ignores her. Then Nettie walks away, and one of the men in the temporary prison tells Yai that he knows that she also hates Kylie, and he tells her that she should join them, and they would plan to take her down. Kylie goes to meet Liu, and he tells him that she does not think Hua's pregnancy is a baby, as it only grew for 3 days and soon Hua goes into labor. Then Kylie continues to tell Liu that there might be a parasite in her stomach. Suddenly, while Hua is giving birth, she immediately removes tentacles from her stomach, and she becomes infected. Then she begins to attack the old grandmother, but as Liu shoots at her, she does not get affected. One of the gangsters also stabs a man, and suddenly Liu and Kylie sees Yai with a gun, and she tells Liu to move away as she wants to shoot Kylie, but Liu suddenly realizes that Yai has collides with a murderer, and some men comes to hold him and Kylie, but Kylie begins to yell out to Liu Feng. 2 brothers out of the men begins to tear Kylie's clothes as they tell her that they would rape her and kill her, but Yeti tries to collect the gun from one of the men and the gun bullet goes off, hitting Liu. As Yi tries to run to go and check Liu, she is held down by another man. Then the 2 brothers tears Kylie's clothes completely, and she begins to tell herself as she has given up that her life would end, and she has counted on Liu Feng to help her. Then someone suddenly brings a chainsaw in, and he uses it to kill Hua, who is already a mutant zombie. As Liu enters, he goes to save Kylie, and he kills one of the 2 brothers as they tell him that he should not be a dog to the rich. Then the mutant power corpse suddenly captures the second brother. On seeing the mutant power corpse, Liu begins to tell Kylie that they had seen it before they entered the mall, but he had no choice than to lead it away. The mutant power corpse begins to kill the 2 brothers and their team, including Yai. But as Liu faces the mutant power corpse, a car comes in and hits the mutant. Then Liu sees that it is Virus and her gang. One of the members of Virus's gang tells her that Kylie is the woman they are looking for, and as Kylie asks them if they know her, Virus tells Kylie that her finance, Zhang Tangxiang, had sent them to come and rescue her. Then Liu Feng immediately begins to think that if he allows Kylie to leave, he would not be able to complete his mission, but as he tries to convince Kylie, his mask is still on his face, and he mistakenly holds her chest. Liu apologizes to Kylie for touching her chest, but she tells him that it is okay. Then he talks to Kylie about how bad her fiancé is, and how he tried to use his sister as a bad experiment, but Virus asks Kylie who she could believe, but after giving it a lot of thinking, Kylie announces that she would believe Liu Feng because he had come all the way to rescue her, and she would only believe Tang Xiong whenever she sees him. Suddenly the mutant power corpse stands up, and as Liu sees that the tentacles that he has cut off growing back into a sword, he grabs Kylie, and he calls Lag Sin to know if she has cleared the zombies outside. Lag Sin tells him that he should be fast and come and meet her in the 2nd floor. Then he take Kylie, and when they see how much the zombies are, Liu Feng thinks of giving up, but as he remembers his sister's health, he immediately puts Kai Lai into a cart and he tells her that they would pass through the zombies. At a secret underground base, the officials reports to their head that the mission is complete, and the commander takes the news to the meeting, and one of the men seated asks why they have wasted ammunitions to take down the research equipment, but the commander tells the man that he should ask the boss, Zheng Tangxiang. Liu Feng puts his chainsaw at the end of the cart, and he tells Kai Lai that he is not sure of the method he is using as they can get killed, but Kai Li tries to encourage him as she sees how he is trembling, then she kisses him on the forehead, and tells him that if they die, they would go to hell together, but if they do not die, she would definitely owe him for saving her life. Liu wears his mask, and he begins to push the cart, but as they are about to reach the end of the passage, the cart wheel gets jammed as a result of the dead bodies on the floor, so they become stuck in the middle of the zombies and Liu begins to wonder if they are going to die. As Liu stands in the middle of the zombies, he gets scratched, and he is not infected because of the vaccine he had taken. Then he sees an electric light, and he uses his magnetic gloves to drop the iron light stand on the zombies and he escapes, but he immediately closes the zombies down in the building. On getting outside, Kai Lai stands up from the cart, and Liu tells her that they should go and meet their fellow teammates, and he charges the glove before the go, but on getting to where Xin is, Xin and Kai Li immediately faces each other and Liu separates them, as they are both not simple. Then Xin notices the scratch on Liu's back, but he tells her that he has taken the vaccine. Then as they continue to talk, Xin notices the lipstick on Liu's forehead, then she begins to question him about it. Ob communicates to them that he has repaired the car they would use to escape, and as they are about to leave, they suddenly hear people's voices running. Then Liu tells them that they should be going as he wants to save the people, and he runs to save the people as he uses his chainsaw to protect the people from being stabbed by the mutant power corpse. Liu Feng decides to help the people against the zombies so that they can get the door open. He sees that the door wires are entangled, and the zombies are heading toward the part-time worker. He immediately uses his chainsaw to cut the zombie into two and inform him to quickly carry out their plan. He tries to go on with the plan by tapping the two wires, and Liu Feng notices that it immediately blows up. Xin tries to cover them and inform them to move fast as the zombies are closing in on them, as she will not be able to hold them off for long. She keeps on attacking the zombies and notices that the bullets are hardly working, and Feng notices the zombie coming towards him and begins to wonder why it does not work. Liu Feng notices that the zombie has evolved again after he cut off its hands. He tells Xin that bullets are of no use, and Ji will hand her the burst magazine. He also notices that the magnetic gloves in his hands are not assembled, and sees the monster coming towards him, and plans to stab him in his eyes. Suddenly, Xin's big sister comes in and grabs the zombie, preventing it from harming Liu Feng. She tells them that the zombie has also killed many of her brothers. She hands Xin the burst bullets and tells her to try it on the monster. Xin fires the bullets on the monster and notices that they were very effective and penetrate through the body of the zombie, but due to the power of the bullet, it also dislocated her shoulder. Feng immediately summons his weapon and goes to finish off the zombie, seeing that Xin did a good job. Feng kills the zombie and completes his mission. Feng kills the zombie and sees that he has successfully obtained the essence of the zombie. He picks it up and tells them to take it back to Sister, and they begin to wonder if he is okay, seeing that he is acting weird. The other men also asked about Luo, Yudi, and Seoli, but they were informed that they have been killed by Zhang San and the others. Sin's sister then tells him that she will let him go since he killed the monster that killed many of her brothers. Sin immediately threatens her sister not to make any trouble. She tells her that her life is hers and immediately leaves. Feng waves her goodbye and begins to think about all the things the system helped him with. He immediately turns to Kelly and tells her to join his refuge, seeing it is the terms she made with him before. She thinks about it for a while and decides to join before figuring out Cheng's problem. They all begin to wonder where they will go, seeing most of their members were killed, and Feng immediately invites them to join his refuge since he is the leader of the Tinder project. They begin to doubt him and begin to question him about the Tinder project. Xin immediately calls them to order and assures them that the refuge is real, as she is the captain of the special operations team. Feng immediately tells them to spread out and look for materials, and Kelly informs him to come with her. They begin to discuss, and Kelly sees a monster and jumps on Feng's body. Xin begins to pass by and hears a noise coming from the room and goes to have a look. She suddenly sees Kelly on top of Feng, and she becomes surprised. Feng becomes surprised at what happened, and Sin notices how bold he is. Kelly asks him if he is okay, and he tells her that the chainsaw is out of power to fight the zombie, and he immediately uses an electric staff to stop the zombie and notices that the synthesis is successful. Kelly sees that the ability is amazing as Feng did have 2 sons. Sin continues to stay outside and peep at them, and this time she sees Feng on top of the president and begins to wonder if he is so good. Kelly immediately thanks Feng for saving her again and asks him if he stole the electricity from her car. Feng tells her that his house is nearby, and he would like to find a benefactor first. Feng puts on his horse head mask and moves outside and sees a dog with a zombie and begins to wonder what it is doing. Suddenly, the horse head was shot off from his head by a lady at the top of the building who begins to wonder if the horse head is another type of zombie. She immediately gets a call, and she is told to indicate if she found any mutant zombie. She is also ordered to bring the target back, and the blockers will be killed. Feng begins to run for his life and wonders where the sniper is. The system immediately helps him to identify where the sniper shooter is, and he continues to run to save his aunt that has always been good to him. The system immediately informs him that it is a task, and Feng becomes surprised and asks what happened over there with the sniper. He notices that he has taken the investigation task, and he suddenly sees a government soldier that attempts to kill him. The soldier tries to hit him with his club, but sees that Feng has grabbed it. Feng tells him that if it wasn't for him to increase his strength, he would not have been pushed away by the soldier. Feng immediately practices a trick on him and manages to shut down his armor by draining the energy from him. Feng immediately laughs at him and asks him what he is doing and why he wants to kill him. He also sees how good his gloves are and takes them. Feng sees that his gloves have upgraded to level 2, and he immediately tries the gloves ability. The sniper lady begins to check around the city and continues to give reports on what she sees to her headquarters. She suddenly sees the gloves coming towards her direction, and it successfully takes her down and returns back to Feng. Feng immediately hurries away as he has seen that the government army is involved, and he needs to hurry back as he senses something wrong. 10 minutes later, Feng sees the government army and sees that they have arrested his aunt Lai Han and her daughter Lai Yuxuan, and begins to wonder what to do seeing the benefactor of his childhood is being arrested by government officials. Lai Xin begins to take a popsicle due to the fact that she has been sweating, and she begins to wonder where Liu Feng went seeing that he did not take her or a teammate to his home. She sees a woman that looks like Kelly and begins to wonder if she is having an affair with Feng, and decides not to conclude until she asks him. Back at Feng's neighborhood, Feng's auntie begins to tell the military officials to let them go since they came to save them, and begins to wonder why they are in handcuffs. Her daughter tells her mom not to beg the military officials, who immediately gives her mom a blow on her face. The soldier then plans to take advantage of both of them seeing their husband is not there to comfort them. Feng immediately comes out of hiding and uses his bat to smash the soldiers on their face, and also uses the flying fist to take out the other soldier. Feng quickly picks up his auntie and begins to dodge the bullets of the military officials, and informs his aunt's daughter to run so as to evade the bullets. His system detects something wrong while he tries to evade the military personnel, and suddenly he is being shot by the sniper at the top of the building. Feng falls to the ground and she fires again, and this time hitting Feng's aunt. Feng sees her blood after she informs him that she has terminal illness, and she begs him to take care of her daughter. Feng becomes angry as he begins to see that he cannot protect his dear ones. He is suddenly surrounded by soldiers who all have come to arrest him. The sniper immediately gives her report to Zhang, telling him that the target was shot and has died. The soldiers point their gun towards him and tell him to raise his hands, and they notice a strange creature behind him, and they become afraid. Feng looks back and sees the mutant creature and immediately carries his aunt's daughter and evades the attack. Feng looks back and sees that the mutant is evolving, and it has been in his aunt's body all along. He plans to leave and sees that the zombies are also there and he cannot leave. Feng sees that his aunt is still alive and begins to ask the system if there is any way to save her. The system explains everything to him, and they both notice that the blood vessels coming from the mutant are not coming towards them. Instead, it is attacking the soldiers and zombies around them. Feng notices that his body cannot move and begins to wonder what kind of energy is emanating from the mutant. The system immediately divides the energy into 6 levels, and tells him that it might just be the first natural disaster-grade mutant species. The mutant continues to suck the blood from the soldiers and the zombies, and Feng notices something coming out of the mutant. Feng sees that it is his aunt and notices that she is coming towards them. She stops at the front of them and walks past them after staring for a while. Feng sees that it is because of her daughter's bloodline. That is the reason why the blood vessels did not attack them earlier. The sniper leader immediately calls Zheng, and the Scarlet Queen immediately takes her out and continues to move away from Feng. Feng asks the system once again if his aunt can be saved, and it replies telling him that he has a chance of restoring humanity in her, as he only needs to get a serum. A day later, the people return to the shelter in a van full of supplies, and they all become surprises at what they can see in Lu Feng's shelter. Sarah welcomes them into the refuge and begins to show them around the shelter. Feng continues to think about how his aunt left because he does not have a serum to save her like he did for his sister. Sarah continues to show them around the shelter and how things are run and managed, and they all become surprised seeing that everything is advanced. Sin tells Feng that it has been long that she came into the shelter, as a lot has changed, and Feng tells her that he was not aware that there are any drawings attached to it. Later that day in the bathroom, Feng is having his bath and suddenly plans to leave and sees his sister together with Yuxuan, and asks them what they are doing in the bathroom while he is bathing. She tells him that Sin regained consciousness after eating the mutant falcon and also remembered Yuxuan. Yuxuan also tells him that she will take a bath with him, and they get into the water with him. They begin to help him rub his back, and Feng begins to feel weird about it. Feng begins to look for a way to distract them, and immediately Yuxuan tells him that she would have died if not him and her mom turning into a monster is because of those soldiers and not his fault. He thanks her for comforting him and promises her to get her mother back. Feng finishes with his bath and goes to the command room. Feng sees how beautiful the command room looks and asks them if the system in front of him is the AI sanctuary. Sarah begins to explain the new features of the new command room and tell him that she made use of the government satellite to build part of their technology. She then asks him if he wants a democratic system or a dictatorship. Feng begins to think about an option that he will choose, and they all begin to advise him against choosing a democratic government, seeing that it will waste a lot of time and resources. Feng then agrees and decides to be the new leader and give positions to Kelly, Sin, and makes Sarah the Secretary General. He then tells them to work together to revive mankind. Feng continues with the discharge of duties, and suddenly they see two people at the entrance to their shelter. Feng tells Daiching to bring them in and proceeds to the door. One of the members sees Feng and Sarah, and immediately thinks Sarah is the leader, and Sarah informs her that Feng is the leader of the shelter, and she immediately apologizes to him as she has looked down on him. Feng begins to test their ability to see how useful they will be in the development of the shelter and see a guy among them to be a spy. He immediately thinks to see who is willing to provoke him. The next day, Feng wakes up and sees Sintong on his bed and wonders if she slept with him throughout the night. Feng sees that it is habit she has gotten since when she was young and plans to wake her up before someone will actually see her. Sin suddenly comes in and sees him as a pervert, and he tells her that it is not what she is thinking. Sin ignores and still goes around to gossip about it to other girls in the shelter. Suddenly the soldiers come to give him a report about the armor, and he tells them that he is aware of it, and he does not need a gun. Suddenly he is called to the command center, as there is an urgent report. They tell him that the government has created a new facility and Zheng is there too, and Feng requests she gives him the location and the map to the place. She also tells him that she will also lead the second unit that will accompany him, and he becomes worried about preventing her from getting hurt. At the rector's office, Feng begins to tell himself that he has to level up so as to avoid the last situation he had with his loved ones and be strong to protect them. He immediately opens his system and begins to find a way to upgrade himself by exchanging 2 vaccines so as to level up and get a lot of information. He then tries it and successfully downloads a lot of information and achieves the cyber martial arts skill. The system tells him that it will give him a lot of fighting skills and the talent of scientists to be able to defeat his opponents. At the Edge City prison, Zuxuan and the remaining officers in the prison are escaping from the prisoners that are rioting, and Zuxuan tells them to keep running and go get the guns, as they can only suppress the prisoners in that way. She tries to go into a place and sees that the police dogs have become mutants, and they begin to shoot at the dogs, but they are killed and bitten by the dogs. Lifang is also attacked by a mutant monster, and Zuxuan becomes scared. Suddenly, Sinton comes to rescue her with her brother and successfully rip the dogs apart and stop the mutant monster from harming the officer in charge of the prison, making Zuxuan see how amazing they are. Outside the prison, the high priest tells them that they must let the prisoners join their unified religion, as the lords will unite them all. Inside the prison, the prisoners plan on burning a member of the police to death, and suddenly one of the members of the prison is given a blow, as she has the key to the armory in her hands, and he tells Longshuan to surrender to him, if he really wants to be set free from the prison. About half an hour ago, Zuxuan sees that 3 of her officers were killed by something that was just destroyed by 2 people. Feng immediately notices that Xintong's hands were dirty and calls her to come wipe her hands. Xintong then tells him that she needs milk, and Feng asks her where it is that she needs milk. Xintong then points at Zuxuan and demands milk from her. Zuxuan begins to think about what she means and also thinks if she is a pervert. Feng goes to the officer and asks her if she is okay, and if she will need any help. She immediately cuffs him and plans to arrest him, but later realizes that Xintong is his little sister. She apologizes to him and asks him what is going on outside the prison, as she has not been outside since the prisoners rioted. Feng tells her that everything fell apart and he came to the prison to find a gun. She decides to make a deal with him, seeing that she is with the key to where the guns are kept. She tells him to help her suppress the prisoners and rescue her fellow officers in the prison. Feng agrees to her offer and moves to help her with what she has asked for. They arrive at the 4th floor and decide to look through the window in the elevator, and they see the prisoners eating human flesh and sleeping with the female officers. They see some of the prisoners tearing off one of the female officers' uniforms and plan to have fun with her, and she continues to struggle and try to free herself from the prisoners. They tell her that if she resists, they will throw her into the boiling pot like her boyfriend. They begin to laugh at her, and one of the prisoners is suddenly shot by Feng in the neck. Feng gets angry on seeing what the prisoners are doing to the officer and goes to beat them up. One of the prisoners begins to beg him not to kill him, as he is just a butcher. Feng tells him that he is inhumane, and Shou Chen, who was molested by them, begs Feng to allow her to kill him. Shou Chen picks up his knife and begins to cut him into pieces. Zuxuan tries to stop her, but Feng tells her to allow her, knowing how pained she is. She then tells them that her boyfriend was killed in front of her and eaten. Then she immediately jumps into the boiling pot to follow her boyfriend. At the 8th floor, one of the prisoners goes to report to his boss that the second master has been killed. He gets angry and uses his claws to rip the prisoner into 2, calling him a waste. He notices that they are going after the gun and tells one of his prisoners to allow the zombies to come in. The prisoner reminds him that he is expecting a visitor, and she immediately comes in to see his boss. They continue to talk while Feng goes to bury the policewoman and makes his way to the gun depot. The boss continues to speak with his visitor, and one of the prisoners comes in and tells him that Purple Eagle is running away. The boss sees that he dug a hole to escape from prison, and the lady gives him something and tells him that he will gain invincible power by eating them. Feng begins to pick up all the guns in the armory he can carry, and Zixuan tells him to take as much as he needs. She tells him that Shou Chen committed suicide and asks if they will die there. He tells her that he has also lost loved ones, as it is the end of the world. He tells her that his only wish is to protect his little sister and asks her to join him, as they will live together in the early days. She becomes surprised, as they have only just met, and she begins to compliment his sister, telling him that she is so strong. He thanks her and they begin to talk. Suddenly, Feng notices someone in the vent and pulls her out of the way to dodge the bullet. He immediately launches his attack to the vent, and Longshuan comes down from the vent and moves to attack him. Longshuan attacks him, and Feng activates his kung fu skills and begins to defend himself from Longshuan. He notices how impressive his skills are, and they both get to know themselves formally. They both catch up and notice they are from the same school, but Longshuan tells him to stay away since he is his junior and rejects his offer to join him. 10 minutes later, in the gun room, Feng uses the tech device to transfer all the guns and ammunition from the prison. The officer becomes worried, as Feng has taken all the guns away from the armory, and she begins to wonder why he took it all. Feng tells her that he thought he could take as much as he wants. Suddenly, Xin arrives and asks him if he has found another lover the few days she left him. Feng sees another mutant zombie and sees that something is wrong. He also begins to wonder what might have happened to his brother after so many years. Long begins to wonder if his illusions are back, as he begins to wonder what has led him to a group of zombies to die. While trying to evade the zombies, he sees Xintam and wonders what she must be doing there. She begins to walk to the zombies, and Longshuan sees that if she goes to the zombies, she will surely die. The zombies begin to attack her, but Longshuan could not stand it and begins to hit the zombies with his gun. Longshuan begins to beat up the zombies in order to protect the girl and uses his weapons to ward off the zombies from infecting or killing him. Long shoots the zombies and tells her to leave as gunshots can easily attract the zombies. He tries to escape and sees that another group of zombies are coming out through the other direction and sees that it is not good. He becomes surrounded and begins to think that he has killed the young girl. He asks himself if it is his destiny and wonders if it is cool to die with his sins. Suddenly, Xintong uses her ability to attack the zombies and becomes surprised at what the little girl can do, and did not expect what he just witnessed, thinking she could not defend herself. Meanwhile, at the other side, Feng pushes the two ladies in order to protect them from the zombies' attack, and they fall on top of him. He apologizes to them as he did not intend for that to happen, and tells Sin that she should join him to attack the zombies. Sin begins to attack them, and suddenly one of the zombies jumps on him and Sin begins to hurry to go save him from the zombie. Sin rushes to save Feng, and he tells her that he feels she is a little too concerned about him. Sin clears the idea from his head, telling him that she was only trying to prevent her teammate from dying, which she sees as the right thing to do. Feng tells her not to worry about him and promises her that he will never die. Suddenly, they hear a voice from over the radio asking him if he was the one that broke into the arsenal, and tells him that he is very skilled. She tries to convince him to join her as she will forgive him for all the crimes he has committed. She also tells him that he can get the supreme power bestowed by her as the leader of the Iron Clan. Zixuan tells her to inform her clan that they have guns and they should surrender, otherwise they will kill all their clan members. Suddenly, a monster that has been killed comes back to life and tries to attack them. Feng demands for the gun, but Sin immediately destroys the monster and tells her if she plans to move her teammates, she will have to move her first. The monster tries to attack again, and Feng uses the gun to blow off the head of the monster. Feng notices that he could not kill the monster with the gun, and immediately Zixuan shoots her gun and tells them not to underestimate her. Feng tells her to put down her weapon as the monsters are no longer humans, but tells her that she shoots well. They immediately notice that the monsters are more than one that they cannot kill, and they immediately fall into the ground in which they are standing. Feng tells them to be careful, and as they land on the floor, Sin sees that she has landed on top of Feng, and she tells him that she did not expect that he would take the initiative to cushion under her. She tells him that his life is equals very hard, since he is a teammate of life and death. Sin asks him if he would like to do it with her there, and he becomes surprised at what she is talking about. And she notices that Zixuan has fainted and asks him how she feels about him, and Feng begins to ask her why she has chosen him, seeing that they are all alone in the third floor. She tells him that he has saved her several times, and he is the first man who is her teammate that has never died. Feng becomes surprised and she suddenly kisses him and begins to take off her clothes, telling him to leave everything to her. She begins with him, and Feng closes his eyes and begins to imagine that it feels like the Temple of the Golden Mountain, and he sees himself having a fierce battle with Sin in his imagination, while Sin continues to have him physically. She could not take it any longer and immediately surrendered to him. Meanwhile, the other group is still looking for them, and they inform their leader that they have fallen into a blind spot on the camera. She immediately tells them to arrange for more people to find them and take them to the arena. She also asks her servant what is the status of Daguerreau, and she tells him that it has been put in place and is on the 5th floor. Xintong and Longshuan come across a door that has completely been sealed, and Longshuan asks her where they are. Long wonders what are the vessels blocking the door, and Xintong immediately uses her powers to cut it open, and Long tells her to be careful as she does not even know where they are walking into. He immediately thinks and sees that he was actually rescued by her, and he begins to wonder what she is and begins to think if she is a mutant or a zombie. Suddenly, his head begins to hurt again, and he begins to see that he is having his illusions of a little girl, and begins to hear her asking if he feels guilty for killing her. Suddenly, he sees a mutant trying to come out from the hive, but Xintong uses her powers to behead the mutant and stop it from getting to him while he was carried away in his illusions. Longshuan sees that all the blood puppets on the walls are human, and suddenly his head begins to hurt again, and he sees that she is offering him a headphone. Long places the headset on his ears, and the pain suddenly disappears from his head. They continue to go deep into the building, and suddenly they see a mutant hive. 8 hours later, Zixuan wakes up and begins to think that Feng and she are up to something, and stands up to see that he is only helping her with her leg, and she might have fractured it during the fall. She also notices water on her face, and Feng and she immediately keeps quiet about it after Feng calls she to it. Feng brings dinner, and Zixuan tells them that she has not eaten canned food for long, and Shai tells her that a big meal after the battle is the best. Zixuan begins to eat fast and Feng tells her to slow down and not rush her food. Feng immediately notices that he has unlocked a new title called the Friends of Women and continues to think about his activities in the past with Shai. Feng begins to complain about his private part, and he tells Zixuan that it is nothing after she asks. They get to the 5th floor and they hear a voice talking to them and begin to wonder who it is. They see a lady who introduces herself as the High Priest, and she welcomes them to the arena. Feng looks around him and sees that there are so many mutant zombies and wonders if she is actually able to control them. She tells him to look as those who join will have invincible power, and once again Feng begins to think and sees that something is wrong about the entire turn of events. She immediately releases the monsters on them and informs the monsters to kill them. Feng and the girls begin to battle for their lives, and Feng sees the need to use the weapon with him, and he brings it out and begin to cut through the monsters. Feng begins to pieces the monsters and cut off their hands and legs, making the High Priest see him to be too strong. She begins to pity him as he is going to die. 2 monsters then jump out to meet Feng, but he sees that they are 2 mutant grades and he sees that he is also not the same as before and immediately uses his electric powers to take out the mutant, making everyone see him to be awesome. He also uses his glove to take out the 2nd mutant, and the priest sees it to be amazing and brings out another backhand to take him on. Feng immediately sees a huge monster with eyes at its middle coming towards him, and he becomes surprised. Feng sees that the leader of the mutants is in elite level, and it regards to them as little things. The monster begins to attack them, and he begins to evacuate from the surrounding area so that he will not be killed by the monster. Feng uses his ability on the monster, but it is to no avail, and the High Priest starts to laugh at him and tell him that it is the power he bestows. Lin Xin immediately begins to attack the monster and Feng calls her so that she will be careful. Shai tells him that she is going to use the bursting bullet to deal with a monster as huge as that. She begins to use the bullets on the mutant and Feng goes to meet her, warning her to be careful in dealing with the monster. The High Priest sees it as a miracle and tells them that at the end of the world, they will be the only one and they will be transformed again. Feng and Shai continue to battle the monster and Feng uses his powers to launch the gloves on the monster. The High Priest tells him that he is smart as he discovers that he is the only one that can control the zombies and tells him that it is the gift God bestowed on her. Feng notices that she has been controlling zombies to protect herself while they were fighting. She tells him that she is the destiny and tells the Iron Thongs to attack him. The monster begins to advance towards him and thinks that his sister is fighting somewhere else to be safe, but he can only use the last trick if he is unlucky. Meanwhile, at the other side, his sister is facing a very dreadful mutant, and she is being trapped, and Longshuan sees that the illusion is being transmitted through a sound wave. Long tells her to be careful, and he uses his gun to shoot her down from the grasp of the mutant monster. She notices that she is free and suddenly becomes angry and goes to tear the monster to pieces. She successfully cut out parts of the monster, and more of the mutants began to troop out from the building and head towards them. They both start to fight of the mutants, and Long immediately sees something that has happened and immediately calls out her name. Meanwhile, 3 days ago at the refuge, Feng begins to test out the abilities of the bipolar gun and begins to use what he has learned to battle the monster that is troubling them. The High Priest immediately notices that he is struggling and tells him that no one can compete against the power of God. Feng immediately tries to attack the Iron Thong leader, and it hits him, sending him to the floor. The girls begin to ask if he is okay, and Feng tells them that it has been done, and they see that he has placed the weapon at the eye of the monster. The weapon suddenly explodes, killing the leader of the mutant. Feng then asks the priest if she is ready to accept sanctions. The priest tells them that it is impossible, and suddenly Shai and Zixuan immediately come up to her and tell her to put her hands up as she is under arrest. Feng tells her that he is going to kill her since she has chosen to be arrogant, and she tells them that she has another thing planned, and in a few minutes, mutant zombies will fill the entire building, and there will be a lot of zombies that will take them out. Suddenly, the body of the Virgin Mary was brought in by Feng's sister, and she realizes that all her plans has been destroyed, and they all see her walk into the floor. The High Priest sees her and acknowledges her as the Son of God. Sintong sees her brother and rushes towards him and hugs him. She tells her brother that she is so scared, and he calms her down and tells her that no one dares to bully her. Sintong then jumps on her and tells her to apologize for what she has done. The High Priest apologizes, and Feng immediately gets a call from Kelly. She tells him that there is a situation at the reserve as the mouse is hooked. Feng asks her if she was able to find the spy. Kelly tells him that she was able to find him and the organization that is helping him out. She gives him the information and tells him that she is actually waiting for him to get back so that they can begin planning towards it. He looks and sees that his junior sister is punishing the high priest, and he begins to take a look at her attributes. Feng sees that she is special, but he cannot take over her as he does not know her purpose. He sees that his sister is planning something and asks her what she thinks she is doing. She immediately gives Feng to absorb the essence of the filthy virgin, and he absorbs the mechanical arm, and he sees that the glove update is really interesting. Feng sees his senior again and Lai Xten recognizes him immediately, and he asks her if Xintong is Feng's sister. Xin tells Feng about him and Long begins to walk away. Feng tries to stop him, but Xin tells him to allow him go as he is very dangerous. Xing immediately remembers the reason why Long joined the army in a class with him back when they were in school. Feng tells him that he believes him and asks him to join his refuge. Long becomes shocked at his offer, and Feng begins to analyze his abilities from his rank. He agrees to join and tells them that he knows where the remaining police officers are kept. They follow him down to the same time shelter, and they discover a group of thugs from the metro shelter, and Long sends a warning shot to them, and Feng tells them that he has been waiting for them for a very long time and was thinking they would not show up. Feng begins to battle them and asks them to surrender. The leader of the clan tells them that her clan will not surrender. After a few fighting rounds, she finally agrees and surrenders, seeing that Feng is too tough for them to handle. They begin to ask them questions, and they see that the headquarters did not send the group, and they decide to let them be. Zixuan then tries to shoot the high priest, as she is responsible for the loss of some of her members. Feng tries to calm her down and begins to receive some analysis from a member of his refuge. The next day, they'd all head to the prison and Feng did not expect that Kelly would want to follow him. She tells him that the base is up to date, and they will not be needing her. He also begins to think about his relationship with the girls in his sect, and they arrive at the prison garage and see some vehicles. Meanwhile, at the other side of the city, Chushin, the leader of the North refugee camp, is still fighting with some of the zombies while they try to safeguard some of the prisoners. They see that their weapons are no good and the mutants have successfully broken through. One of the mutants begins to head toward him, and Feng immediately arrives and protects him from the mutant. The soldiers begin to inform their leader that the front line is broken, and he begins to wonder who Feng is, but Feng ignores him, promising to talk to him later, and goes to defend them from the monsters. Feng sees that his electromagnetic knife was modified, and he plans testing it out on the mutants. The soldiers become surprised at how he was able to destroy the mutants with a knife with the help of Long, and they appreciate him for his efforts. Feng immediately leaves on hearing that he is being called a hero, and as he leaves, he hears a noise. Feng turns and sees that it is his ex-girlfriend. He suddenly remembers a conversation between him and Kelly on how he has been rejecting women, and how she asked him if he has ever had a girlfriend. She begins to brag about her current boyfriend in front of him, calling him a waste, despite the fact that he is handsome. Suddenly, Kelly comes in and asks him a random question. They become surprised at who she is, and all she said is that she thanks her for dumping him so that she could have him. Feng is then held by his ex-girlfriend's boyfriend, and he plans on beating up Feng, but grabs his mouth and tells him to watch his tone. His ex begins to regret dropping him, and the leader of the refuge informs them that there are a bunch of zombies coming after them, and they must hurry and leave. Seeing that the zombies are getting closer to them, Chu Shane tells Feng that they would talk after they have escaped from the zombies. Then he tells Feng that he should get into the car and follow their motorcycle, and he also yells at the other people that they should get into the second car if they do not want to die soon. The people begins to rush inside the car, but the entrance is blocked by the huge man that followed Feng's ex-girlfriend, but some of the people manage to squeeze themselves inside the car, while the remaining people outside begins to beg the man, but he ignores them. Then Feng tells the remaining people that they can come inside the car. He is together with Kelly. As the soldiers begin to move, Chu Shane communicates with other soldiers as he tells them that they have opened the way with 3 machine guns. Then he also tells them that the government would not abandon any citizen, and he also instructs them to target the refugee camp in the north part of the city. The soldiers begins to shoot at the zombies as their cars pass by them, and the people inside the cars also watch as the zombies are trying to attack their cars. Then Feng tells Kelly that their car would soon be overturned no matter how strong it is, and she tells him that he looks calm, and she thinks he must have used use his transformation ability. As Feng tries to use his transformation ability, he tells Kelly before he uses it, and as he uses the ability, the impact of the powers hits the car that everyone in the car notices that he has used a powerful ability. One of the people in the car tells Liu Feng that the zombies are already on top of the car, then he immediately hits the zombie as they have succeeded in opening the roof of the car. Liu Feng jumps up, and he immediately begins to kill the zombies as he remembers that Kelly had told him that he has to start accumulating prestige, but unknown to him, he has been watched by his ex-girlfriend and her new boyfriend, but they begin to insult him that he is ready to die because he had dared to go out of the car to face the zombies. Liu Feng continues to kill the zombies, and he immediately sees that some of the zombies are already trying to attack the car behind the car he is fighting on. Liu Feng sees that the car stops, and he also sees that the soldiers in the car are using their guns against the zombies, but the zombies are too much that they get some people amongst the people in the car. Then Liu Feng decides to use his iron clamp mode to go and rescue the people in the car. As Liu Feng reaches there, he begins to kill the zombies with his weapon, and the ladies begins to watch in awe as Liu Feng kills the zombies in style, but Liu Feng's ex-girlfriend suddenly gets pulled away by some of the zombies, but she is rescued by a member of Liu Feng's team. Chu Shane then tells the other soldiers that they should immediately drive out of the place, and as they leave, the system tells Liu Feng that his mission is completed as he has saved a lot of people. Then some ladies comes to thank Liu Feng for saving their lives, and he eventually knows them as workers for the government. The ladies begins to hug Liu Feng to show their appreciation, and soon they get to a place that is free from the zombies, and they all decide to camp there. Chu Shane then tells Liu Feng how much he respects him and admired him as a hero, and he also adds that they do not have food and they have to return to their base the following morning. But Liu Feng remembers that Kelly had told him that they have an opportunity to sell their specialty food cans to the army, and Liu Feng tells Chu Shane that they have food to spare. But as they taste the food after cooking it, the ladies begins to pass good comments that the food is nice. In the night, Kelly continues to work while Liu Feng enjoys himself with the ladies as they put their chests on his head. Then Chu Shane makes a toast to Liu Feng, and while they continue to drink, Liu Feng's ex-girlfriend begins to yell that she does not like the food, but she is being ignored. Uncle Fu tells Liu Feng that he should not sell too many cans in the city as they would be accidents. Then Liu Feng asks Uncle Fu what he is talking about, and Uncle Fu explains and gives him tips on how he can stay safe after. Liu Feng ignores Uncle Fu, and he is taken into a tent by one of the ladies who is also a teacher, and she tells him that he got drunk without having a drink. Then he tells her how he used to be bad in mathematics when he was in school, but the teacher tells him that she would make him see new things. When they get to the tent, the teacher pushes Liu Feng to the bed floor, and she tells him that she wants to give him grades as she climbs his body, but he asks her what she is trying to do to him, and she replies him that she has been hungry and tired for many days, and he saved her and also gave her food, so she decides to repay him. The teacher then begins to sob as Liu Feng was trying to push her away. Then she asks him if he hates her because of her actions, but he replies her that she can do whatever she wants. But Liu Feng becomes shocked as the remaining two ladies come inside the tent, and they tell him that they also want to repay him. The three teachers begin to teach Liu Feng basic mathematics, and he fails in all exams he did with them. Then he immediately stands up and tells them that his best asset is being young, and soon they'd all give him 100 points for being young. As Feng Senior sits on a tree, he suddenly sights the man that Feng's ex-girlfriend had brought with her, and he begins to wonder why he is staring at the car, as he immediately recognizes him as the man he had seen gen the car earlier that day. But as he is about to shoot at the man turns and he notices that the man has turned into a zombie. Later, the soldiers all call the people outside, and when they begin to complain as they ask why they are being summoned in the middle of the night, Chan Shane tells them that he just got a news that one of them has been infected. Then Liu Feng yells at Wang Jian, the man who his ex-girlfriend had brought, to come out. Everyone then begins to wonder what Liu Feng is about to do, and as Wang Jian moves out, Chu Shane tells Liu Feng that he has to prove to everyone that Wang Jian is truly infected, and Liu Feng replies that he would definitely give them the proof they want. Liu Feng's ex-girlfriend begins to yell at the soldiers that they are making wrong accusations about her man, but Liu Feng's senior stops her as he tells Liu Feng that he should kill Wang Jian. As Liu Feng points his sword at Wang Jian, he begins to tell Liu Feng that he cannot kill him. Then he also reveals himself as a zombie, but Liu Feng tells him as he stabs him that he would kill anyone he wishes to kill. Liu Feng's ex-girlfriend begins to yell at him for killing her new boyfriend, but she is grabbed by Wang Jian, who is not completely dead, and the soldiers begins to shoot at him. Liu Feng walks away, and and Kelly comes to tell him that the momentum was good, but he tells her that he is not trying to brush his reputation. Then she asks him what is inside his pocket, and as he checks, he notices that it is a lady's underwear. Then he immediately tells himself that the old mathematics teacher must have put it in his pocket. The following day, as Liu Feng sits, he begins to remember how the 3 teachers had told him that they are not joining his refuge because they had all gotten a job as teachers in the camp. Then he is interrupted by Uncle Fu and Shoyan, his sister. As he plays with Shoyan, he asks Uncle Fu how he is able to know the stuffs he knows about. He also asks what Uncle Fu does for a living. Then Uncle Fu replies him that he is a researcher of the government's project, as he specializes in the study of deep influence of androgen genes of the cerebral cortex. Uncle Fu continues to play with Shoyan, and soon he calls Liu Feng's attention to the camp, and he tells Liu Feng that the refugee camp in the north of the city should be called the base in the north of the city. In the forest where the convoy stayed before, a zombie comes to where Wang Jian and Liu Feng's ex-girl was killed, and he releases a monster into her. Then she stands up as Tahoe Man falls down dead, and she begins to mention Liu Feng's name. Meanwhile, Liu Feng goes to the Chengbai base gate, and as he begins to admire the base, the 3 teachers tells him that he can come and play with them when he is free. As they leave, and Uncle Fu and Shoyan also leaves, as Uncle Fu tells Liu Feng to come and play with them once he gets the chance to. As Liu Feng begins to walk inside the base, he is stopped by a man who introduces himself as Director Wang, who is responsible for quarantine of the refugees, and he offers Liu Feng and the people food and accommodation. But Liu Feng tells him that they are okay, and they do not need his food as they already have enough. Wang orders the men with him to shoot a man that goes to him to ask a question, and when the people become surprised at his actions, he tells them that he had suspected that the man was already infected. Liu Feng tells himself that Wang's weapons look like the weapons the people who came to try to arrest his sister was holding, and as he is about to pull out his sword, he sees Kelly and she tells him not to be impulsive. Wang sees Kelly and he begins to tell her how beautiful she looks. Then she goes to meet him to hand him some pack of cigarettes. Wang thanks Kelly, and he begins to touch her as he tells her that she should spend the night with him. But as Liu Feng sees that Wang is touching Kelly in an immoral way, he immediately uses his sword to cut his hand off. Wang screams in pain, and he orders his men that they should kill all of them. And on seeing this, Liu Feng tells Kelly to go into the car while he takes care of the men shooting at them. Then a boy on skating shoes comes in, and he begins to tease Wang, but he helps Liu Feng defeat Wang. But the boy gets caught up in the middle of the men, and Liu Feng also helps him. Wang yells at the boy as he asks who he is, and the boy tells them that his name is Bingbing, and he is a member of the Mutant Association. Then he also adds that they should let his mutant brothers enter the city. The system tells Liu Feng that his current task is to enter the Chenjini base to investigate and also recruit a large number of refugees to get more prestige and also unlock the gun factory. The soldiers working with Wang do not believe what Bingbing has told them, and Bingbing tells them that they have to let him and Liu Feng with his people go, and Wang accepts that they should go. The soldiers then asks Wang if he is sure, but Wang ignores them, and he calls someone and instructs the person to bring more men as he wants to teach them a lesson. Liu Feng thanks Bingbing for helping him, and after they exchange pleasantries, Bingbing takes Liu Feng to the Chenji refugee camp, which is still under construction, and he begins to explain how the refugee camp is and how the constructions are being made. After the conversation, Bingbing tells Liu Feng that he would take him to his residence where he would be staying, and while they are in the car, Liu Feng introduces Kelly to Bingbing, and as they move into the camp, Liu Feng sees the way people are begging for food. He tells Kelly that Uncle Fu was right about what he has warned him of, and he asks Kelly if it would cause looting if he brings out food. Then she tells him that he is already kind enough. As they move towards the tents, Bingbing shows Liu Feng his tent, and Liu Feng gives him a can of food as a reward for helping them. And after Bingbing goes, a man comes to meet Liu Feng and introduces himself as Su Zhu, who is the second master of the Chengbai underworld Candle Dragon Gang. Su Zhu tells Liu Feng that he wants to talk to him, and Liu Feng begins to wonder what he wants to talk to him about. Liu Feng's senior Long comes to meet them, and he asks Su Zhu what he is doing with Liu Feng, and Su Zhu replies that they are there to teach them, but Long immediately points his gun at Su Zhu. He then tells Long that he should not point a gun at him because the military would be watching, and they would not hesitate to shoot him. Bingbing tries to use his membership at the Mutant Association to scare Su Zhu, but he immediately begins to use his powers on Bingbing, as he tells him that he is not scared of the association. Liu Feng interferes, and he tells Su Zhu that they also have few tricks up their sleeves as well, but Su Zhu tells Liu Feng that they should make a bet, and he would be able to take Liu Feng's amour if he loses, and Liu Feng also tells him that he would have to take his mechanical arm if Su Zhu loses. As the men are about to fight, Kelly comes to meet Liu Feng, but he immediately tells her that she should stay back, as he would handle it. Then they begin to fight as Zhu uses his huge axe on Liu Feng, but he immediately dodges it, which makes the axe hit the floor, and as the people around begins to cheer, Zhu starts to feel a pain in his stomach and Liu Feng laughs at him. They continue to fight and suddenly, Liu Feng hits Zhu on his face, but Zhu is unable to do anything because of his stomach ache, and he begins to wonder if Liu Feng is responsible for his stomach ache, and as he crouches, the people begins to think that he is trying to do a martial arts style, but he tells himself that he is out of control as his eyes begins to get blurry. Zhu tries to rush towards Liu Feng, but he is unable to hit him as he suddenly begins to vomit, and the people become surprised at this. Then, Liu Feng goes to meet him, and as he raises his mechanical arm, he tells him that he has to take it according to the bet. Later that night, Liu Feng and Kelly begins to discuss the mission with them, as Kelly recounts that they still have to recruit refugees to all the shelter. Then she also adds that she learns that Zheng Tenoko was looking for her Science and Technology Institute, which houses the nanotechnology micro-robots that is used in high-tech frontiers. She also adds that they would need to go in Zheng to get the test products of the nanotechnology, as he is the only one who knows where the samples are. Liu Feng and Kelly decides to go and look for the secret sign of her family, and soon they get to a bar where she thinks it would be, but as they enter the bar, a man calls on Kelly. Kelly turns back, and when she sees an old man, she immediately recognizes him as her butler Kane, and as she moves to him, he begins to tell her how happy he is to see her. Then she introduces Liu Feng to him as the man who had saved her life. Soon they all sit, and Kelly asks Kane about her father, and he tells her that he has not been able to get in touch with him since the apocalypse started, and she also asks him where he had shipped the nanotechnology robot samples to, as she has to get it before Zheng does. Kane tells her that he has an addressed photo of the place, then he hands a photo to Liu Feng, but Liu Feng gets surprised at the picture he is seeing, but Kane immediately changes it and gives him the correct picture of the address he had shipped the nanotechnology robot samples to. Suddenly, two men are leaving the restaurant, and a lady calls them, and she hits them as they have refused to pay for the drinks they bought. One of the men then tries to hit the lady, but Liu Feng immediately holds his hand as he tells him not to hit a woman, but the man tries to fight with Liu Feng, and he immediately beats the men up. Kelly looks at Liu Feng, and she tells herself that he has changed, but Liu Feng suddenly notices that the lady has fallen down, and he begins to wonder what was wrong with her. Liu Feng takes the lady into his tent, and he begins to check his mission, but he suddenly notices the girl coming towards him, and she immediately hugs him as she tells him to buy more drinks. The lady begins to put herself on Liu Feng's body, but he tries to push her away as he yells at her, but she begins to tell him that she wants to thank him for saving her life. Then Kelly, along with some soldiers, barge into the tent to check what is happening, and when they get into the tent, they see that the lady has vomited on Liu Feng's body. Few hours later, the lady regains her consciousness, and as she sips her coffee, she introduces herself as Mu, who is also a doctor, and she thanks Liu Feng and Kelly for taking her in. Then she also tells them that they are rich as they are able to give her a coffee. Mu begins to tell them how the country has been since the apocalypse. Then she also tells them that the zombies are everywhere, and even outside the city. Mu stands up to leave, and she moves towards Liu Feng and tells him that she notices that he is weak. The previous night, she moved closer to his body. Then she picks up a canned food and tells him that it would serve as her consultation fee. Then she hands her card to Liu Feng as she tells him that he can visit the clinic if he needs help. Later that afternoon, Liu Feng walks around the camp, and he sees the way people are suffering, and he tells himself that the apocalypse is awkward. And soon he tells Kelly that she should go ahead with the mission, as he would go to the slave market to buy more people. Then Kelly tells him that they would not have enough food if there are more people. Liu Feng sees Bingbing, and they decide to go to the Mutant Association to see the vice president of the association. But when they get inside the building, Liu Feng sees the way there are different mutants working, and soon the vice president comes out, and she asks who Liu Feng is. As the vice president comes out, she tells Liu Feng and Bingbing that Liu Feng has to follow her to the second floor for a test, and Bingbing starts to talk to Liu Feng about the mutants, and he tells himself that the mutants' symptoms are similar to his sister's symptoms. When they get to the test room, the vice president tells Liu that he should show his skills, and he tells her that his skills are mainly for weapons, as he can strengthen and enhance them. And as he tries out his skill, he explains how he uses his skill to repair weapons, and it makes Bingbing get excited. The vice president also asks Liu Feng if she can ask him for something, and when he asks her what she wants from him, she immediately goes to her knees and hands him her knife and tells him to help her to fix it. She also explains that the knife is a famous knife in her family, and it had got broken while she was fighting a mutant zombie. Then Liu Feng takes the knife, and he repairs it as he tells her that the favor is on him, because he also liked knives, but the vice president thanks Liu Feng for helping her. And she also adds that his skill is impressive and amazing. amazing. The vice president tells Liu Feng that he can become a member of the association after he finishes a task, and she also promises to give him a gift afterwards. Then Bingbing begins to hail Liu Feng, and he tells him that he should cover him in the future as he has gained favor in the eyes of the vice president, which would make him untouchable among others. Bingbing also gives Liu Feng tips on how he can become a top-level member in the future, and soon they arrive at the place where Liu Feng is supposed to get his new task, but the people begins to wonder who Liu Feng is, as the vice president has come to receive his task with him. Liu Feng recovers the task, and after he sees the tasks and rewards, he tells Bingbing that he would take the task and explore Xinian town. Then the vice president asks the lady at the counter if the doctor is back, but the door gets open all of a sudden, and the lady Liu Feng had saved comes in, and they refer to her as Dr. Qin. Qin treats the men, and she goes to meet the vice president to settle her payment, and Liu Feng goes to meet her to ask her if she can cure his sister, who also has the same symptoms as the men, and she tells him that he should come and discuss it with her in her office for a fee. Liu Feng follows Qin to her office, and when they get to her place, he explains how his sister was interrupted in the process of becoming a mutant. Then Qin tells him that she does not think her serum would work, as she has to see his sister to do a study on her. But Liu Feng tells her that his sister is not in town, and he would bring her when he is coming to see her again. Liu Feng tells Qin that he would take her to see his sister later, and she asks him if he is a mutant, as she saw him with the vice president of the association. Then she adds that she would with him because he had saved her life as well. As they continue their conversation, some childhood comes in, and they immediately apologize as they see that Qin has a visitor, but she immediately stands up and gives the children the canned food she brought. Then Liu Feng notices that she is giving the children all the good she had gotten. After the children had left, Qin explains to Liu Feng that she had been feeding the children because they were the one that has rescued her after she had been betrayed and sold to the butchers of the trade market. Qin suddenly hears a noise outside the clinic, and when she checks, she sees that it is the people that she is owing, and she immediately tells Liu Feng that the people who is she owing are already outside the clinic. Then Liu Feng asks her if he should help her to solve it, but she tells him that he cannot handle it. Liu Feng checks who the people are, and he sees that it is Xiu Zhu and his men. As Xiu Zhu sees Liu Feng, he begins to remember how he has vowed to make him pay any time he sees him, because he had embarrassed him in front of a large crowd. Liu Feng greets Xiu Zhu, and he immediately begins to apologize to Liu Feng that he is sorry, but he suddenly tries to hit him with his axe, and Liu Feng beats him up. And when Qin sees this, she becomes surprised and yells herself that Liu Feng can help her to get the revenge she wants, as Liu Feng tells the men that they should go and tell their master that his mutants are all around the clinic to deal with anyone who tries to hurt Qin. Later that evening, Liu Feng discovers that the slave market has closed, and he remembers that Qin told him that she would take him to the slave market the following day, and he continues to check his mission and his character panel. Liu Feng uses Zhu Zhu's mechanical arm to forge a new weapon for himself, and as he upgrades it, he also gets a new knife. He also enhances a new weapon and gives Li Xin, who gets excited and jumps on him. Suddenly, he asks Li Xin where Kelly is, and she tells him that she is in the car, but he immediately hears Kelly's voice as she comes into the tent and asks who Liu Feng was talking to. Kelly walks into the tent, and she sees Liu Feng sitting as he tells her that he is meditating, but unknown to her, he is hiding Li Xin in the cloth he has wrapped around himself. Liu Feng then begins to think of how wide he is to have merged two people to look like one person, but Kelly asks him if he is okay, and he tells her that he is fine, and she also tells him that she wants to get the computer, and when she turns to the other side of the room, Liu Feng also changes his position so that Kelly would not see that Li Xin is with him. Kelly wonders why Liu Feng is acting strange, and she tells him that he should get some rest as they have a task ahead of them the following day. But as she leaves, Li Xin tells Liu Feng that they should continue, but he tells her that he has to rest for the task as he has to help her to enhance her weapons and her combat suit. Liu Feng then helps Li Xin to enhance her suit, and after she does not get off him as she asks him if he wants to be with her. The following morning, they all get ready to leave for Xinian town for their task. As they arrive at the town, Liu Feng sees Chu Shane and some other soldiers. Then Chu Shane tells him that he is so glad that the association had sent him. Liu Feng suddenly sees Qin, and he asks her why she is also there, and she tells Hai that she is there to get some medicine. Li Xin goes to meet Liu Feng to ask him who Qin is, and she immediately goes to meet Qin to tell her that she is Liu Feng's first teammate. Soon Chu Shane comes to call them that they have to have a pre-war briefing meeting, and when the meeting starts, Chu Shane tells them that their mission is to investigate the city to find the reason for the loss of garrison. When they begin to start their investigation, they notice that there are no zombies in the city, but they see that everywhere is full of blood. Then they go inside the buildings to check what was wrong. Suddenly, they see a bunch of zombie mutants coming towards them, and they all become surprised. forest. They all become scared as the monster gets huge as it gets close to them, and they seize that the monster has heads growing on its body. They begin to hit the monster as it takes one female out of them, and as the monster is about to swallow another man, Liu Feng uses his knife to cut the monster's tentacles. They all try to fight the monster, but the monster ends up eating another man. Then Liu Feng yells at Qin as he asks her what is going on, because they are all surrounded by huge zombie monsters. Shu Xin tells them that they have to finish their tasks, but Liu Feng calls Kelly and Li Xin, and he gives them instructions, which they immediately follows, and he goes ahead to face one of the monsters. Liu Feng uses his skills and weapons as he tries to defeat the monster in front of him, and Sumi defeats the zombie and kills it, while the man looks at him in admiration. Liu Feng suddenly hears his name, and as he checks, he sees that Kelly is being taken by a zombie. As the zombie takes Kelly, it begins to fly, and they all begin to wonder what is going on as they see that all the zombies are able to fly. Then they all begin to shoot at the zombies, but the zombies continue to fly, and Liu Feng kills some of the zombies, and when he sees that the zombie holding Kelly is about to bite her, he immediately shoots at the zombie to stop it from eating Kelly. Kelly sees that Liu Feng could not reach her as the zombie is flying higher, and she immediately takes a bomb in her hand as she makes up her mind that she would not be eaten by a zombie. Then she sticks the bomb into the zombie's mouth, and as she falls, she decides that it would be the end of her life. Liu Feng sees that Kelly is falling from the sky, and he immediately uses his iron pin to hang onto a tree so that he would be able to carry her, and when he rescues her, he asks her why she decided to mess around, but suddenly Liu Feng loses his grip, and they fall to the ground with Kelly on top of Liu Feng. As they fall, Liu Feng notices that they are trapped by the huge bull that fell in front of them, and Kelly immediately tells Liu Feng that he has saved her life once again, and she also adds that she was thinking she would die when she was captured by the zombie. Kelly then tells Liu Feng that she is always scared, and she always sniffs a cloth with his scent every night before she is able to sleep, and Liu Feng becomes shocked at this because he had always thought Kelly is a tough person. Kelly continues to tell Liu Feng how scared she is of life and death. Then Liu Feng becomes sorry for her as he begins to console her that he is with her. She tells him that she can now discuss other things with him, and she suddenly removes her clothes and kisses him. Meanwhile, Li Xin asks Qin if she can hear a bell ringing, because the sound of the bell can attract zombies, but Qin tells her that she found 2 green hats as she avoids her question, but Li Xin tells her not to make trouble so that they can go and find Liu Feng and the rest. The following morning, Liu Feng wakes up, and he sees that Kelly is still sleeping, and he decides to make breakfast for her, but she wakes up during the process of his cooking, and as she stretches her body, Liu Feng looks at her. Kelly asks Liu Feng why he is looking at her, and he tells her that he was only wondering what made her fall in love with him, but she tells him that he should not be too presumptuous. They both discuss for a while, and Liu Feng tells himself that Kelly is the first woman that he has decided to protect aside from his sister. Li Xin calls Liu Feng that they have completed the side task, and he tells her that he would post her and tell her to come and meet him later. Then as Liu Feng drops the call, Kelly asks him if he was with Li Xin the previous night, and she begins to pinch him. They both decide to continue to look for the institute, and when they get to the first floor of the building, they see some zombies, but Liu Feng kills them, and he asks Kelly if she has found the institute, and she tells him that she has found the K3 Institute, which requires her retina scan to enter. A member of the team continues to fight some zombies, but as he moves to a building, he sees a lady in a room telling him to come and rest, but as he moves closer to the lady to put his head on her chest, she becomes a mutant and eats him up. Li Xin then tells Qin to be fast as zombies have entered the building that they are in. Then Qin tells Li Xin that she has gotten the antibiotics, and when they check to see where they can escape through, they see a narrow wall. But as they pass through the wall, Qin complains of how huge Li Xin is, which makes her get squeezed in the wall. On the other hand, Kelly and Liu Feng tries to get to the institute, but they see a large number of zombies, and Liu Feng begins to think of what he can do. Then he gets an idea as he uses a generator and a fire extinguisher to make a weapon that can get them through the zombies. After blowing up the large number of zombies, Liu Feng and Kelly run, and as Kelly uses her retina scan to open a door to the nanocore technology, they suddenly see a huge zombie monster with 3 heads. As they are faced with the monster, Liu Feng begins to wonder why the monster is in a laboratory, and he tells Kelly that it seems like the monster is asleep, and as he tells her that they should move around it, Kelly falls down, and the monster immediately tries to move towards them, but Liu Feng immediately takes Kelly away, and he tells her to move back as he tries to fight with the monster. Liu Feng suddenly uses his elite zombie skill, and the system tells him that the skill has deprived him from using his hand, and he immediately begins to dodge all the attacks the monster is throwing at him, but suddenly, the monster begins to vomit its stomach acid, and Liu Feng tries to avoid getting the vomit on him because it would abolish him. Li Xin and Qin continues to try to get out of the narrow wall, and at the other side of the wall, 2 zombies stretch out their tongues and wraps them around their bodies, but Li Xin yells at the zombies as she tells them that she is going to cut them. Li Xin immediately uses her gun to kill the zombies while she pulls their tongues out, and after killing them, she gets out of the wall first, and she tells Kin to get out too as she is already safe. But after getting out, Kin notices that Li Xin has been bitten, and she immediately tells her to cut off her limbs. Then Li Xin tells her that she has been vaccinated, and she also proceeds to explain how Liu Feng is the director of the refugee, and how they have vaccines made to prevent them from getting infected, even after being bitten by a zombie. Kin then tells herself that if she joins Liu Feng's refugee, she would be able to provide for the children. Then suddenly, a lady comes out, and as Li Xin points the gun at her, Kin tells her not to kill her as she is a human, but Li Xin immediately shoots at the lady, and the lady becomes a zombie. Then she tries to grab Kin. Liu Feng continues to try to defeat the monster, and he tries his iron fist, which is controlled by a chip, and it makes him being able to lift his arm. But as he aims the iron fist at one of the monster's head, he notices that he did not hit the right head. Then he begins to try to aim at the middle head, as he thinks that it might be the main source of power for the monster. Liu Feng tells Kelly that the gloves are getting low on energy, and she immediately tells him that she thinks she understands what is going on. Kelly tells Liu Feng that she would help him to take care of the hand problem, and she takes his gun from him. Then Liu Feng continues to fight with the monster, and the monster uses its tongue to hold Liu Feng's iron fist, but he struggles and continues to fight with it. But suddenly, Kelly uses the gun and shoots the monster on the eye that is at the middle of the monster's body, and she tells Liu Feng that they only had to distract the monster's head and shoot the main eye. After shooting the eye, Liu Feng goes ahead to use some of his martial arts skills to defeat the monster. Meanwhile, the lady zombie is about to eat Kin, but Li Xin helps her as she uses her gun to shoot at the zombie. Then she begins to wonder why the zombie is not dead, even after she had shot the two heads of the zombies. Li Xin then tells Kin that it seems like the zombie is pregnant, and suddenly, a baby zombie falls from the zombie's stomach, but Li Xin shoots the baby zombie. Kin and Li Xin goes to bury the baby, and Kin says that the baby should be reborn and become a normal baby. Then Li Xin tells her that they should go, but Kin tells her that she wants to visit the refuge, and Li Xin replies her that they cannot be entering and getting out of their refuge casually. Kin then tells her that she wants to meet with Liu Feng so that he would promise her that she can join the refuge, but as they continue to walk, Li Xin suddenly sees some, and she uses her cloak of invisibility to cover herself and Kin, and she tells Kin that the person on the top of the building might be the person Liu Feng was talking about. After Liu Feng has defeated the main monster, the eye in the middle of the monster's body rises and turns out to be another head of a different monster, but they suddenly see a red knife piercing through the large eye monster, and when they check, they see a lady who the system recognizes as Scarlet Queen Manhwa. Hanwei then steps in, and she immediately sucks the monster dry. Then Liu Feng tells Kelly that they have to wait to check if she still has an impression of him, because she used to be his neighbor, but Hanwei just stands and she stares at them. Hanwei grabs Liu Feng, and as she pulls him closer to herself, she tries to stab him, but Kelly begins to yell at Liu Feng that he should not try to do anything with the lady, but Liu Feng apologizes to Kelly, and he tells her that he needs to make her remember him. Then he goes ahead to kiss Hanwei, but the system-controlled warned him not to get his blood sucked by the Scarlet Queen. As Liu Feng begins to get scared that Hanwei does not recognize him, Hanwei suddenly drops him, and she takes one last glance at him as she leaves. Then Liu Feng tells himself that she must have definitely recognized him. At the Chengbei Research Institute, they analyzes that the high-level mutant, who is the Scarlet Queen, has woken up, and they think that she has become an enemy to them, even though they had created her. The dean of the research institute, Jing Tangzong, who was Kelly's ex-fiancée, immediately instructs a lady that she should go to Xinian City to go and investigate to find out the force that is hindering him. Meanwhile, after checking the laboratory well, Kelly tells Liu Feng that the nanocore scientific research project has been urgently transported to the city center 3 days back, and they both become shocked as they realize this. At the K3 refuge, Kelly informs Feng that the nanocore project was transported to the research institute in the city center by subway, and he becomes surprised. Kelly becomes surprised at what she is seeing on the system, and she tells him that the fusion virus leak has been cleared. Suddenly, Li Xin and Dr. Qin arrives, and Dr. Qin thanks him for sending Li Xin to save her. They begin to talk about the virus, and the doctor begins to analyze the virus to them, and she asks Kelly what she would have done if someone from her family has collided with someone with an outsider. She begins to tell Kelly how she worked in the company where she invested in, and she saw people assigned by her family colliding with Zhang Tian and Sean. She then tells them that the fusion virus still works, as she will be able to rely on it to develop a serum that strips up part of the mutant virus, and may be able to delay Feng's sister's symptoms. Feng thanks her for joining his refuge, and she tells him that they are not in a hurry, and she heard that their refuge is huge, and they have a zombie virus vaccine. At the other side of town, Shushane and the rest of the soldiers continue to fire on the zombies, and the zombies begin to get close to them, but they decide to continue their fire so as to drive the zombies away. The zombies begin to bite the monsters, and Shushane notices that the corpses are different from the ones outside, and he tosses a grenade at the zombies. He then sees that the zombies are using a bone shield to block their attacks. They begin to wonder if it can even be blocked by machine guns and grenades, and the zombies immediately runs him over. The zombie then tries to attack him, but Liu Feng comes in with his sword and attacks the zombie. Liu Feng saves him and asks him if he is okay, and continues to battle the zombies. Feng sees that his sword is broken and notices that the shield of the zombie can stop a bullet and a grenade. He begins to feel glad as he comes prepared for anything that was going to happen, and remembers that he was given a weapon by Kelly. He immediately puts on the weapon, and he uses it to shatter the demon into two, and the soldiers become very surprised. Feng kills the zombie and sees that the fist demon has spread to the people instead of Juggernaut. Half an hour later, Chu signals to his men that he is back, and then immediately opens the gate for him, and one of his soldiers informs him that the battalion leader is asking after him and asks him how the task is completed. He tells him that Feng assisted them, and he was able to bring back 2 truckloads of grain, and found out about the situation in Sinan town. Feng begins to drive in, and he immediately sees his ex, and he becomes surprised at what he is seeing. At the next day's slave market, the doctor introduces him to the boss of the largest slave market in the north. The boss immediately shows him 2 slaves, as he has promised to produce good products in the face of the doctor. Feng becomes surprised and sees how beautiful they are. The boss that tells him that Sevikayan starred in Yang Gu and Huomi is an international star who played in the movie Chemical Machine. Feng sees that it is the president again, and Secretary Han is a female star, and begins to wonder if he really wants. Feng sees that the decision is too difficult for him, and the boss immediately tells him that the twin stars are not cheap, as the lord of the Zhulong gang named them by the surname. Feng becomes angry at him and asks him if he thinks he cannot walk away on the side of beautiful women. The boss begins to wonder if there is truly a man in the world who can see beautiful women and can keep his senses. Feng immediately asks him if he thinks he came looking for him to buy beautiful women, and Kelly immediately appears. The boss notices her and sees that she is among the top richest people in the world. Feng then ignores the boss and asks them if they are willing to join his refuge, and he immediately uses his system to check their ability, and he begins to wonder if any of the 2 ladies have such a rare beauty, and also begins to wonder if the system is a special issue. Feng immediately tells him to call everyone in his hands, as he will be selecting himself. He begins to select the people that will be useful to his refuge, and decides to go with a total of 120 people, and he picks one of the twin girls. He then leaves the negotiation to Kelly, and he sees that as long as they can receive evade asylum, and they can receive the drawing of Jolie's face, Feng immediately addresses them as their leader and promises that they will be food and they will no longer have to be slaves. He then promises to turn on the transmitter to send everyone home, and they all begin to cheer his name as he plans on sending them home. On his way down, he sees Kuei Su, and she tells him that she has something for him. She then hands him the demon sword Yukais, since she heard that his sword was damaged. She tells him that they decided to give it to him as his first mission to join the association meeting ceremony. She then hands him his identity and tells him to follow her, as the president wishes to see him immediately. Feng immediately thanks the vice president and immediately tells his people to line up to go home. Feng then arrives at the refugee transfer room, and Yanfu immediately welcomes him back and draws him closer to her chest. Feng then welcomes the people to their new home, and they see that it is so big, and suddenly a member from the refuge comes in with food and promises them that if they all work hard, they all can eat, as the refuge has all the basic needs they wanted. Feng then tells his workers to rest up, as they will talk the following day. At the director's room, Feng tries to have a good night rest, and he suddenly notices someone pulling his blanket and sleeping beside him. He notices that it is Sarah, and he begins to wonder if she swam and decides to enjoy himself. Sarah then asks him if he is going to bed early, and becomes surprised that she is not sleepwalking, and notices that her being with him feels like her with him in the office. Feng begins to wonder what she is doing, and he tries to persuade her to stop, but she begins to manipulate him, and he becomes agitated and finally satisfies her at her desires. Feng wakes up the following morning and notices that he is refreshed, and he then decides to go for a shower. He sees that taking a shower at the end of an exercise is the best, not knowing that he is being monitored. Suddenly, Li Xin springs up on him, and he grabs her and asks her why she has chosen to attack him. She tells him that he is having a relationship at his back, and he tells her that he just found out about Ra and Kelly. He then asks her why she is angry, and she becomes speechless. He then asks her if she did not think that she was such a god of death. Feng begins to think if he can have both girls together, and he immediately sees that Xin is still too shy, and he promises to call her next time. Suddenly he sees Xin sing in Sintong, and he immediately pushes Xin under the water, so that she will not be discovered by his sister and Sintong. Sin immediately takes the advantage of being underwater and begins to have her way with Feng, seeing that he is not putting on any underwear. Feng begins to act strange and his sister begins to wonder what is wrong with him, and they begin to bath him while Xin continues to do what she is doing. Feng tries to warn them not to come near him, but they refuse and continue to bath him, and he sees that he cannot bear it any longer. Feng immediately grabs her head and explodes into Xin's mouth, and she notices that the pressure is so much. At the office, Kelly begins to wonder what suddenly happened, and she immediately ignores and continues what she is doing. Back at the bathroom, Sing Sing and Sintong continue to bath Feng, and he begins to wonder what Sintong is doing by allowing her chest to touch his back. Suddenly, Li Xin immediately comes out of the water, and they become surprised and begin to wonder what she is doing there. They immediately suspect that she has also come to help him out with his bath, and Xin begins to think of what to do with Feng's stuff in her mouth. She holds it in her mouth and she sees that she is being watched by the other ladies, and she has no choice but to swallow it to avoid them having any suspicion of what they have done. The next day after the medical room, Feng takes Dr. Qin round his refuge and to the medical room, and she cannot believe how big it is. Dr. Qin goes into the medical room and sees how big it is, and Feng tells her that it is divided into 2 parts with beds and they are still vacant, and she becomes surprised. He then takes her to the research room and she asks him if there is any artificial intelligence in the room. The worker then informs her that it is all artificial intelligence control, and she becomes surprised and tells him that it is smaller and more improved than the research center in Shanghai. The worker immediately leaves and Dr. Qin suddenly kisses him on the cheek, and he begins to wonder what she is doing, and he steps back and she falls on top of him. The worker then comes back to tell him that he has forgotten the fortifications, and he sees that they are in an entangled position, and he immediately concludes that they are kissing. He begins to wonder who will do such a thing in broad daylight, and he takes a look again and sees them in another awkward position, and he begins to wonder if it is so exciting. Dr. Qin and Feng begin to talk about Feng's sister's illness and the fusion virus, and she decides to take a look at the virus through a microscope. Feng leans forward to take a look at the virus through the microscope, but the worker immediately peeps again and sees them through their shadows in another awkward position and immediately falls to the floor. The worker begins to feel weird as he thinks about all he has witnessed going on inside the lab. Suddenly, he is approached by a lady, and she asks him if he is Ok. The technician immediately responds and informs her that he is Ok and asks her what she wants. She tells him that one of her tools is broken and she would like to trouble him to fix it. He immediately agrees to fix it and tells her not to bother about it anymore. Back at the lab, Feng begins to wonder what OB is doing as it is very noisy, and Dr. Qin immediately tells him that she can conduct a reverse research. Dr. Qin then decides to make a deal with him, and she tells him that he has helped her to bring the children around the clinic, and she would like to borrow his research room to help him make an inhibitory serum. Feng then asks her if she is unwilling to join the shelter, and she apologizes as she cannot join the shelter at the moment, as there is still something she has to do. Feng then decides to help her out, and he gets a notification about the gun factory and decides to go have a look. He rushes to the factory and sees that the quality of the guns are very good, and his senior immediately asks him if other types of guns can be made. Feng tells him that it will not be a problem as soon as everything is in place. Feng then instructs them to build a shooting range and upgrade the 3-level refuge. Later that day, Feng proceeds to the city center and sees the 2 ladies that were at the slave market, and they invite him over for a drink. Feng sees that he cannot drive 2 of them, and he notices that they were the object of his lust when he was young, and he sees that they are right in front of his eyes. Feng uses his system for a while and sees that associating with them will level him up, and he immediately rushes to the table to have a drink with them. Feng notices that his reputation level has started to increase, and he has once heard that the celebrities can only survive in the last days by betraying their bodies, and he begins to wonder if he should take the step too. They immediately ask him what he would like to drink, and he immediately tells them that he would like to have milk, and they become surprised as it is the first time they will be having such a difficult person. Feng is given the milk, and the girls begin to feel nervous around him, and they begin to wonder if they will be going to his bedroom. And Feng begins to feel himself, and he suddenly notices that the 2 ladies are taking their leave, and he suddenly feels bad as he thinks he is being hated by his idols. Feng arrives at the command room, and he is greeted by everyone in the room, and Kelly informs him to take his seat, and Feng tells them that they do not have to be too formal about it. Kelly then starts the meeting and tells them that since the gun problem has been solved, she wants to propose a guard team that will guard the refuge, because 2 forces have emerged around them, and she does not want them to be outrun. Feng becomes surprised on hearing the news, and Kelly gives him a full breakdown of everything he needs to know about them, and Sin Sing suddenly pulls a girl into the room, and Sin begins to ask her what she knows and what the origin of the Gi church is. The girl begins to explain about the church, and she explains about the leader and tries to hide something about the church, but Sing Sing spanks her, and she confesses that she has never seen the leader before, and it is very possible that he is not human. They become surprised by everything she has said, and they immediately ask her if she can recognize it. She tells them that she recognizes it, and it is very likely that it has entered into the city. Feng then tells her that the next time she acts, she should follow them. They decide to go on as they do not have conflict with them currently and plan to train their guards. Kelly then continues on her explanation, and Feng sees that he does not have enough points as he needs to enter to prepare for the Fate Center. Feng then decides on how he wants them all to go and realizes that there are not enough talents, and he then asks Kelly to go on with the next topic. Kelly then goes ahead to explain the remaining part of her brief to him, and he agrees on cleaning up the surrounding strongholds the next time he enters the city, and he will contact the military so that the meeting can be over. 3 hours later, Feng begins to watch the movies of the two ladies that were his idol he met at the slave market, and they suddenly enter while he was watching the movie. Feng becomes surprised on seeing them, and he begins to wonder what they are doing there. They tell him that they are unhappy he did not allow them to come at 3 in the morning, and they beg him to abide by the contract. Feng immediately sees that they have misunderstood him, and they immediately jump on him, and he begins to satisfy them. And as he is finished, he begins to ask himself if it is a service skill. He notices that he feels comfortable and not tired in any way as he has finally achieved his childhood dreams. The following day, he decides to leave and go target the oil depot. At the oil refinery, Kelly sees that there are dozens of lost households in the oil plant, and Feng sees that it is really convenient to have the satellites. Feng immediately remembers Kelly at the shooting range, and he asks her if she is still practicing using the guns, and she tells him that the apocalypse is too dangerous, and hiding in the base will not do any good. He immediately comes back to his senses, and she asks him if she can join in the cleanup of the zombies, and he agrees. They then advance to the oil plant, and Feng tells them that their goal is to clean up the zombies in the area, and it will be very easy for them if the zombies will be brought in batch by batch. Feng and Kelly then decides that OB will lead it, and he immediately draws the zombies to them, allowing Feng and Kelly to be able to kill them. Kelly then tells them that a business empire can be built before the end of the world, and she can do the same after the end of the world, as it would all be starting from scratch. They continue to battle the zombies, and they notice that they are corpses they will fill up. Kelly begins to wonder how strong they are surviving, and she begins to wonder if that is how Liu Feng feels when he is facing zombies. She asks him if that is how he has been enduring such force, and she tells him that she will not give up either, and she continues to battle the zombies. She then uses the bursting arrow that Liu Feng made for her, and she uses it on the zombies. She then sees a mutant zombie coming towards her, and she notices that she has not seen that type of zombie before, and Feng immediately shows up in front of her and immediately cuts it into 2. Kelly notices that a swelling acid is coming out of the monster, and Feng promises to save her and uses his flame sword to take out the monster completely. Kelly sees that it was so easy for him, and she will not be able to catch up with Feng. 10 minutes later, they are waiting for OB to open up the door of the building, and they see that everywhere has been cleaned up. OB opens the door, and Feng decides on clearing the way, and Kelly asks him how it feels to kill a zombie, as it was much harder than she imagined. She then promises him to be stronger, then he tells her to work together with him. Suddenly, they hear a cry for help, and Feng notices that it is coming from the main control room. Feng decides to help her, but begins to check if the system has a base map of the building so that he will know how to get to the control room. He also sees that there is something wrong with the sound and all that the zombies did not appear, and he begins to wonder what is wrong. He sees that the heads of the humans were all eaten, and he sees that it is totally abnormal, and thinks that it might be a zombie that he has not seen. He immediately alerts his team that there is a mutant zombie, and they should be careful. After much drama, they finally arrive at the top floor, and Kelly decides to stay behind him as she feels it would be safe for her. She then thinks about it and sees that she also needs to level up, and tells him that she will not stay behind him, and Feng sees that it will be good for her. They arrive at the lobby, and Feng tells them to be careful, and OB decides that he will not answer him as he sees that a woman is behind him. He begins to think that Feng is touching him, and he sees that it is a very huge mutant zombie, but Kelly tells him to squat down as she fires her arrow at the zombie. The arrow hit it, but it has no effect as the skin is very hard. Then they notice that the monster is more than one. Feng begins to look at the zombies and begins to wonder if they are asking him to choose, and he notices that they are more than 3. He then uses his sword on them, and he notices that knives and gloves can hurt them, and he decides to attack them on his own. Kelly is suddenly captured by one of the zombies, and he notices that it is not good, and OB is also captured. He sees that they are both in trouble, and he sees that he can only save one. He begins to think about who to save and begins to remember all he remembers about them to weigh his options. He immediately saves Kelly and asks her to be his woman and goes ahead to kiss her while OB is still battling with the mutant zombie. Kelly immediately tells him that the man that has to be with her will be a very powerful man, and he asks her if she has finally answered the question. He immediately remembers that OB is still battling with the monster while he is discussing with Kelly. They immediately hears a voice on the radio telling them that a guy that just scratched its door is looking for them and they have social properties. They immediately see a Red Claw chief and Feng immediately attacks it and notices that it is so fast to block his attacks. He immediately charges his blade and begins to attack the mutant again and tells his teammates to go to the control room as he will deal with the mutant. Feng immediately puts on his power gloves and immediately punches the mutant. Kelly becomes surprised and sees that he is making such a strong move, and Ob tells her to take advantage of it and begin to open the door. The person on the speaker continues to beg them to open the door, and OB tells Kelly that he will need just 5 minutes to open the door, and he begins to work on the door. The person on the speaker then tells OB to increase his speed, and Kelly sees that the person's words are strange, and Ob tells the person to shut up. Kelly sees that Liu Feng is being beaten up, and she immediately grabs him and asks him if he is okay, and asks him what happened. Feng immediately informs her that the power glove cannot break its hand and the glove cannot be used again for a short time. Feng and Kelly immediately pulls out their weapons and ask him how long it will take, and OB tells them that he needs 3 more minutes. Kelly begins to miss his senior brother Long Xuan, as he would have helped out more in the battle against the monster. The monster begins to charge at them and blows Feng to the wall, and OB manages to open the door. Them immediately see that it was a robot that they have been risking their life for, and Feng becomes surprised, but still has a monster to battle. Feng suddenly sits on the floor speechless and continues to look at the little robot as it comes out of the room. The robot becomes happy that the door is broken and tells them that it likes the abnormalities of human breasts and strangers coming in together. Feng becomes surprised and begins to wonder what it is talking about and asks what it is. Feng becomes angry and goes after it, and he immediately grabs it and notices that Xiao Che is not a thing but the latest drilling robot. He starts to look at the robot, but he is immediately cautioned by one of his teammates about the mutant coming to attack him, and he evades its attack. He sees that the zombie leader has average strength, but it has a tortoise shell, which makes it too hard and difficult to penetrate. He begins to wonder how he can break the tortoise shell, but the robot sees that he has a great robotic arm and decides to fit together with him. The robot immediately attaches itself to his back and connects with his gloves, and Feng realizes that his glove has increased the damage skill that it originally has. He then decides to use his power punch on the mutant and sees that if it is not enough to take it down, then he has run out of ideas. He then gives the mutant a very strong punch and begins to see that the punch has dealt a lot of damage, and they begin to rejoice. The monster begins to move, and Feng begins to wonder if it is not dead yet, but the robot immediately uses its powers to burn down the remains of the mutant. Feng sees that the ability consumes a lot of energy and sees the reason why it is so strong, and Kelly realizes that he has become stronger again. Feng sees that the occupation mission is complete, and he begins to wonder why, as it has been a long time since it was executed. His system immediately displays a lottery draw for him, and he is almost close to getting what he has always wanted, and he immediately sees that he has gotten an injection gun. He begins to wonder if he should inject himself immediately, as it is a good thing, and he immediately considers Kelly and OB. Feng immediately tells Kelly about it, and she begins to wonder what he is talking about and tells him to inject himself with the medicine instead of wasting it on her. He then tells her that he already has superpowers and the potion may not succeed, and during the time he is explaining, Kelly immediately asks him if he has always wanted power and tells him that she cannot move her body. They suddenly appear at the refuge transfer room, and Feng has to carry Kelly on his back to the room, and he demands to see Dr. Qin as Kelly has fainted. Feng sees that she is pressing on his body, and he can smell her scent and her body is very soft. He immediately arrives at Dr. Qin's office and informs her that she fainted, and she immediately tells him to drop her on the bed, and she asks him what is wrong. He tells her that he injected her with a potion for awakening, and she passed out. Qin immediately becomes surprised and tells him that he is too messy and insists on checking first. 10 minutes later, she notices that it is not a big deal and tells him that her situation is stable, and tells him that it is the first time that she has seen others awakened, and she immediately suggests that he moves her to his room. Feng becomes surprised and does as the doctor has ordered, and he holds her hands and tells her not to have any trouble. Feng begins to think about what the doctor has said and equals about him having no experience, but he sees that Kelly's figure is really top-notch, as it is the largest in the dungeon. Feng begins to look at her body, and he sees that he is really great and begins to think about taking advantage of her, but his system immediately informs him that he is thinking aloud. He immediately receives the advice from the system and sees that the system is telling him to massage her, and it begins to identify the massage points for him, and he sees that it is too dangerous. He begins to think about it and goes ahead to do what the system has directed him to do. Feng continues to massage her in the various points identified by the system, and he tells her to hold on as he is here to save her. While rubbing her, she immediately wakes up and throws him off the bed, and he begins to wonder what is wrong with her. Feng begins to wonder if the system is really tricking him and asks how it can comfort him. Kelly then uses her legs to hold him, and she rests on top of him. Feng immediately flips her over and asks her if she thinks she can defeat him, and asks her if she thinks that the word brave is good. He then begins to have his way with her, and she becomes surprised. The next day, Feng wakes up and sees Kelly sleeping peacefully after a wonderful night, and the system informs him that the mutation is completed, and it has a new ability which can be viewed in the character data card. He opens the curtains and sees that it is a very beautiful day, and he begins to touch her chest. He sees that it is so soft, and he continues to feel it. At the pumping room, one of the workers tells OB to be serious as he is disturbing him in the workroom. Feng notices that he is in a dream, and he does not need to be a gentleman since he is in a dream, and he sees that another Kelly has come to serve him breakfast while he is in bed. Kelly wakes up and tells him that she made a special breakfast to comfort him, and he thanks her and sees that she does not remember what had happened in the night. Feng then realizes that the two copies of Kelly are her abilities, and she tells him that it's just one of the ways she has just worked out the ability to use and restore it. She tells him that the two clones were made by her from materials in his house, and her ability is shaping objects. Feng sees that she can shape any object, and she tells him that the metal class is very hard to control. She tells him that the ability does not have the offensive ability of the movie Magneto, and she can slightly transform physical forms, but she can barely move them. Feng begins to ask her questions about herself, and she tells him about her research in the morning. Feng then sees that he can have multiple Kelly, and she tells him that it also has the ability to assist him, and he becomes surprised that his ability matches his. He then receives a notification that the dungeon will upgrade in 10 minutes and watches as the upgrade begins. The dungeon begins to upgrade, and that all notice that it is getting bigger, and that Kelly tells him that the base is the same every day. Sin tells him that the mission is complete, and the base has been upgraded again, and she suddenly becomes surprised at what she is seeing and wonders what Kelly is doing with Liu Feng. Kelly then notices her, and she sees that the look seems to be picking on her. Everyone in the dungeon becomes surprised at the new upgrade, as they notice that the space in the dungeon has increased. The other two celebrities see that the dungeon is huge as they have never seen a high level of automation. Feng then sees that the level 3 base has been completed, and he begins to look at the analyses of the report of the dungeon. Feng tells Kelly that since the first floor is full, they can only build the second floor. Feng then sees that the base thing is over, and he will go to the Chengbai camp to contact the army. At midnight, Feng begins to enjoy a meal with his sisters in his room, and begins to catch up with them, and he sees that they have grown up judging from her stature. They notice that he is staring at one of them, and remind him of their childhood promise of getting married to him. But he tells them that it is just a joke. They get angry and immediately charge at him, and one of them sits on his face. She immediately tells him not to move around, as she is not comfortable with it, and she begins to fight with him. After an hour, Feng sees that it is over, and she has fallen asleep while watching a movie. At the rector's chambers, Feng sees that his brothers and sisters actually live in the present day, and he tells them that it is not easy for them. One of his sisters then tells him that she will marry him as soon as she is grown up, and he begins to wonder what she is talking about, and thanks her for the support as he feels better. He sees that even if Xing Xing loses her memory, she will still be that considerate and gentle angel. He then remembers when he was 10 years old in the Xing family, and they tell him not to be nervous, as he will be part of their family, and he remembers when she called an elder brother. He sees that the smile calmed him down from the very beginning. The next day, he sees that they have both slept off on his legs, and he promises to protect their day. Suddenly, the robot wakes up and tells him that it is fully charged, and would like to give him a massage. Feng immediately asks it if it suddenly recognizes its master, and it tells him that he can decide to have breakfast first also, and it continues to watch him with his sisters. The robot immediately initiates the master hobby program and starts to act weird to him, and Feng begins to wonder what it is doing and orders it not to come close to him. Feng gets angry and begins to battle with the robot, and the noise immediately wakes his two sisters, and they see the robot's face on his laps and think that their brother is abnormal. He immediately tells them that they have misunderstood what he was doing, and the robot continues to annoy him. Later in the afternoon, he and the member of his refuge then set off to Chengbai base. The next day at the North military base, the people seem to be quarreling at the entrance to the base, and the mayor comes out and asks Xiao Zhang why he has not entered as he is getting really uncomfortable. They try to enter the base, but the soldiers instruct them not to move as he will open fire if they get any closer to the base. The magistrate immediately bites him as he notices that he is so delicious, and the soldiers begin to open fire at them. The soldiers immediately plan to notify the others, and the others suddenly become afraid on seeing that there are zombies among them. Suddenly, Feng brings his sword through the crowd and immediately begins to attack the zombies at the city. Feng cuts off the head of the zombie, and he introduces himself to the soldiers, and he tells them that he is looking for their squad leader Chu Shan. They inform him that he has been promoted, and he is now with the platoon, and they insist he wait while they go and call him. The older soldier then thanks him for saving them from the zombie, as he is very popular, and informs him that he is on the 97th place on the list, and they begin to discuss their ranks. Chu Shani suddenly arrives and hugs him. He then thanks him for the last mission of saving him and his men. Feng also congratulates him for his promotion and goes ahead to inform him of the reason he went back to the city, as he plans to make a deal with the military on the food that he has, as he thinks it is not safe to allow it lying carelessly. Chu Shang then insists they go and eat and discuss the rest after dinner, and Feng agrees to it. He also plans to introduce him to his superiors, and they both go into the base. Meanwhile, in a residential area, Feng's ex-girlfriend is having an affair with a man, and he insists they hurry as he plans to have a good time with her. She immediately divides her mouth and eats him up. At the North City base, everyone begins to stare at Kelly and other Feng's teammates, and Sin is suddenly stopped by a man, and he demands to have a night with her, but Feng draws Chu back and tells him to do nothing. Sin immediately pulls the man through her shoulder and slams him on the floor. She then places her foot on his face and tells him that she is in a bad mood, and if he does anything else she will shoot at him. The man immediately runs off, and the commander sees how impressive she is, and Feng immediately calls his attention to something he notices. He sees that a man is selling props of his face, and he begins to wonder why, and the commander tells him that he is famous, and only a few people from the north actually made the list, and he is ranked 97th as soon as he came. The commander then tells him about this rank, and Feng agrees to go eat and chat with him. Chu and Feng begin to have a good time, and Sin begins to wonder what they might be talking about, and Kelly tells her that a lot of important information can be pulled out from just a dinner, and it is the rule in the country. She then asks her how she is sure that it will yield intelligence, but Kelly informs her not to underestimate their director. Feng and Chu then come to a reasonable conclusion after the dinner, and Sin becomes surprised, and he tells them that he would want to prepare and leave in 3 days. Suddenly he sees Ying Yan, who he has not seen in a very long time. Ying Yan begins to greet him, and she tells him that the supplies are in short supply and only water is available, and she apologizes. Feng tells her that it is okay, and he is happy that other members of his team are away, or it will be bad for him. He continues to chat with her, and she tells him that after the benefactor rescued the 3 of them, they came to the North Camp to teach the children, and they are living a very good life. Feng then tells her that he would like to hire 3 ladies to his refuge to teach classes, and he promises to give them enough food. She pauses for a while, and Feng begins to wonder if the salary will not be enough, and he promises to add. Ying Yan immediately agrees to his offer and tells him that they have not eaten meat for a very long time, and she immediately thanks him and asks how she should repay him. Feng begins to wonder what she would do, and he notices that someone is back. She immediately pushes him into the closet to hide, and he sees that the cabinet is too narrow, allowing him access to her body. They begin to make noise in the closet, and the lady begins to wonder who is in the closet, and she begins to walk towards the cabinet. Feng becomes worried, as it will not be good if she discovers him with her in the cabinet, but her attention is drawn to something else as she immediately sees that Ying Qian bought a pleasure toy with Feng's face on it, and she becomes shy and sees that she is nothing more than that. Feng then begins to peep through the door of the cabinet and uses it to pleasure herself. The lady begins to shake as she uses the item on herself, but she suddenly hears that someone is coming, and she immediately runs inside the closet. In the closet, she sees Feng and Yingyan. Then she asks them what they are doing inside the closet, but they tell her not to make noise so that they would not be exposed. Another lady comes inside, and she begins to look for the 2 ladies as she calls out to them, but when she sees that they are not responding, she begins to wonder where they had gone. Meanwhile, inside the closet, Feng becomes uncomfortable, and suddenly the 3 of them falls out of the closet, and when the lady sees them, she asks them what they are doing in the closet, and Feng immediately tells her that he wants to explain to her, but she immediately jumps on him, and all the ladies begins to tell Feng that they want to repay their benefactor. Suddenly, they hear a knock on the door, and as Yingyan goes to open the door, she sees a man who has been bitten by the zombies, but as she turns to tell the others that it is their neighbor, the zombie immediately tries to attack her. Feng immediately saves Yingyan, and he attacks the zombie with his gun, but he notices that the zombie does not fall down as he is a mutant zombie. The ladies then ask Feng why there are zombies in the central district, but he tells them not to worry as he is going to solve the problem. Feng then proceeds to go and fight with the zombies, and the girls begin to admire him, as they think he looks handsome fighting with the zombies, but Feng begins to wonder why the zombies are able to reach that side of the city. He uses his sword to cut off the head of some of the zombies, but he sees that they are getting much. Then he uses some of his special skills. But when he sees that the zombies are getting more, he contacts Captain Chu to tell him that he is being faced with the zombies in the central district. As Feng tries to continue to fight the zombies, he suddenly sees his ex-girlfriend, who had also become a zombie. Feng takes his sword and jumps through the window so that he would be able to kill the zombie mutant of his ex-girlfriend. He just saw, but as he jumps out, he notices that there was no zombie there. Then the people outside begins to ask him why he had jumped down suddenly, but he immediately tells himself that the envoy is good in hiding, as it had used his ex-girlfriend's body as a mutant zombie. In the other side of the dormitory area, one of Chu's men tells him about the 3 beautiful teachers that are in their camp. Then Chu tells the man that he should dedicate the ladies to the boss. Chu Shane forces the people in the central district to the shelter, and he orders them to be vigilant, as there is a biological infection in the community. He also thanks Feng for letting him know that the city has been penetrated, and Feng tells him that they have to screen the infected people so that they would be able to know the source of the infection. And he also adds that the zombie is the one that followed them into the city. Feng also tells Chu Shane that the zombie is the 6th apostle of the unified religion, who knows how to hide, but Shane becomes shocked and tells Feng that he thought they had killed the zombie. As the men continue to talk, a lady comes to them and tells Chu that she is reporting for duty, and she also introduces herself as Jai Lan, who is from the Research Institute. On seeing her, Chu tells Feng that he had invited Lan because she is a perceptual mutant expert from the Research Institute. As Feng stretches his hand to greet Lan, she asks him if he is the popular man people have been talking about. Then she also tells him that he looks different from the rumor they had said about him, but Chu interrupts her and tells Feng that she does not look like a researcher at all. Lan tells the men that they have to start work immediately, and she uses her powers to see if she can sense a zombie, and when she finishes, she asks Feng why he is not able to sense zombies according to the fresh things that had been said about him. Suddenly, Xiao Yu comes with a lady on a leash, and she tells them that they cannot find the zombies. Then the lady on the leash held by Xiao Yu tells them the ways of the theological religion of the spiritual zombie mutant. Xiao Yu begins to control the lady on the leash, and Feng wonders why the lady is behaving strange. Then Xiao Yu tells the lady to do what she has told her to do, and the lady begins to use her powers to do a spiritual search. As the lady begins the search throughout the community, Lan becomes amazed as the lady's power is stronger than hers. Then after the search, the lady tells them that she had found a total of 46 people who are infected by the 6th apostle, and Feng immediately tells her to take them to the infected people. The lady immediately tells Feng that she cannot take them there because the zombies were her former companions, but Xiao Yu immediately tells her in a bossy manner that she should take them there, and the lady immediately agrees. Feng tells Chu that he would follow him to Shade Town to back him up, as the town is crowded. But as they walk past the people in the community who are already locked in a place, a woman suddenly yells and they see that a mutant zombie is behind her. Feng immediately attacks the zombie as he asks the lady if she is okay. Then Chu and the soldiers begins to shoot at some other zombies who have changed their faces from normal faces to a mutant zombie. Soon, the people living in the community begins to scream as they all run for their lives as they see the zombies amongst them. Feng's ex-girlfriend stands on a high building, and she begins to look at them as they are killing her kind, but suddenly, Xiao Yu meets her and tells her to leave the community. Feng's ex-girlfriend zombie suddenly disguises to be a real person in front of Xiao Yu, but Xiao Yu tells her that she knows she is a zombie mutant. Just as the ex-girlfriend sees Xiao Yu's neck, she tells herself that she can also infect Xiao Yu. However, she immediately releases her mutant tentacles, and she breaks it around the lady. Then she begins to suck out her energy as she tells her to stay away from her brother. The ex-girlfriend sees that Xiao Yu is more powerful. She becomes scared and she suddenly escapes, but Feng sees that someone is on top of the building, and he immediately calls some men to follow him to go and check who it is. The ex-girlfriend begins to tell herself that she has to escape from Xiao Yu as she is too powerful. As she continues to run away throat tunnel, she suddenly gets caught by a spider silk, and she begins to wonder what is happening to her. Then she suddenly sees a lady who sits on the air and has spider silk surrounding her. In the building, Chu and his men takes the 3 teachers hostage, and they try to harm the ladies, but Feng suddenly enters and Chu immediately yells at him that he should not interfere with their work. But when Chu sees that it is Feng, he becomes scared as he remembers that Feng had dealt with them before. Feng then ties Chu and his men down. Then the three ladies begins to thank him for saving their lives, and he tells them that he had seen something on the roof. Feng goes out and tells the soldiers that he has to go to the rooftop to check. And when he gets to the roof, he suddenly sees Xiaoyu, and he realizes that she had killed the theological apostle, who was using Feng's ex-girlfriend's body. The system then informs Feng that he has gained 200 prestige points. Xiaoyu immersions to meet her brother, and he tells her not to run around again, but as they continue to talk, Lan comes to tell Feng that she is going back to the Scientific Research Institute and she would be back in 3 days. 3 days later, Feng leads Xiaoyu, Sun and Kelly in the dungeon to go to the assembly place to target the city center. Some men are playing cards in the shelter dormitory, and as they continue playing, one of them tells the rest that he is happy to be in the shelter as they cannot be attacked by the zombies. Then a man replies to him and tells him that it is important to defend their new lifestyle. The other men begin to admire how strong the man is, but he continues as he tells them that they do not have to always rely on their leader because they still have to defend the base by themselves. As the men continue the conversation, they suddenly hear an announcement from the address system that they should go back to their post, and on getting to the command post, they are told that there is a 30-person salvation search team on the way to their base. Meanwhile, on the front line of the assembly base, Shu tells his men that he has found where the mutants' car stopped. Then, different team of people comes together. But as they continue to discuss about the reason they have come together, Chu suddenly announces that Feng has arrived. Then, Feng tells Xiaoyu that she should stay in the car, as there are a lot of people outside. The men sees Feng with Kelly and Sun, and they begin to talk about their equipment and how beautiful Kelly is. Then a man goes to meet Feng and tells him to sell his car and his woman Kelly to him. Feng asks the man what his name is, and the man introduces himself as the boss of the Hyena gang, Lord Steel Fist. Then another man tells Feng that Lord Steel Fist is a level C mutant, and he also tells Kelly to go to his master's arms, but Steel Fist tries to hit Feng, but he is stopped by an A-level mutant who tells him that Feng is among the A-level masters on the list. Steel Fist becomes scared as he does not know who Feng was, and Feng pulls him closer to him and tells him to get out of his sight. Then Shu announces to Feng that he has a meeting, and the A-level mutant tells him that he should be careful as the boss of the Candle Dragon gang is present. Kelly tells Feng that they should go for the meeting so that he would be able to show his prestige, and as they enter the room for the meeting, Feng and Kelly with Sun takes their seats beside each other. Then they start the meeting. As the boss of the Candle Dragon gang, Zhao, comes in, he begins to insult Feng, and Shu cautions him not to make any trouble. Suddenly, one of the members of the Candle Dragon gang tries to attack Feng, and Feng immediately brings his sword out and tells Zhao that he would kill all the members of his Candle Dragon gang if he tries to make any funny move at him again. As Feng threatens Zhao, Shu comes to meet him and tells him that he should not be like Zhao as he is the mercenary of the Research Institute. Then Feng calms down and spares Zhao. The meeting begins, and Shu tells them that the goal of their operation is to cover the Scientific Research Institute to explore a target in the city center, as the military would send platoons to cover the mission. After his explanation, Chu invites the vice president of the Mutant Association to address the meeting. Then the vice president comes out and explains how the operation would go to the gangs, but Feng begins to wonder if they have actually started the operation. Later that day, Bingbing greets Feng, and when Feng asks him why he did not follow the workers' bus, he tells him that the vice president had told him that he would be responsible for contacting Feng and his team. At the frontline base, Commander Gu addresses the soldiers and he tells them that they have to end the apocalypse, but as Feng watches them, he begins to wonder if the person talking is Commander Gu. In another shelter, some men tells the people there that they follow him to the camp so that they would eat and drink, but a lady comes to the men, and as they talk, they suddenly get attacked. Juan realizes that he has been shot at, and when he checks, he notices that there are some men in the roof shooting at him and his men, and he also realizes that he is being called, but he wonders where he is being called, but they are taken out by the soldiers, and he begins to wonder where the soldiers are from, and he starts to look for help as he notices that his men are getting outnumbered. He suddenly turns to a mutant and attacks them back, and begins to wonder what is his uncle's ability, and tell them all to go to hell. Suddenly Feng's senior immediately fires at him, and tells him that times have changed. He then tells Dai Chang to give him the list of people, and he sees that there are fewer people on the expedition than on the actual. He then tells Dai Chang to write down the situation of many people into the report to the base as he does not think it is right, and tells him to close the team. On the way to the city center on the other side, the soldiers begin to shoot through the zombies, and they begin to clear a pathway for Feng and Kelly to pass through. Feng then tells Kelly that something does not feel right, and he tells them that the zombies are mostly universal zombies, and he has not seen any threatening or mutant zombies. While fighting the zombies, a soldier yells to the others that there are a large number of zombies on his right-hand side. Then Feng tells him that he should help him get out of the car as he is going to the roof, but as Feng proceeds to go to the roof, he sees the vice president also going to the roof, and she tells him to take care of the left while she takes care of the right. As the vice president starts fighting with the evolved zombie, Feng watches as she fights, and he is amazed as the way she is killing the zombies, but unknown to him, the Candle Dragon gang are watching him, and one of them tells their boss, Jiao, that Feng is trying to face the zombies by himself, but Jiao tells them that Feng would be dead soon as he himself cannot try to fight with the evolved zombies. As Feng begins to kill the zombies, a member of the Candle Dragon gang also tells Zhao that Feng is killing a lot of evolved zombies with one swing of his sword. Zhao then sends one of his men to take advantage of the situation and kill Feng, but they suddenly see a huge zombie, and the zombie calls on other big zombies, and they all begin to push the tanks. Suddenly, they all see a huge zombie mutant with multiple arms. Feng suddenly sees a fire outbreak, and he quickly rushes there to check on Xin and Xiaoyu, and when he calls on them, Xin answers him that they are okay, and they would meet him in the center of the city. Feng tells them that they should be careful, but as he and Kelly are about to leave, Kelly immediately tells him that they are already surrounded by zombies, and he tells her that she should not worry as he would take care of it. As Feng uses his knife to hit a zombie, the knife suddenly breaks, and he tells Kelly to give him another weapon, and when she hands him a bat, she tells him that he has to modify it in order for it to turn into a real weapon. Feng modifies the bag and turns it into a power hammer. Then he continues to kill the zombies, and after 10 minutes, he is able to kill all the zombies, and Kelly asks Feng what they should do next, and he tells her that they would have to go through a tunnel to get inside the school, and he also adds that he had never thought that he would go back to the school as he had dropped out. Meanwhile in the school, Yanxiu makes some men beg at her feet for food in a classroom in the school. In the other side of the shelter, the members welcome their commander home. As they enter the sanctuary of the science and technology, the people in the sanctuary welcomes along, and when the lady that followed along sees the way the sanctuary is, she tells herself that she has to find the information she needs and blow up the shelter after. Suddenly, Long begins to have hallucinations, and he tells himself that he is feeling like there is someone left. Then he remembers that he used to write some things down. He immediately tells one member of the shelter to give him the reports again, and when he checks it, he notices that something is wrong. Then he tells Sarah to sound an alarm to warn their soldiers of mutants who could evade their shelter. As they warn the soldiers, he also notices that his memory has been cleared as he does not remember someone. Meanwhile in the school, Yanxiu sends some students to get her food, and when the students goes out, they encounter some zombies, but one of the students have superpowers, and he is able to save another student that went with him. As they get to the school back, they tell the rest of the students that they could not bring back food for them because they had to throw it away because they were being chased by some zombies. The rest of the students feel sad as they have all been hungry. Then Yanxiu comes, and the student who had gone to look for food hands her a bag of food for her. Then she thanks the student and tells him that she would repay him the night. As Yanxiu tells herself that the students are stupid and easy to fool, another student calls her attention and tells her that there are some people approaching the school, and the people are Feng and Kelly. Yanxiu tells the students that the people would attract zombies, and a student tells them that they are already surrounded by the zombies as he watches through the window, but a student named Yu tells them that he would use his superpower to go and save the people as he cannot watch them to die in vain. The students then see that Feng and Kelly are already fighting the zombies, but they are suddenly attacked by another mutant zombie, and the zombie kills two students, and the other students and Yanxiu run for their lives. Yanxiu then tells herself that she has to rely on students for her survival, and she would need to stick with Yu, who has superpowers, so that she would not lose her life. Kelly sights the mutant zombie that had attacked the students, and she immediately tells Feng that there are some people in the building. While hiding, a female student tells Yu that he should go and chase the mutant zombie away, and Yanxiu tells herself that the students are gullible as they want their only means of survival to die. But as Yu tries to go and distract the zombie, they all suddenly sees Feng, who uses his hammer to hit the zombie. After killing the zombie, the students begin to admire Feng's skills, but one of them recognizes Feng as the student who had dropped out of his freshman year, and Yanxiu sees Kelly and calls her name as Kelly tells her that she is surprised to see that it is her. Feng explains the situation of the city to the students and Yanxiu in the dining hall of the school, and he also adds that the army has given up on rescuing survivors in the city center, and the female student asks if he is going to take them to the north part of the city, but Feng ignores her question. Kelly and Yanxiu begins to talk, and they suddenly argues between themselves, and Feng wonders if they know each other. Then Kelly tells Yanxiu that she did not expect her to be alive, but Yanxiu replies her that she is alive. because Kelly is also alive. The female suddenly remembers that Yangsu and Kelly's companies are competitors and their relationship is not smooth. One student asks Feng to follow him to fetch for food as they have not had enough to eat for days, but Feng refuses and tells them that they should look for food by themselves as they have relaxed to make Yu fetch food for them. The student begins to complain and tells Feng that he is cold-blooded, and he replies them that they should go out to kill zombies on their way to the supermarket next door. Kelly also tells them that they are not trying to be stingy as they are going into the town the following day, and they can join them to kill zombies if they want food. That night, Kelly and Feng stay in a lounge in the school, and Feng asks her about Yangsu, but she tells him that she does not want to talk about her as she has a bad personality ever since they were kids. Then, Kelly adds that he should be careful as Yangsu had always loved to snatch her toys since they were kids. Feng assures Kelly that he would be careful, then he tells her that he is going outside to watch over them, and as he sits outside to watch, he begins to tell himself that he did not know that he was going to meet his secret lover in Yu, but he is interrupted by Yangsu, who comes to him to tell him that they should talk. Yangsu thanks Feng for watching over them, and she tells herself that she would use a trick to win into herself, and she immediately asks him if it is hard to be Kelly's escort as Kelly has a bad personality, but Feng tells her that he thinks Kelly has a good personality, and Yangsu leans closer to Feng, and she asks him if he can look for food for her, but he refuses her. She also begins to talk about Kelly, but Feng scolds her and tells her that she should not slander Kelly as Kelly looks for her own food by herself. Yanshu thinks of what to do, and Feng suddenly pins her to the wall, and Yanshu thinks she is having her way, but Feng tells her that someone is coming towards them. Suddenly, a zombie shows up and Feng kills the zombie by pushing it through an open window. But Yangshu begins to tell herself that Feng is not a loser as he just saved her from a zombie. She also tells herself that he must be her man as she felt safe in his arms. Then Feng asks her what is wrong with her as she was smiling at him, and she decides to leave, but Feng's secret lover in school was watching, and she became jealous. Kelly also comes out, and Feng tells her that Yangshu had come to talk to him, and a zombie tried to attack them. Then Long suddenly tells Feng that something broke into the base, and they are all trying to look for it. Feng tells Kelly that he has to go and check what is going on, but she tells him that he has to be careful, and he should also try to listen to what Commander Long has to say. Long tells Feng that he should not come to the base, but he should only play the shooting broadcast every 5 seconds, so as to make a trap, and they would start hunting for whatever has tampered with the base. When Feng asks Long if that is all the plan, then Long tells him that he should also tell Kelly that she should start the emergency plan, so as to cooperate with him. Meanwhile, in the base, Long proceeds to look for the person who had entered the base, and as Feng and Kelly followed his plan, he catches the lady who is on her way to the command room, and as she uses her powers to make him forget, he holds her and tells her that he knows she is the one responsible for killing some of the men in the base, and she immediately asks Long how he is able to remember after she had made him forget, and he tells her that he had written it in his arms so that he would remember. The following morning, Feng tells the students again that they would have to kill zombies by themselves if they follow him to get food, but some of the students disagree to follow Feng. Feng walks out with Yu and Yangsu, who immediately follows Feng and Kelly as she had seen that the students are unreliable, and as they get outside, Feng tells Kelly to make a crossbow, and he immediately modifies it into a weapon for her. Yanshu becomes amazed as she wonders if Kelly also had powers. Then they all hold weapons as they proceed to go and fight with the zombies. Suddenly, Feng calls out to the zombies, and he tells the rest of the team that they have to fight hard to defeat the zombies. As they all continue to fight with the zombies, Yangshu becomes scared of a zombie. Then Yu tries to help her, but he could not, and Kelly immediately uses her weapon to kill the zombie. Yanshu becomes scared as she asks herself if the end of the world is for her to be scared of dying. Then Kelly gives her a small towel so that she would use it to clean the blood stains on her body. After defeating the zombies, they go to the supermarket, and they pack a lot of food that would be enough for them. Then Yanshu asks Kelly why she has changed, and Kelly replies her that she found people to rely on. When they go back to the school, Yu hands the good to the students, and Feng tells them that he is leaving the following day, and if they want to follow him, they are allowed, but he does not accept lazy people in his team. Kelly then tells Yanshu that she can join their team as they are leaving the following day. Back in the base, Long and the lady begins to fight, and as she tries to attack Long, he dodges it, and she tells him that she is the 5th king of soldiers, Blue Eagle. The 5th soldier begins to use her knife to cut Long's hands, and suddenly, he gets his memory loss again, and as he tries to check his hands to remember, he notices that the stain of blood from his hands have made the writing blurry. The 5th soldier then tells Long that she was the one that killed the 2nd soldier as it is fun for her, because they all die easily. Few minutes later, she then uses her knife to stab him on his back, and this makes him weak as he is unable to run away from her. And she eventually tells him that she would kill him. In the school, Feng tells the students that he is leaving and they should follow him if they are willing to, but the students begins to yell at Feng for leaving them, and his ex-girlfriends from school asks him if he can wait to protect her and also leave the food behind, but he tells her that he is not leaving the food. She immediately gets angry and she begins to insult Feng that he would be lonely throughout his life because he is a fool, and she also adds that his ex-girlfriend, Shen Qian, would have also treated him like a dog. Suddenly, Kelly slaps the girl, and she tells her that they all do not know how amazing and excellent Feng is. Kelly begins to touch Feng's body as she recounts how he had saved her and given her powers. Then she tells them that they do not understand Feng, and she thanks them for letting her have him. Yanxiu begins to wonder how bold Kelly had become, then Feng's former lover. Wei tells the other students that they should collect the food from Feng and not let him go. But as the students try to attack Feng, he uses his hammer on one of the students, and the students become shocked as he has killed one of them. Then he tells them that he would not hesitate to kill anyone who tries to attack him. Suddenly, some zombies enter the building and they all begin to run. Then Wei tells Yu that he should save her, and he tells her not to worry as he would ward off the zombies and protect her. Kelly asks Yanxiu if she has made up her mind to follow them as they are already leaving, and after thinking and weighing her options, Yanxiu tells Kelly that she would follow them. As a zombie moves towards Wei, she immediately pushes Yu towards it as she tells him that she does not want to die. Then he immediately uses his powers and kills the zombies. Then he tells himself that the lady he tries to save wanted him to die. Yu immediately goes to meet Feng and tells him that he would follow him so that he would become a strong man like Feng. As they all begin to go, Wei calls out to Yu to save her as she has been captured by the zombie, but Yu ignores her. Meanwhile, 3 at the base, as the 5th soldier tries to kill Long completely, he suddenly awakens his mutant body and he holds the knife that she had used on him. Then she becomes shocked as she had never thought he was a mutant. The lady tries to hold Long down as she asks him if his mutation has awakened. Then Long holds her, but she immediately frees herself from his hands, and she tells herself that she still has her efficiency, and he was just opportune to grab her knife. As Long becomes dizzy, he begins to wonder who the lady is as he has forgotten about her, but he sees a small girl pointing at the lady. Then the lady uses the opportunity to point a gun at him, and she tells him that she does not know the kind of power he got from his awakening, but she has to kill him because of her mission. Suddenly, Ling tells her that he does not remember who she is, and he shows her another word he has written on his palm. Then she immediately realizes that he had written something on his palm, and that is the reason he could not clean or touch his wounds. Immediately, the lady sees someone grabbing her hands from behind. Then she checks and sees Kelly, but she immediately uses the gun to hit Kelly. But as she tries to run, Kelly begins to bring out tentacles from her body, and she uses it to cover up the lady's body. Then Long immediately realizes that it is not Kelly but his new power of illusion. While sitting outside the entrance of the subway station, Feng begins to check the cards of Yanxiu and Yu's so as to know the work they would do in the dungeon, but he begins to admire Yu's powers. And as he immediately stands up, he tells Yu to use his powers to open the iron sealed door. Yu becomes scared as he tells Feng that he cannot open the sealed gate because his ability is only to fly. Then Feng tells him that he would teach him. Yanxiu asks Kelly what Feng is doing, and Kelly immediately tells her not to underestimate Feng as he does things fiercely, and he is also a man who can do miracles. Feng tells Yu that he should think of the sealed gate as the people he hates, and when Yu tried it, he suddenly blasts the gate open, and he becomes surprised as he asks Feng if that is his real power. And Feng tells him that it was only a test. Then he also tells him that his ability is what he would need in the future, and if he tries to think about why, he would definitely see a better girl later just as he did. Yu thanks Feng for his advice and tells him that he would make him his idol, and Feng begins to wonder if he had successfully gave a young man guidance. They continue their journey through the subway, and as they reach a point, Feng asks Kelly how they can get off the subway, and Kelly checks the map and tells him that she would lead the way using the map of the subway to guide them. As they walk down the train track, Feng suddenly stops, and when Yu asks him why he stopped, he tells them that something is wrong as they have not found any zombies since they have walked through the subway. On the other side of the subway clan combat team walks down the subway for their daily patrol, and they begin to discuss on how boring the patrol is for them. But as they continue the discussion, someone hits them, and when they check, they realizes that it is their boss, Virus, who tells them that they should not mention a name to her as she would kill them if they do. Virus kicks one of the men and she asks him what he is talking about, but he replies her that she should not take advantage of the man, but she kicks them and tells them not to talk about the man to her. She immediately tells them to concentrate and she asks what the situation is. Then a man tells her that people have talked about the rumor that people often disappear in the subway and they would not see any zombie, and when the clan had sent the 12th team to investigate the matter, The whole team disappeared and never returned. One of the men continues to discuss about the man to Virus, but she yells at him as she tells him that she is not interested in the man. Then the man tells her that she is lying as her nose is bleeding on mentioning the man. Virus takes the men to patrol with her, and she tells them that she would kill the man if she sees him again, and suddenly, they begin to hear some people running and shouting at them to run for their lives, and when Virus checks, she sees that it is Feng, who is the man they have been talking about. Meanwhile, inside the scientific research base in the north of the city, Zheng begins to think, and a robot who is advice officer of the institute asks him a question, and Zheng ignores the question and tells the robot named Zero to give him the report of their enemy Feng, and they both agree to call in the Candle Dragon Gang and the Subway Clan along with other gangs to kill Feng so that he would not be a huge threat to Zheng anymore. Later, a killer robot is also sent to go and kill Feng, and as the robot sets out to the body station, the robot kills some soldiers. While walking through the subway, Yu tells them that the subway is too long and dark. Then Yangshu tells them that she is scared. Then she bumps into Feng and informs Kelly that it was not intentional, as she thinks Kelly would not be angry. But she tells herself that she would try to use a truck to get Feng for herself. But she realizes that Kelly does not react to it, and she gets angry. Yangshu suddenly sees a tentacle dangling, and when she asks the rest if they sees it, the zombie mutant suddenly jumps down and tries to capture Yangshu, but Feng saves her, and she tells herself that he saved her life again. The system immediately brings out the name of the zombie and tells them to be careful as it is hard to deal with them. The system also drops the task update and tells them that they can either run for their lives or defeat the zombie to get 3,000 points. The group decided to fight with the zombies, and as they use their weapons they all miss, and Feng tells them that they should lure the zombies to where the light is at the end of the subway, so that they would be able to defeat them. They all begin to run towards the light, and soon they meet the Subway Clan patrol team headed by Virus. As she sees him, she realizes that he is the man they have been teasing her about. Then she tries to fight with him, but he tells her to be careful as there is danger. Feng immediately carries Virus out of his way, and as he tries to run, he stumbles on a stone and falls down with her, and as they fall, the rope of her knife gets wrapped around the both of them, while the rest watches in shock. One of the men from the Subway Clan tells Feng to let go of his sister, and Virus also tells Feng that his hands are pinched on her neck and she cannot breathe, but as she begins to feel good with the way he pinched her neck, Feng realizes what he is doing and immediately gets off of her body. All the men from the Subway Clan begins to shoot at the zombies, and as they continue to shoot they notice that the zombies are not reducing, but they all suddenly gets distracted and surprised when someone who has been hiding in the shadow come out and kills one of the men from the Subway Clan. Feng immediately goes to attack the man for killing someone while the others try to fight off the zombies. Feng uses his sword, and the man also hits his own sword against Feng's sword as he tells Feng that he is going to kill him. But as Feng gets a closer look at the man, he realizes the man is from the Candle Dragon Gang, and Feng tells himself that the man's ability is quite strong as he is able to dive into the shadows. The man laughs at Feng and tells him that his stealth ability is 100 times stronger as they are in a dark place, but as Virus comes to meet Feng, he tells her to go back so that she would join the rest to fight with the zombies. The man tells Feng that he should be careful of his shadow, but as the man tries to disappear into the shadows, a huge robot grabs him away from its way. Then Feng begins to wonder what the robot is. The robot scans Feng and sees that he is hazardous, that it locks in Feng as its target, then it suddenly launches an attack, but as Feng moves away, Virus only dodges it, and Feng begins to wonder why Virus did not react to the attack, and he tells himself that something must have happened to Virus' prediction. As the robot tries to attack Feng and Virus, Kelly immediately uses her weapon to distract the attention of the robot, and when they successfully gain its attention, Yu collects Yangshu's weapon, and he uses his powers on it, then he throws it at the robot. Feng immediately uses his nano-impact boxing skill to hit the robot as he sees that the robot is losing some of its body parts. Feng also notices that the robot only lost an arm, with all the skills and powers they have been using, and he decides to try to use the nano-impact boxing, while aiming at the head. He immediately tells Yu to back him up, and he jumps to the head of the robot, and when he hits the head of the robot, the system immediately tells him that it has detected a nanotechnology weapon tentacle in the robot, and the system also asks Feng if it should absorb the weapon. Then Feng becomes surprised as he might have found a new weapon in his enemy. The system informs Feng that the nano-core weapon is detected, and he asks him if it is absorbed, and he begins to wonder what weapon it is talking about. The robot begins to absorb their powers, and Yu tries to attack it and tells Feng that they cannot stand it. Feng then tries to force it to drink, and Jin tells Kelly that she is going to die while battling a monster, and she asks her how it feels to sue her and men, and Kelly tells her that it feels comfortable. Jin then realizes that she would have found a man to get married to and begins to think about Feng. Jin then notices that Feng has been saved again, and Feng calls both Kelly and Yu to help him stop the monster, and Feng manages to defeat it and earns 1,000 points. Kelly begins to wonder if he has killed it and asks him if he is okay, and Feng tells them that he is fine, and they suddenly receive a call, and they are told that the deputy commander is around, and they see Ben, who is the commander of the subway clan. Feng begins to wonder who it is, and Ben tells him that he would save him. Ben is informed that Feng has already been saved by her, and Feng is her man. The Subway Clan division warns them to be careful, as the leader will wear them small shoes since they are in the Subway Clan's division. Ben then asks her what she is talking about and wonders what she means by man, and she slaps him and tells him to shut up. She tells him that he is a bastard and he wants to tamper with her because he is the leader's younger brother, but Ben ignores her and turns his back to leave, but sees that she will fall by his men and beg him to let her go. She then sits down and tells them to talk about their hearts, and she notices that they are silent. Feng then begins to loom for a way and promises to help her take down the deputy commander if she can take him to the city center. She then asks him if he is aware of the number of men the deputy commander has, and Feng tells her that it is not by the men, but tells her to push everything to them later. Jin then sees that he is trying to kill two birds with one stone, and the leader tells her men to take them to rest, as they will be taking action the following day. At the subway base, they are taken to their rooms, and they are told that each person has a room, and they all go into their rooms. Feng hears a knock at his door and sees that it is Jin, and she tells him that she would like to talk to him. Feng begins to wonder what he can do for her, and she tells him that she would like to thank him for caring for her, and he suddenly notices that Kelly is by the door, and they quickly go under the bed. Kelly comes in and decides to wait for him till he gets back while he is stuck under the bed with Jin. Feng sees that he is in a very bad situation, and he begins to wonder if he will be killed by Kelly if he is discovered. Feng suddenly feels that he is being touched by Jin, and he begins to wonder how she is able to move in the tight space. Feng sees that if he makes a wrong move, he will be caught, and begins to wonder if he is going to lose. Feng suddenly stiffens up and successfully gives her what she wants, and he notices that he is over. He tries to sneak out, but he discovers that Kelly is asleep and sees the reason why she was not aware of what happened under the bed. He tries to go out, but Kelly wakes up and tells him that he is very familiar with the virus, and he loves others, and she asks him to come up the bed and talk to her, but Feng begs her to listen to his explanations. Jin wakes up and begins to wonder what she is doing under the bed, and she sees that she came first. At the Subway Clan morgue, the workers begin to wonder what was brought in, and they begin to look at it, and they see that it has a very high robotic arm. They begin to go about their business, and the robot wakes up and kills them looking for Feng. At the Subway Clan's headquarters, Ben asks Virus if she will be coming, and she asks him what he would want her to do, and asks if the patrol finished well, and becomes surprised that she calls him brother, and Feng notices that he is shameless. Ben then tells them that he called them because he sees that the headquarters is looking for a reward, and he tells them to reward 2 tons of grain to have Feng and his friends captured. She immediately grabs him because he tries to touch Feng, and she asks him if he still wants to be greedy for her body, and he will have to pay extra. His men become furious and warn her to take her hands off her deputy commander, and Jin begins to flirt with Feng, and Feng tells her that if she quarrels with him again, he will hit her with a stick. Feng and his friends then begin to battle Ben's men, and Feng uses a shield to block the attacks, and Yu uses his abilities to take out the men, while Feng uses his robot hands to take out the rest of his men. Feng tells him that his men have been defeated and asks him to surrender, but Ben tells him that there is no way for him to surrender as his Subway Clan has ideal and organized forces. Virus begins to beat him and asks him to speak louder, but Feng tries to stop her. But Ben sees that he is enjoying it, and he tells her to take more effort to flog him, and they all see how disgusting he is. 3 hours later, at the subway tunnel, Feng becomes surprised, and he tells Virus that he is surprised that she has a subway tunnel that actually runs, and she tells him that they occupied the subway and disaster broke out, and they extended their flair for influence over the city. Feng then begins to see why they call themselves the Subway Clan. Ben then hands them the key they wanted and begins to beg Virus to beat him. Feng ignores him and asks Virus if she is not afraid that the leader will come after her, and she tells him that as long as she admits the rules of the Subway Clan, he cannot come after her. Feng then goes back to the seats of the train and calls Xin and asks her if the communication has been restored and how things are going over at the base, and she tells him that they are blocked by the corpses, and she feels someone is directing the zombies. She suddenly hears a loud explosion, and she sees that it is one of the 5 zombie leaders, and they begin to try and stop him. Feng becomes worried and asks her what is going on and sees that she is breaking up. Feng immediately notices that there is something on the top of the train, and he orders Kelly and the rest of the team to head to the front of the train. The monster comes down and grabs Virus, and Feng sees that she is injured and he will have to vaccinate her. Feng also notices that the speed and power of the monster has increased, and he decides to separate the train as he tells Kelly that he can handle the monster. Feng becomes weak and he sees that the monster's target is to kill him. Feng sees that it is really ghostless and he tries to hit since he sees that he cannot escape from the clutches of the monster. Feng sees that the monster has blocked the blow and he becomes angry and begins to attack the monster, and he tells himself that he has to stop the monster before it gets to Kelly and the others, and he continues to fight the monster. The monster blows him towards Virus, and he stands up and asks her if she is okay while lying facing her. He also sees that he has to spend a lot of money on the vaccine, and he sees something on the floor and wonders maybe it was dropped by the monster. He begins to wonder if it is an evolutionary vaccine that was developed by the Research Institute, and he also holds on to Virus, as he notices that their train has derailed from its tracks. Feng then sees that their train has broken into the Feng Institute and sees that he is very lucky. He sees the staff lounge and Virus tells him to hurry up. He immediately drops her on the bed and promises to help him. She stops him and she tells him that she has been bitten and she does not want to have any regret. She then tells him that she cannot wait, and she draws him close to herself and she kisses him. Jin sees that Virus is really fierce and fancy, but he pretends to be taller. He sees that he has injected her but still feels he should inject her with the vaccine. He injects her and decides to take a rest as the system has drawn him to his interface. Feng sees that the enemy is getting stronger, but he sees that he has to make more weapons to stop the enemy and also repair his armor. He begins to analyze the weapons he plans on creating, and he immediately begins to wonder if there is a set of batons in the guard lounge. He immediately picks up the baton and sees that they are of good quality, and he begins to see that his abilities have started to increase. He suddenly notices that he is good at his right hand and decides to upgrade it. His right hand becomes done, and the monster wakes up and plans to tear him to pieces. Virus immediately has a dream that Feng was infected with the zombie virus while trying to save her, and she wakes up and realizes that it was a dream, and she sees a robot in front of her and she wonders who it is. It immediately seems that Feng is not putting on any clothes after trying to beat up the robot, and Feng tells her that he has prepared a gift for her, and she asks him why she has not changed into a zombie since she was bitten. Feng tells her that he vaccinated her, and she sees that she has given it for nothing. Feng then hands her the double knife he has rebuilt for her, and he tells her that he will send her more supplies later. He tells her to join his downtown, and she agrees, seeing that he helped her, and Feng pulls up her character card, and he sees that it is very good. Feng also sees that the second floor of the base has been completed, and he tells Virus that the ability can give her the awakening ability, and he asks her to try it. At the lounge, Feng and Virus then go to the core area, and Feng sees that the alarm system has gone off, and he is being warned to stay off the facility. Feng then uses his powers to override the system, and he begins to wonder if that is the place where the nano-core technology is manufactured. Feng begins to talk about the nano-core system to Virus, and suddenly realizes that there are zombies coming towards them. Virus immediately tells him that she will do it and uses her psychological blade whip to attack the zombies and begins to tie them up, and Feng tells her that she can be beheaded even if she uses a whip. Virus manages to tear the zombies apart, and Feng sees that he will not want to mess with her as her superpowers are whipping. Feng then notices that the zombies have nanotechnology in them and sees that they have resurrected, and he decides to use his Kung Fu Pagong gun and enters the launch command. Feng then sees that it has broken their bodies, and he immediately uses his powers to absorb the nanotechnology. Feng sees that they have arrived at the core of the nanometer technology, and Virus asks him if that is what he spent so long looking for, and Feng sees that the virus has also leaked there, as the zombies are all researchers. Feng also realizes that he has company, and they have a friend of his as captive, and he begins to wonder what he would do. The people of the subway clan surround him, and they tell him that he is dead, and Feng points to Virus, and they become surprised, and they immediately begin to apologize to her, and tell her that they were not aware that she was the one, and she asks them to bring the hostages for her, so that she will forgive them, and they agreed. Suddenly, one of the hostages tried to warn Feng that they were ordered to arrest him and Kelly, and she was immediately kicked in her face. He tells Feng that if he presses the button, all the bombs on their necks will explode, and they decide to go after Feng. Feng uses his octopus tool to block their attacks, and the leader tells him that he does not care about his teammates and threatens to blow them up. Suddenly, he is stabbed on the back, and the remote to the bomb is taken away from him. He becomes angry as he has been tricked, and Feng tells him that he cannot detonate the bomb. He laughs and tells him that even if he does not press the button, the bomb will detonate in 2 minutes. They all become surprised, and Feng uses his powers to divert the explosion of the bomb and successfully stops the bomb. Suddenly, their boss is under attack, and he is warned about the zombies, and he uses his sword to take them out. They become surprised that he is holding the strongest winged sword, and Feng rushes him and uses his octopus claws to blow him away. His men then see that their master was hammered to the wall, and Feng asks him what type of big-tailed wolf he has with his ability. He tells Feng that there was a limit, but he thinks that he can handle it, and he is awesome to force him. He then uses the move he used to take out an S-pole mutant, and tells Feng that God will also die under his blow. Feng then uses his weapon to blow him away, and they all become surprised as to what he has done, and their leader tells him that he will deal with him. Suddenly, the Valkyrie arrives, and Feng begins to wonder if it is over. The leader of the clan begins to wonder what it is, and Feng tries to hit it, seeing it has always been coming after him, and sees that the horse's head is so powerful. Feng pauses and sees that the attack has no effect, and he sees that the monster is a female human. Feng sees that the two people in this life have to be 2 meters apart, and he sees that it is a strong sense of oppression. The Valkyrie becomes speechless, and suddenly begins to feel pain, and Feng sees that it is in pain and decides to attack her, and thinks he can get her out of her pain. He begins to battle the monster, and he sees that he cannot wait any longer, and he goes before her, and he sees a chip behind her neck, and he sees that she will not have to listen to orders from the Research Institute. Suddenly, he hears an explosion, and sees that it is Sin, and he becomes surprised, and he asks her what is wrong with her. The captain of the 4th squad then sees that they are trying to transform his lord's pet, and he tells them that he will bring death to them. Feng then asks who he is, and Sin tells him all he needs to know about him, and the squad leader tells Sin to kneel and beg him, and Feng sees that the mutant is in pain, and he sees that it is not good. Virus decides to attack the monster, and she uses her power to tie the neck of the mutant. The mutant falls to its knees, and the squad leader becomes angry that they are toying with the mutant at the Research Institute, and he sees that the Overlord zombie has found its way to his location. The zombie then stabs the squad leader and now stands in front of Feng. Sin begins to wonder how the zombie got there and who might have directed it to chase them, but Feng sees that it is so tall. The Lord Zombie eats up the squad commander, and Feng sees that it is the first time he will fight a Lord Zombie, and he asks Sin to cover him. He then plans to use the weapon he specifically made to meet the Lord Zombie, and he uses the plasma electronic baton to beat the monster, and he uses it to shock the monster, and he sees that the monster tries to attack him, and he attacks it so fast, and it almost cuts him in half. He then calls Sin, and she begins to use her gun to attack the monster. Feng then launches a huge attack on the monster, and Sin begins to wonder if he has killed it, but he sees that his attacks have no effect at all. Suddenly, the mutant monster comes and grabs the zombie and tells it that Feng is hers. The mutant tells the zombie that Feng is the only one she can kill, and Feng begins to wonder what the matter is. He then asks Virus what is happening, and she tells him that it seems that her skills must have restored her mood. The mutant and the zombie then begin to fight, and Feng becomes surprised at what he is seeing. He sees that the zombie is beating up the mutant, and he tells Xin and Virus to take action to save the Valkyrie. He tells them to take advantage of the situation, and he uses the nano-boxing sleeve on the monster. Feng then notices that the glove has exploded, and Xin and Virus try to save him. Feng is captured, and he sees that he is in a very difficult position, and the Valkyrie comes in and pushes the zombie away from him. Feng becomes surprised and watches how they fight, and he sees that Xiao sneered with the trick to save people. Suddenly, Feng tries to attack the monster, and the monster pushes him away, and he sees that he has started absorbing the nanotechnology, and he cannot leave. Xin then tries to warn him as the zombie, but he tries to leave and he cannot. The zombie comes towards him, and the Valkyrie comes in and blocks the attack of the zombie and stops the zombie from stabbing him. Feng tries to hurry up the absorption, and he immediately sees the Scarlet Queen, and he becomes surprised. Feng begins to wonder why his aunt has come, and he sees that she is out of shape and has lost consciousness. His aunt passes in front of the monster and Feng tries to warn her, but she uses her powers to stop the monster and the monster falls down into the basement. They immediately get notified that the base will explode in 10 minutes and his aunt goes to him. Feng tells them not to shoot at her as her aunt is not in the right state of mind, but he tells them to run out of the base since it is going to explode, and he tells them that he will catch up with them, and his aunt takes him to a place he doesn't know of. Feng begins to wonder where he is, and he begins to wonder if he is in the tallest building in the city center, which is his aunt's nest. She then sits on top of him, and Feng immediately asks his system what is going on, and his system tells him that she is in her unconscious state, and he receives a new mission to satisfy the queen, and he sees that it is a very forceful task, as he will be punished if he does not complete the task. Feng satisfies his aunt, and the next day she wakes up and sees that he is still asleep, and she decides to let him be, and she walks out of the room. Suddenly the mutant comes and picks him up, and Feng wakes up and sees that he is hanging in the air, and he becomes afraid. He sees that it is the female mutant, and she takes him away from the building and takes him to a building, and Feng sees that she is seriously injured. Feng then sees that there are 60 sets of police uniforms, and he sees that he can use them to arm the dungeon troops and make a lot of money. Feng then begins to think he can help her, and he begins to transform. The mutant passes out and has a dream on how she was taken away from her brother, and she wakes up and sees that she is beside Feng. Feng then tells her that her equipment is broken, and he asks her if he should build another one for her. Feng then tries to take off her restraint, and she tells him to go ahead, and she pulls him close to her chest so that he will be able to do it. She tells him that she wants to get revenge, and when everything is over she will like to come back and say thank you. Feng watches her as she leaves and asks his system to help him contact the base. They tell him that others have arrived at the camp in the north of the city, and they are glad he is okay. Feng then tells them that he has got a lot of new armor, and he will open the portal and come back home. He arrives back, and they welcome him home, and he tells them that the task was completed very well, and he has brought back 60 sets of power armor. Suddenly, his men begin to put on the armor, and they become surprised on seeing the new armor. They see that it is a good set of police armor, and they also see that it is so handsome. Most of them see that he has grown stronger, and he really has a great figure. The members of the base see their director, and they notice that the harvest is not small, as they notice that their equipment has been advanced again. Kelly then tells him that she has something to discuss with him, but he tells her to go rest as he has something to deal with, and he has a meeting with them the following day. Feng then goes back to his office, and he sees that he has absorbed the nanotechnology and begins to upgrade, and the system tells him that it will be completed the following day, and he becomes happy that he is finally home. Suddenly he gets a knock at his door and sees that it is the host, and she tells him that she would like to stay with him. Feng becomes surprised and becomes happy as they are his favorite idols. They then plan to change their second suit, and Feng begins to panic because Kelly is on her way, and he begins to wonder what he will do. Feng sees that Kelly is coming, and he does not want any issues and sees that he has to drive them away. He tries to chase them away, but they refuse and tell him that they will wait while chatting, and they jump on him. Feng finishes with them and sees that he has to find a way to send them out before Kelly comes in, and he notices that Kelly has arrived, and he tries to hide the girls. He goes to the door thinking it is Kelly, and he sees that it is Sin, and he begins to wonder what she is doing in his room. Sin barges in, and she tells him that she has something to do with him, and she tells him to come in and talk about it. Sin sits on the bed, and Feng becomes afraid and hopes she does not discover the two girls under the bedsheet. Sin then tells him to sit down, as she has something important she would like to discuss with him, and asks him if he is shy to sit down on the bed. Feng begins to see that he cannot sit down as he cannot have 3 people in the quiz. At the Qingbai base, they plan to carry out an experiment on a boy, and he asks his grandfather if his illness will be cured, and his grandfather promises him that he will get better and injects him with a virus. The grandfather then tells them to destroy the boy, and he walks out of the lab. Sin lies on the bed, and Feng sees that it is not good, and Sin begins to wonder what is wrong. Feng sees that if the girls are discovered, then everything is over, and he sees that they must not be found, and Sin tries to lie down, and he quickly grabs her and begins to tell her she looks beautiful so as to distract her, and she begins to wonder why she is so close to him. Sin suddenly notices something at the bed, and he quickly draws her attention to it and tells her that he has a surprise for her, and she tells him that she actually has something to ask him. That is why she came to him. Feng then asks her what she is talking about, and she tells him that she cherishes the relationship between them, and she drags him and kisses him and tells him to come on her. Suddenly, he hears a knock at the door, and he notices that it is Kelly, and he tells her to hide. Sin then begins to wonder why he is afraid, seeing that he has made things clear to her. Sin goes under the blanket, and she sees the other girls under, and they begin to wonder if she was the third person that Feng talked about. Feng then tells Kelly to talk to him in the lobby, and she agrees. Suddenly, the girls begin to have fun with themselves, and Kelly wonders what it is, but Feng tells her that it is fine, and he asks her if she wants to play games, and she brings a game she wants to play. Kelly begins to play games, and she hears a loud noise coming from his bedroom, and she wonders if anyone is in the room. Kelly goes to the room to check out what she heard, and she goes to check it out. At the shelter canteen, Jin and Yu go to eat, and Yu sees that he has not touched hot goods in a month, and he begins to rush the food. They are then asked how the outside is, and Jin tells them that it is filled with zombies, and if you had not gone out to look for food, you would have starved to death. They continue to talk about how deadly it is outside, and they are informed by the system that the base will be upgraded in 12 hours, and they are to remain indoors. Jin then wonders if the base often does what it does, and she sees that it is great. Meanwhile, Kelly goes into the bedroom, and she sees that the bed is warm, and she asks him if there is anyone sleeping on the bed. Feng then tells her that he was sleeping on the bed until she came, and she sees liquid on the bed, and Feng sees that it belongs to Xin, and he begins to panic. Feng immediately concludes that it is over for him, and he becomes afraid, and Kelly asks him if he did it by hand, and Feng immediately agrees, and she asks him why he did not come to her, and she is the manager of the base and her desires are in her control. Kelly then lies on the bed and drags him and informs him that she still has something to report to him. Near O's shelter, Chaolin and her brother are trying to escape, and Seolin tells her brother that she cannot run, and he is immediately shot on the leg by a sniper. They see that they have been caught up to, and Xingyang rubs her brother's head and likens it to a ball. At the shelter base, Long tells his men that they cannot make the same mistake as the last time, and he is informed that it is gone, and he becomes surprised and tells them to go and find it. Meanwhile, Xingyang is warned to run away from the boys, and she is told that they are legendary. He tries to touch her, and she immediately cuts off his hand, and he becomes angry and begins to fire at her, and she begins to dodge his bullets, and she grabs him by the neck and takes out his men. Long comes and tells her to leave the prisoner alone as he has some questions to ask him. Meanwhile, Kelly and Feng continue to have a good time, and Sin and the other girls continue to hear them from under the bed and cannot do anything about it. At the Qingbai base, they notice that the signal of the National Salvation Army has disappeared, and the leader tells Zhang that he is responsible for the operation and tells him to kill Feng and bring nanotechnology back in Kelly. Zhang agrees and promises to make Feng regret living in the world. He goes out and tells them to follow him to go take out the L shelter, while the old man takes a look at the picture of Kelly and sees that she can online belong to him. Feng wakes up and sees that Kelly is making breakfast, and becomes surprised and realizes that Sin and the other ladies might still be under the bed. He then checks and sees that there is no one under the bed and wonders if they left very early. Kelly comes to him and begins to wonder what he is looking for and hands him breakfast. He begins to wonder what she wants to ask him, and she tells him to eat slowly as he still has a meeting to attend. He then receives a message telling him that the whole dungeon has been upgraded, and they all hurry to the lobby. They arrive at the lobby, and they all see how beautiful the shelter looks and how everything seems to have changed. Kelly sees that a large-scale dungeon was upgraded overnight and plans to look at it over and over again, and Feng receives a new update by the system on Zhang, and he is told to take him out. Feng then tells everyone in his shelter about his slogan that humans will win, and they will come alive, and they begin to cheer him up. Kelly then tells him that he looks like a real leader, and he tells her to gather a meeting of cadres. At the command room, the meeting begins, and he plans to discuss the upcoming crisis and how they are being targeted by Zhang and the Research Institute. Feng tells them to report on the situation of each department before they start the reason why they were called. Feng then tells them that the base can now produce unmanned weapons due to the upgrade, and it can easily identify personnel from both sides, and they see how awesome it is. He also tells them that the nanotechnology has allowed them to be able to absorb a large amount of energy from the sea, and Kelly sees that it is her time to report. Kelly then tells them that she would like to recommend a talent to join them, and Jin walks in and greets them all. They become surprised, and Kelly tells them that she is good at talent management, and she tells them that it has already been discussed by the director. They think about the decision for a while, and Feng decides to go on to the next topic. They all begin to give him a general report of each room in the base, and they go into the topic of Zhang. They all begin to wonder why they should do so, and his senior tells him that they should make use of the initiative and cut their minions. He also gives a very good detail of how the attack should go, and Feng tells them that he has spoken well, and he tells them that there is no need to wait for 60 people, as he tells them how he took a few of his members to take out the National Salvation Army. At the director's room, he modifies the latest police armor and adds 4 octopus arms. He sees that only one level has been raised, and if he does not have many skill points, he only needs to add technology and intelligence to facilitate the control of the mechanical octopus arms, and the rest is help. A teacher then begins to take the girl and her brother to see Feng, and the little girl asks her teacher where they are going, and she tells her that she will know later, and she takes them to the elevator. Feng then tells Dr. Qin that they are the children he talked about, and he asks her to examine them, and if there is no problem, she can let them go to school. Feng then promises to build a school in the underground city, and when he was out, he is going to bring the children back in. Dr. Qin then tells him that she heard that the shelter needs a scientist, and she tells him that she knows where he can get one. The teacher then tells Qin that the children need a full body diagnosis, and Feng informs the doctor that she is one of the teachers for the children. The boy immediately falls to his knees and begins to beg Feng to avenge his parents, and tells him that his parents were born by the herd, and Feng shuts him up, and tells him that he is aware of everything, and tells him to wait for a few days as he will send them all to hell himself. Long watches from a distance, and tells Feng to come and help out to wash away the shame. Feng then sees Kelly and Sin tells him that she heard he was looking for the both of them, and she asks why Kelly is there. Feng then tells them that he wants to reward them both, and he tells them to open the boxes, and he tells them that it is one person to a box. Feng opens the first box and gives Sin a kinetic energy rifle, and also a RX-60, and he tells her that he worked with Kelly to develop a backpack for her, and he tells her that it has a short-term flight capacity. Sin becomes excited, and she hugs him, and Feng tells her that she deserves it, and tells Kelly that it is her turn. Kelly becomes surprised, and Feng shows her what he spent 10,000 points to redeem for her. He suddenly gets a call from Chu, and Chu tells him that it has been a long time since they saw each other, and thanks him for the last task. He then apologizes to Chu as he did not help the military fight what they needed. Chu tells him that it is not an issue, and he informs him that his brigadier wants to see him and talk with him, and Feng asks him what it is about, and he tells him it is about Zhang. Feng arrives at the base in the north of the city, and Chu sees that he has arrived and tells him to follow him. He tells him that although the last task did not go well, he was able to save a lot of his brothers, and Feng tells him that he is so kind. At the gate of the base, Chu then tells him to go see the brigade commander, and he tells Feng that they have arrived. The commander tells him that he heard he has saved Chu so many times, and he is so young and promising. He also tells him that he is optimistic about him, and he invites him inside. Feng suddenly notices a shadow attack and immediately blocks it, and sees that it is another of their commanders that is messing around with him. Yichin tells him that she just wants to see if he is actually what they say about him, and she doesn't mind competing with him. Feng tells the commander that it is okay and decides to spar with her, and he tells him that since she wants to see his ability, he cannot spoil her interests. Feng then tells her to give him her advice, and she tries to kick him, but he dodges it. Feng then goes behind her and grabs her, and tells her that there were a lot of flaws when she attacked, and he tells her that she has lost, and she immediately becomes surprised as he accidentally grabs her chest. The commander then tells her that it is enough, and if she continues like that she can end up in a solitary confinement room. He then apologizes to Feng and tells him to go into the conference room to continue their discussion. Feng agrees and goes into the room, and they tell him that they need his help, and Feng asks what the matter may be. He then tells him that he would like to introduce the various forces of their base in the North City, and he accidentally prepares a bad video. Suddenly, Yichin picks up the discussion and begins to tell them about the main 5 forces in the city. She then tells them that she suspects that Zheng has a conspiracy, and she would want to entrust Feng to investigate him. Feng becomes shocked at their decision, and the commander tells him that the Research Institute had problems in the last operation they did, which was behind their back. He tells Feng that they captured a member of the Research Institute in order to understand them, and he asks Feng if he is willing to take over the task, and Feng tells him that they will take over the task. He sees that it is good and tells him that the vice president of the Mutant Association has some information for him and offers to give him a ride. At the City North base, Feng sees that the scene is so tragic, and he asks Yichin if the military can change what is going on, and she tells him that they have tried and the army has limited supplies to take care of the people, and it is all because of Zhang and his officials. Suddenly, their military car is attacked and Yichin begins to wonder who will dare attack their military car. She realizes that it is the Magic Snake organization, and she sees that they are the ones that escaped from prison. She tries to attack them, but they take her out, and the leader tells her that he wants to have a taste of her, seeing they said that the brigadier's daughter is so beautiful. He tries to touch her, but Sin uses her new weapon to cut off his hand. They begin to attack them, and Sin begins to take out all his men, and Kelly sees that she was tricked. He tells Kelly to put down the gun, but becomes surprised that he is killed with a mercury knife, and she tells him that it is just a puppet he is holding, made with her ability. Feng sees that her ability is amazing, and he sees that there is still one of the prisoners, and tells him not to run. However, he sees that the vice president has shown up and beheads the prisoner. The vice president of the Mutant Association informs Feng that it is an urgent situation because they had gone to his base. Feng was shocked at the news and he found it hard to believe. However, the vice president told him that they would talk about it. At the meeting, the vice president tells them that they have an inside line in the research institute. He also informs them that Zhang has led his team to the base of the National Salvation Army. Feng becomes curious and asks questions about who Zhang is, and Zin tells him that is also a mutant who had used his anchor to slaughter the whole village. Immediately, Feng knew that something was not right, and it could not have been a coincidence. So he asked the vice president about the children. Soon, she receives the information from her subordinates that they were taken by the people from the Academy of Sciences. Feng was livid and at the same time emotional, but she assures him that the children are safe because they protect Dr. Quinn's office, and an insider will be launched to rescue them alongside the children. At the Chenkai Research Institute, while trying to escape with Uncle Fu, one of the children sees Taoming and is very shocked that another of the children tries to persuade him to escape with them, but he attacks them instead. But Feng shows up just in time to save them, and he captures him. Then one of the mutants gives out orders that it should be evacuated since the child had been found, and it should be evacuated. But Uncle Fu cries out that they should be careful with him because it is the latest experiment, and he is different from ordinary zombies because he was injected with the latest TE10 virus. But Feng doesn't seem to hear all that and goes ahead. The captains show up, including the mysterious positive and negative leader of the 5th team, Lin Guang. And when Feng saw him, he expressed his concern to Uncle Fu that they might be a more terrible model. But Uncle Fu tells him that they need to run because they are Zhang's double S-level captains, and they would be in trouble if he makes a move. Then Lin Guang challenges the vice president to a fight, and he also boasts of killing the SS-level strong men. He gives orders to the captains to surround them. He also orders to get rid of the other militants, then he attacks Feng. At the National Salvation Army camp, the captains line and wait for a sign to carry out the attack. Long Xuan instructs Daiking to stay back to give command while he goes to lay an ambush for them in the west behind. Immediately she leaves, Daiking gives out the order that the captains should shoot. The mutants become aware of the ambush on the right and decide to react to the west, but they find out that there is another ambush there too. Just in time, Zhang Yu shows up and saves Long Xuan from being killed by an assassin. But Xuan did not seem pleased with Zhang Yu showing up, and he tells her that Daiking doesn't care what happens to him, and that is why he has shown up. Daiking continues with the shooting on the right, but he becomes agitated when he realizes that the shooting seems to have no effect on them. Feng shows up too, and the leader of the 5th team, Lin Guang, tells him that they were using a trick to kill him. He told her that after Zhang had gone to his base, in the end he blamed him for offending Zhang, their president, and in the end, he would become a specimen like the children. This made Feng really shocked, and he eventually became very livid when Lin mentioned Feng's sister. Also participating in the same kind of injection, Lin Guang gave the order that everyone should be killed and they should seize the nanotechnology. In the west, the Captain Dragon, Long Xuan, is attacked by Lin Guang, and she tries to fight back. But Feng comes to her rescue, and Feng and Lin Guang begin to fight each other. In the west, Feng and Lin Guang continue to fight each other, and the battle becomes very intense as the leader of the 5th, Lin Guang, keeps on pushing him. But in the split of a second, Feng catches his hand and traps him. Next door, the vice captain boasts that his Osidin is so strong, and it is impossible for the mutants to escape. On the right, Zhang tells Zhang Yu and Xuan that he is giving them a chance to surrender to the Academy of Sciences, but they both have no intention of doing that. Xuan commands Zhang Yu to use his ability of gravity to attack Zhang. When he does, Zhang sees the potential in his ability, and concludes that he must kill Zhang Yuna and make sure he doesn't get the chance to grow up. Then he sends the assassin after Zhang Yu. Then Shuan sees that as an opportunity to take down Zhang with one shot from her weapon, but unfortunately, it didn't go as planned. Feng and Lin Guang continue fighting, and Lin Guang makes his blade very sharp because he sees that Feng's abilities are strong. Feng also does the same because he is determined to take Lin Guang. The fight becomes intense, and Feng uses his blades to rip Lin Guang. Next door, the vice captain gives orders that shots should be fired at the mutants, and Sin builds a shield for them with her ability. But she really needs Feng's help. The vice captain begins to sense her weakness. Feng strips Lin Guang of his armor, and he has him under his feet. Zhang Yu saw that Zhang had shot Long Xuan, and he was pained and angry. Zhang begins to fire shots at Zhang Yu. The assassin also attacks him. Zhang Yu is trying to save himself from both of them and keeps avoiding bullets from Zhang's weapon, but he soon gets tired and he gives up. But Zhang tells him that he admits that his powers are powerful, but doesn't change the fact that he will overpower him. In school, different beautiful couples are chatting with each other, but Zhang Yu is all alone and dejected. Zhang Yu begins to doubt himself, thinking that he is wrong, but he remembers that Feng told him that he has really good powers and asked him to join their shelter. He tells him that they need people like him, but Zhang Yu thinks that he is wrong. But he realizes that it is not him, Yu is the world that is wrong. Zhang Yu regains his strength and gets back up, and he tells the assassin that he will take a tooth for a tat, and he attacks her immediately. But the assassin did not expect the attack, so he overpowered her. From the top of the mountain, Long Xuan shoots at Zhang, and he sees that it is Long Xuan, whom he thought his shot had killed, and he is shocked that he is not dead. Xuan tells him that he was able to escape because of the little girl. At the scientific research base, the captain tells the vice president that she should not bother to make an attempt to kill her, because she cannot, even if she tries. She tells her that when her team is done killing the mutants that will come for her, and that they have a 100% chance of killing the shelter forces. The voice was unable to believe it, but she also knows that she needs to find a way to save them. As if she could read her mind, the captain tells her that Zhang's obsidian is hard, and it cannot be broken. Immediately, Feng enters with Lin Guang and the vice captain, and the captain was shocked that Feng could defeat the two vice captains. Feng and the vice president try to escape, but suddenly she can't move her body because the captain made use of the second stage, which cannot be reversed. Out of nowhere, Valkyrie hits the captain right in the face. Valkyrie furiously attacks the captain, and Feng just keeps wondering if she is the same mutant he saved previously. Valkyrie shoved the captain to the ground and gave her several punches till she was bleeding, and then Feng offered to help her. Feng wakes up and sees that he is being tutored by two of his seniors, and one is dragging his ear as a punishment for falling asleep. And the other senior asks him if he really believes in the illusion, and he says that it was stuffed into his body, but he is in an illusion. Xuan is disappointed when he sees that the shot he fired at Zhang did not destroy his weapon, so Zhang throws a smoke bomb at him. Xuan ran as fast as he could so the rocks that were shattering would not fall on him. He did not actually expect that things would turn out the way they did when they saw the little girl that helped him to escape. She was pointing in the same direction that he had seen her point earlier. He could not decide if that is the direction that he should channel his shot, but eventually he decided to take a bet. He shot in that direction, and it hit Zhang heavily. Long Xuan shoots at Zhang another time, and Zhang wonders again why Xuan is not dead yet. Xuan shot at him more, but he managed to manage the bullet, but it hit him on the arm. This made Xuan very disappointed. Then, all of a sudden, he becomes weak, and he cannot stand up on his own. But lucky for him, Zhang Yu shows up and assists him to be on his feet. Zhang had used the opportunity of that time to get back up, and he threatened to go out of his second form because of the kind of power that Xuan demonstrated. He also tells him that Xuan is wasting his efforts by trying to kill him. Maybe he doesn't know the meaning of a weapon ambassador, which means that he cannot be defeated, because he controls all weapons. At the Research Institute base, the vice president sees the eyes of the captain, and she remembers that it was the eyes that made her weak and not able to move her body after she looked at her. At that moment, she knows she has to devise a way to lock her position and kill her without looking into her eyes. The captain says that she did not expect Valkyrie to betray them, but she reveals that she can only solve the problem between her and Feng by killing them both. At that moment, she launches an attack on them, but as she approaches them, Valkyrie attacks her back in a fierce way and cuts her head off and puts it inside her mouth. This made Feng terrified. The vice president can't believe that Valkyrie has just swallowed the head of the captain. Then she launches an attack on her with the claim that she is a monster. In the illusion, the vice president and Valkyrie are standing facing each other over Feng's head, and they all dress in a way that says that they are students. Coming back to reality, he realizes that it is only an illusion. Then one of the mutants comes to tell him that the children have been taken. They need to hurry up so that they can take them away. She casts a questioning look when she sees the trio. Then the three of them surround Feng sitting down, and the vice president tells them that they are all her wings. Soon they receive a message from shelter Sarah that the director, Long Xuan, and the others were involved in an accident. Salad tells Feng that they have received a signal for help and that they were attacked near the National Salvation Army camp. The mutant tells them that they need to go back, and Feng tells Salad to tell Xuan that they will arrive soon. Xuan tries his best to avoid the attacks, but he can't seem to do it successfully. Soon, Zhang Yu comes to help, but he has to tell him that he is at his limit, and it is up to Xuan to pick it up. Zhang says that the effect of their team is biological armor, which can maximize their mobility and combat effectiveness, and it is the second form research result of the Research Institute. Xuan is shocked at the discovery and knows that if he is telling the truth, then they have to move him somewhere else because Zhang Yu will be hurt if he exposes his second form. Zhang sees Xuan running and makes fun of him for attempting to escape and shoots at him repeatedly, and Xuan cries out for Feng to help him. Daiqing wonders why Feng hasn't come to help them yet, since the help signal has been sent. Could it be that they have also experienced the same problem? He thinks to himself, but Feng shows up. He sees the director and he asks Daiqing to open the portal. Daiqing sends one of them to go and arrange the portal for the director. While he delays the time, he continues to fight against the National Salvation Army, and he asks them to go with peace of mind. Feng emerges with Valkyrie on his back and Kelly and Sin on each side of him. He asks Daiqing why he was there, and also asks about the whereabouts of Xuan. Daiqing told them that they went to the east but couldn't get through to them. Feng tells Kelly, and he tackles the National Salvation Army while he goes and saves Xuan and the others. Feng takes off with Valkyrie, and she increases their pace, which makes Feng scared. Xuan has been subdued by the captain of the third, and he tells him that he has enough time to kill him before Feng arrives. Feng and Valkyrie arrive where Xuan is, and he tells Valkyrie that he is not familiar with that speed yet, but he is glad they arrived in time. The captain of the third saw them and bluffed that he would have killed Xuan if they had come later, but the fact that they caught up still doesn't change anything. Feng rushes to Xuan and made sure he was alive. Xuan apologized to Feng for failing to capture him, and he asks about the children, but Feng tells him that it is okay regardless, that he tried his best, and also tells him that the children are safe and the vice president will make sure that they are sent back. Feng then tells Xuan to take a good rest and leave the battle to him. The captain of the third, Zhang, hears Feng's statement and mocks him. He says even with Valkyrie's help, Feng cannot defeat him. Sin and Kelly take on the National Salvation Army. They fight with each other, but unfortunately, their powers aren't enough to take them on. The National Salvation Army baits Kelly and Sin with the second generation of scientific research armor, whose powers are extremely powerful. Sin and Kelly struggle to take him on, but he is stronger than them. Valkyrie gets injured and she spills some blood, and this gives Zhang an opportunity to intimidate Feng by asking him to come and help Valkyrie, and not leave her to fight his battles. She stabs Valkyrie and Feng screams in shock. Valkyrie holds her and stabs her too. Feng screams in pain and launches after the captain of the third, but he fires a shot at Feng before he could make any move. They both take on each other, and Feng uses a trick that the captain of the third didn't see coming on him. Soon he realizes that he has been tricked by Feng. He says that Feng's perception of battle is absolutely impressive, and he must have underestimated him, and he says that he can smash his can of energy with his fist, so he will not die, and Feng tells him that he could break his boxing. Feng has just 3 options for survival, and does not know which to pick. Zhang tells him that having a deadly magic and an ability to control gravity is possible to become an SS level of S over time. He also tells him that he was afraid of his potential once. Feng knows he can take him down by getting close to him, and he did that without being shot at. Apparently Zhang had been waiting for him to get close, and he threw a bomb at him the minute he saw him make a move. Feng intensified his power, just like Zhang did, and went against him, and overpowered him. He got a notification of a completed task, and he had to detect Zhang's nanotechnology core and find out whether it was fused. He got carried away, and he did not notice that Zhang had gotten up and had lurked behind him. He was shocked to see Zhang still alive, because he assumed he was dead. Zhang was determined to kill Feng, so he carried him and threw him into an explosion. In the highland, Kelly and Sin are trying their best to escape and not get killed by the National Salvation Army, and Sin is frustrated by the weapon that is being used to fight her. Then she asks Kelly what she can do to kill him, and she says they can only repair the plank roads and secretly cross. Chinking Sin gives an expression that shows that she was not expecting that response. Sin asks Kelly what she meant, and the general answers her. Sin realizes that the general has snuck up to her back, and she asks her what she is doing. But the general gives her a distorted definition of changing and tells her that it means hiding the true intention and confusing the other party with ignoring actions, making the other party believe an illusion and ignore the real. Sin tries to press a button on Sin, but she escapes. The National Salvation Army sees that Kelly and Sin betray each other. Kelly tells him that he wants to attack east and west and that he is very naive. Sin sees that Kelly has betrayed them and calls her a stinky fox. He tries to move, but he sees that he has been trapped. Kelly thanks him sarcastically for caring about him. She tells him that he had attacked her stock puppet and shoots him. Feng fights with Zhang and kills him, and he also gets injured in the process. He calls out Valkyrie's name, and he wonders if Zhang has saved him. Feng is very weak, and he asks Valerie to help him. Feng wakes up the next morning and finds himself beside Valerie. Valkyrie is very weak, and Feng is worried about her. Then he asks to fall asleep. Then he asks the system to check Valkyrie's to check her physical condition, and the system reports that the interruption of transmission progress is now 56, and there is a control command to kill them all. The command changed from Zhang. Then, Feng changed the command and changed it, so that she should cherish her sleep, and Feng is glad that he was able to do that. He gets a message from Sin, and he asks her if they are okay, but she asks him where he is and he tells her that he is with Valerie somewhere far away from them, but they should not worry about him and gets to the base. Hearing this, Sin obliges and tells him to be careful, and he tells her that he cherishes himself. Valkyrie whispers those words, and he asks her if she is awake. Sin calls Feng, and Valkyrie says he sounds like he's having a prison war when he says he will cherish himself. In the garden, the flower is asking for the sunlight, and the bee tells her that he wants to pick some honey from it. It turns out to be Feng, and he is very terrified, and he screams for help. Sin asks Feng if he is okay, because she can hear sucking sounds, and says he is drinking calcium milk, but he is running out of breath, and he says he has just finished running. But Kelly and Sin are not buying the story because they both have known him to be very strong right from childhood, but they gave him the military kettle he picked up. At Qinghai Research Institute, Team 3 and 5 have failed in their mission, and they failed to destroy the Shelter L teams. The Military and Mutant Association also participated in the operation, and the president says that he has to teach them a lesson to find the fourth team, but does he really want to recall? Crazy people in the fourth team. At L Shelter the next day, Feng returns and they all see him and welcome him. Then Kyle asks about Valkyrie. Feng knows that he cannot control Valkyrie in the future, and she made her decision. So he tells them she had other business of her own to attend to. They go into the hall and Feng sees the children and Darfu. Feng makes an announcement about the confrontation with Qinghai Research Institute, and he was happy to eventually tell them that they defeated the Research Institute successfully and stopped them attacking their shelter. People pass different comments and say that the Research Institute that dominates the sky in the north has been defeated. Zhang also tells Feng that he is proud of him, and Feng says it's the meticulous officials and the team led by Long Xuan. He also says he awakened the power, and that Zhang Yu's power has evolved and the strength of the shelter has greatly enhanced. Zhang Yu feels good that someone recognizes him, and he wants to become stronger. Kelly is worried that his leadership attitude is growing terrible by the day, and it lifts everyone's emotions. In Feng's room, Dr. Qin comes to see him and asks if he is free. Feng could not hide his surprise and asks him if she can see him for a while, and she won't bother him, and he lets her in. She says thank you to Feng for saving the children and bringing them back, and she expressed her willingness to join the shelter, but he tells her that the base only admits new talents. She says that if she could be there earlier, and Feng becomes concerned and asks her what she is going to do. But she moves closer to him and covered his lips with her mouth, then told him not to blame himself too much. Dark Qin tells Feng not to say anything and tries to talk, but she says he should leave everything to her. Then, all of a sudden, Feng has a memory of what happened, and he has a flashback. In Jishin Temple, Feng is praying, and then the green snake Xiaobai appears, and he recognizes her as the host of Fahai. But she tells him that she changed her concubine to ask for advice about the king of Kung Fu. He confirms that the demon has broken into the temple, and he sends the holy monk to attack her, and she sets fire to them. Feng is furious at her audacity. He sets her on fire. Then she surrenders. At the National Salvation Army camp, the mutants wonder why their outpost is bleak and why their eyes are numb, and the people wonder if new troops have taken over. The mutants are able to successfully capture the outpost, and they bring him before Xuan and torture him. He begs for mercy and asks that they not kill him, but the child takes a stone and attempts to kill him for killing his parents. But Xuan stops him from doing it, and he said it's not their L shelter turn to stain the child's hand with blood. The people were shocked to hear that they are from the L shelter, and they asked if they are going to eat them up again. But the mutants tells them that they are here to save them. Some were reluctant to join them, but some were willing. Xuan tells the child that he should not worry about the outpost, that he will be killed in due time, but the child should not stain his hands with blood, because a hand stained with the blood of the restless can never be washed clean for a lifetime. And the child retreats. In Feng's bedroom, Xuan gives a report of what happened at the National Salvation Army camp, and he tells him that more than 400 hostages have been rescued, and they seized a large amount of grain supplies. They have a tanker and 5 intact vehicles. and they also caught the leader of the Salvation Army, and they are taking him back for interrogation. And Feng tells him that he needs to be very careful when he gets back. Just then, Darkin barges into Feng's room, and he asks her what happened, and she tells him that something has happened to his sister. Feng rushes to where she is, and Darkin comes to give her an injection and asks Feng to control her, and he says he cannot control her because she will stand up. Feng lifts her up and hugs her, and he assures her that no one can hurt her and that she will be okay. Then Darkin tells him that she has an attack on melanoma, and the portion developed has a strong mutation and is very unstable, and presently her medicine cannot suppress her strength. Darfu tells Feng that if it goes on like she may lose her consciousness, and Feng tells him that the early serum of the disease has not been produced yet, but Darfu tells them that it is only available in laboratory number 4, but it is heavily guarded and it is almost impossible to pick the serum from there. In Feng's room, he asks the system to pull up his properties because he wants to upgrade. He selects skills to upgrade. Sintong takes his food into his room. She makes him fried pork with chili. Feng asks them to eat together, and she feeds him. Sintong falls asleep immediately after the meal, and she whispers to him to wash the dishes. Feng cuts his hand with the broken dishes when he is washing them because of the anger he feels towards Zhang. At National Salvation Army headquarters, a messenger brings news to Mike, the leader of the Salvation Army, that their brothers that were sent to the outpost have been annihilated and that the L shelter did it. Then Shuan meets Mike and tells him to work with the L shelter, since the L shelter is growing stronger by the day. In the conference room, Feng says they should start the meeting since everyone is present. They begin the meeting and Feng asks Shuan to give a report about the situation in the National Salvation Army camp. He recounts all their successes, stating that they have successfully defeated Zhang. He wants to upgrade the dungeon to the next level to prevent Zhang from attacking again. He says he wants to expand the dungeon by 4 floors, open a school, and provide learning opportunities to the children that were rescued. He also says that he is going to upgrade and transform weapons manufacturing system to further improve their combat capabilities. And lastly, he says he wants to plead with the team to raid the 4th laboratory of the Research Institute, but Shuan disagrees. He points it out that it is too early because the team is just recovering, and also Zhang will guard against them after experiencing setback. But Feng explains that Xiatong's sickness is getting out of hand, and they can get the serum from the 4th research laboratory. Feng tells them that he will not only take the serum but will also retaliate against Zhang. And Kelly suggests that they should discuss countermeasures. Immediately the emergency alarm goes off, and Feng sends Salad to check what the issue is, and she tells him that a large wave of corpses have been dropped at the shelter. They all exclaims in shock. At the 4th Laboratory Research Institute, the children ask Zhang when they will get better because they want to go outside to play, and he tells them when he finds the dean they will be okay. Then he tells the children to go to the infirmary, and he tells Saoli to wait, and he tries an experiment on him, which fails. He orders that all the children should be sent to the Laboratory 3 for experiments because there is no need to keep consumables. Zheng says he has found a perfect opponent for L Shelter, and he would be able to kill them. Then he goes to the top of the mountains near L Shelter, and he releases the zombies while standing and watching them, delighted by the beautiful scenery. The shelter is in total disarray. As it is reported that the shelter is under military control, everyone is prepared to defend it, while those who cannot defend themselves are led to take refuge in the lounge before maintaining order. They have orders to shoot any zombie within shoot-in range. Feng Xin and Kelly are in the base's control room, and Feng tells them that he will show them the strength of the L shelter. Mike finds out that the L shelter is located under the hospital, but it is hidden. All of a sudden, Cheng sees Mike behind him and asks him what the matter is, and Mike tells him that the frontal attack will be handed over to Zhang because they are ready to go around. They both have an agreement. As soon as the zombies get closer, they open fire on them. Then Zhang notices that the firepower of the shelter is strong. At the base control room, Feng asks if the man is also an apostle from her religion, and she tells him that he is the number 5 apostle of the theological church, nicknamed the Sun, and his ability is to manipulate zombies and control large numbers of corpses. Soon the floors begin to shake, and they realize that the wall in the direction of the lounge has exploded, and it broke a huge hole for several people. The floors begin to shake violently, and people become injured, and there is blood everywhere. Mike shows up and orders his men to grab money, food, and rob women. Mike is determined to make L Shelter suffer, and he was questioned by anyone. He advised them to stay away and not get in the way. He sees 2 beautiful women, and he instructed them to follow him obediently, but they do not comply. Ob sees what Mike is doing to the people, and he is not happy about, and he tries to distract him by laughing, but Mike instructs his men to silence him. Ob used a hotdog to distract Mike, and he ran and escaped with the 2 ladies. They begin to fire shots at them, but Ob tells them that they can avoid bullets by turning to dodge them. Sumi starts to regret his decision, and he thinks that he should wait for Feng to come and save him and the two ladies. The gunshots become more intense, and he thinks he will die, but in the split of a second, he sees Feng accompanied by Xin and Kelly. He becomes more relieved. Then, Feng asks if he is okay, and he says he is. Feng is now ready to go and repel the enemy that invade the shelter. Then he goes up to Mike and asks him what business he has with the shelter. That Mike realizes that he must be Feng. Then, one of the men asks Mike to give him Kelly after he is finished with L's shelter. Mike tells him that he should kneel down and beg him, maybe then he will consider sparing his life. He becomes so irritated, they begin to fight, and Mike pushes him to the floor. Then the men cheers Mike to kill them, and Mike makes an attempt to slaughter him with his weapon. Feng got up from the floor immediately, and he and Mike collided with force. He gives Mike one blow, and he falls. Then his men start questioning Feng as to why he would knock out their boss with just one blow. Mike comes back again, and Feng tries to punch him, but he resists. Apparently his punch didn't penetrate him well because he was wearing armor. Feng tells him that he is fully ready, and that he has been waiting for him for a very long time too. Then he sends an order that they should start the defense cannon and destroy the intruder, but Mike did not expect what is about to befall him. As soon as they set up the defense cannon, they sets fire on Mike, but he doesn't retreat. He still says that the shelter is his own and he is going to take it, and immediately he launches an attack. Feng tells Kelly to mount a shield, and Mike was hit with the explosion shield. At the end, Feng defeats Mike and the people are glad that they made the right choice of a leader, and Kelly says that he is getting stronger again, and the whole L shelter is proud of the kind of leader that Feng is turning out to be. Jingle shows up at the L shelter, and he realizes he cannot enter. Then he begins to wonder what Mike has been up to. At the top of the mountain, Shin becomes frustrated because he cannot attack the L shelter, and he wonders how they have such powerful firepower. When Feng and his convoy storms where Zheng is at first, he is scared when he hears the sound of their convoy sounds, but he thinks it was the National Salvation Army. But he is shocked when he sees that it is Feng. Zheng knows that they were only able to escape the L shelter because Mike had failed, and he is so disappointed. But he tells himself that the convoy cannot pass through the zombies and come out safe, so he commands the zombies to attack the convoy. But they break out in a fight, and Sin goes up to the air. She assures Feng that she would drive them out safely, but Feng says that he hasn't settled with Zheng regarding his sister, and now he is bringing this attack. Zheng decides to get out of the cage. He sends the two-headed zombie dog to attack them, but the high priest tells him that she can handle it. Then she tries to use her powers on the zombie, but he seems to be able to resist all of it. But eventually, she gets a hold of him, and he resists. Then Feng says that since they have settled the zombies, the next thing is to go for victory, and first, they will attack the number 4 laboratory at an alley in the north base of the city. When they get there, someone is supposed to pick them up. Then they do not see anyone. Then Kelly expresses her concern as to why he has showed up to pick them up. Then, according to what Brigadier Go said, and Feng said that they probably haven't arrived yet. Soon they were attacked by someone who turned out to be Director Liu's staff officer. Gu then tells Feng that his strength had multiplied and he has become stronger, and he is qualified to enter the laboratory. Then Feng asks if the laboratory is scary, but she doesn't answer him. But she tells him that Zheng just had a quarrel with the military, and the 4th team was returned to the Chengbai for defense. But it is better for them to sneak the attacks now that Zheng is out of business, and as long as he has passed the 4th squad. The 4th squad are the most uncontrollable team in the Scientific Research Institute, and they are also one of Zheng's biggest killers, and no one knows what their specific abilities are, and that anyone has seen them is dead. With all of these, Feng is determined to get a solution for his sister's illness. Apparently, Director Liu does not know that he has a sister, and Feng got the cue, and he once introduced them to each other, but found out that she is an illusion. Then Feng wonders where Xing has been all the while. In the laboratory processing room, Xiaoyu is very scared, and the other patients wonder if they are Kalamic patients. Xiaoyu is frightened as she cries out, but the man covers her mouth and tells her to be quiet, otherwise they will be heard. Xiaoyu cries to God for someone to save them. Then Sintong shows up in before her. Sintong asks Xiaoyu if she is a Kalatazar patient in the laboratory room, because she smells like them, and she is surprised that she hasn't seen her before. Just then she realizes that the demon from the 4th team has found them, so she holds Xiaoyu by the hand, and they both run to a vent in the front. They get there and find a route that was discovered by the survivors of the No Cave Inn. Search for food. She tells Xiaoyu that the passage can travel through several facilities in Laboratory 4. Xiaoyu and Sintong comes out at the other side of the passage, but they meet zombies on their way. The zombies attacks them, but Xiaoyu uses her powers to fight them off, so Sintong asks her if she is also a mutant. Then Sintong notices that Xiaoyu is hungry, and she gives her a moldy piece of bread, but she tells her that she should eat it fast, because it is the food that Brother Ozan bought for him. She tells Xiaoyu sadly that maybe the next one will be her. Xiaoyu also brings out some food for Sintong. When they introduce each other, and Sintong asks that they be friends. Sintong introduces Xiaoyu to the other patients, and she gives them the food that Xiaoyu brought for them. But Xiaoyu runs into Gluttony, a fourth team member. At laboratory number 4 of the Research Institute, the two guards brag about how high-profile the laboratory is and that nobody dares to attack them. Just then Feng and his convoy attack them with the two-headed dog zombie. Gluttony finds Xiaoyu and the other living subjects in a room close to the corpse disposal plant, and he tells Xiaoyu that. He finally finds out who emits that smell, and it happened to her, and he has found her. But she does not say anything to him, and he says he is sure that she will taste very good then. Sintong grabs her by the hand and tells her that they need to run from him, but Gluttony does not run after them. Rather, he laughs and says that they can run all they want, but he already remembers her scent, and he would catch her easily. Late discovers that Gluttony has found some living creatures, and she concludes that they are experimental subjects who disappeared. She assures Celeste that Gluttony is after them. Then, Gluttony asks Lade if she is Feng's sister, and she says that it is Feng. Celeste says that she is sure that there is an issue with Zheng's plan, and that he clearly cannot be trusted, and she sends out one of the guards to catch them. Feng sees shredded corpses at the laboratory corridor. The Celeste says that she really wants to eat him. Feng tells the priest that they are divided into two, and they should hurry up to find Xing Xing, because he knows that she might be in trouble. Feng goes before Lust, and she tells him that if he surrenders before her like a dog, he will beg Zheng to spare his life. But he pays no attention to her and demands for his sister. But she tells him to surrender so Gluttony can take him to where she is, but he doesn't budge, and she orders shots to be fired at him, but he dodges it well. He takes on the member of the team, and he overpowers with his powers. The Celeste says she really wants to eat him now. Xiaoyu and Sintong runs from Gluttony, and Xiaoyu asks Sintong if she has any relatives in any area of the laboratory, and Sintong tells her that the only way to get rid of Gluttony is that they should go to the test area, where even the monsters cannot set foot on. Then she tells her that she will take her to her brother once they escape the monsters. She tells her that she was saved by Master Li, who took her in and treated her like his own daughter. Master Li's daughter was eaten by his mutated wife when the apocalypse came. She tells her that Master Li says that she looks so much like his daughter, and they live together in places like the underground vent in the laboratory. Sintong remembers the times that they have been hunted down. Then, she sees her uncle standing in front of her injured, and she runs to him. He grabs her hands with his claws and transforms to a zombie, bites her on the arm, and as he is about to shred the other parts of her body, Xiaoyu uses her power to fight him and saves Sintong from his claws. Feng is determined to find his sister at all costs, if it is to fight with all the team members. He fights with the soldier captain, and he comes before Celeste, who tells him that she wants to eat him, and she transforms into a monster immediately, and he attacks him, but Feng runs from her, then attacks her back. Feng hits her with his powers, but it did not totally kill her, although it had an effect on her. Xiaoyu and Sintong meet Gluttony and another monster on their way, and he tells them that they are all patients of leukemia, and they are just helpless ghosts till the end of the world. He also tells Sintong that the laboratory is full of calamic patients who are failures, and are meant to be their own food. Then he says to Xiaoyu that he believes her aptitude is higher than him, because of the smell she emits, and he asks her to join them so she doesn't have to suppress her own nature anymore, but she rejects them. And he says he really hopes she rejects him too, so he would be able to eat her. He attacks her and tries to capture her, but he can't get a grip on her. Gluttony tries to intimidate her by saying that he will eat her brother after eating her, and they can then reunite in his belly. This statement made Xiaoyu very angry, and she used her powers to capture him, and told him not to dare talk about her brother in such a manner again. Gluttony tries to get at her, but all of a sudden he realizes that his power is draining. Then Sintong sees that Xiaoyu has changed her appearance, and she is shocked to see her in a new form. Street Lust keeps on chasing Feng, and he tries to fight, but it looks like it is not working. Then he decides to try an approach which might work, but he is not sure about the success rate. Celeste captures Feng and wants to swallow him, and he tries to fight back using his powers, but she tells him that his own hands are gone, but hers can swallow him up at any time. But Feng proved her wrong and used his other robotic hands to restrict her hands by capturing them. But unfortunately for him, that is not enough to put an end to the monster. Soon Feng begins to feel pain, and he realizes that to deal with that kind of regeneration monster is unfortunately impossible at that moment, and he concludes that it would require another visit to the place. He asks anyone around what the place is called, but he receives a notice that the nanotechnology artifact has been detected, and they should be ready for fusion. Feng holds Celeste, and he thanks her for putting him in the room that helped him to grow his powers. When Celeste sees that she is lost, she tells him that her Gluttony will track them down and kill them almost immediately. Then Gluttony shows up and Feng crushes them both, and he sees his sister Sintong. Feng sees that Gluttony is dead. Then he sees his sister in another form entirely different. Soon Celeste sees her and asks her to join them, because she is Zheng's long-lasting research pursuit, but she doesn't oblige. While Feng is wondering why his sister is looking entirely different, Xiaoyu uses her powers to get a hold of Feng, and he wonders why she is doing that. He calls Sin Shape, and suddenly Xiaoyu becomes weak, and she holds her head in pain. Then Feng screams at her to change back, and he carries her. After that, he sees that she has been suppressed by her own will, and he needs to get her the serum quickly. While on his way, he meets Sintong, who asks if Xingxing is alright, and she asks who he is, and he told her that he is her brother. Then he asks her if she knows where the serum is in the laboratory, and she tells him that it is in the sample storage room to the east. Then he tells her that he needs the serum because Xingxing is too weak. Then Sintong takes them to the laboratory, and she tells Feng that Zheng do make the portion there, but she doesn't know how to make it, but Feng tells her that he will handle it. Feng cracks the computer and connects to a network. Then he begins to make the serum, and he is glad that he can save his sister. He tells Sintong that if she is a companion, she can come with them. Immediately, Zheng arrives at the laboratory, and it will only take him minutes to get to Feng. And Feng knows that he cannot go through the main door because he doesn't want to collide with Zheng. Zheng gets access, and he enters the laboratory, but he doesn't find Feng there because he already used the portal to escape before he reached there. He sees that the laboratory has been destroyed, and all the patients have been rescued, and he gets really furious. Feng tells all the patients that escaped that they all need to run as fast as they can so that they can get to the base in the north of the city where they will be safe. Zheng finds out that except the Bloody Queen, the perfect mutant is still weak in childhood, and he says that he can't just provoke the Bloody Queen and only be caught. In the sample storage room, Zheng says that in addition to the Queen in the city center, the second perfect mutant will appear, and the Queen of Natural Disasters may not be able to offend, but it can start from the perfect mutant. He says that the first team is looking for nanotechnology, and the other teams are looking for the thing in the man-eating forest in the city, and finding the nanotechnology is the most important to him, too, at this point, so he will not call on the help of the other teams. Then all of a sudden Valkyrie shows up, and she beats up the guards that are on her way, and the other guards fire shots at her to prevent her from getting close to Zheng. But she doesn't retreat, and the guards wonder amongst themselves if she is not afraid of the bullets. They continue shooting at her, but she manages to find her way through them. Then Zheng tells the Unitarian sect leader to help him find a way to catch her, but since their first few actions failed, the Unification Church has an opinion on them already, and Zheng tells the guard to tell them that the last time he agreed. But all of a sudden Valkyrie is nowhere to be found. Then the guard tells Zheng that since Valkyrie betrayed them already, should he send someone to take her back and deal with it. But Zheng says that it's just a failed experiment, but he should focus on catching her. Then Valkyrie says that Zheng is too scary for her. At the camp of Brigadier Gu at the North City base, Brigadier Gu commends Feng for being the first person to sneak into the laboratory and be alive. Feng is shocked at that statement, and Gu tells him that there is no way to break through the inner courtyard guard, and their bodies were hung on the city wall the next day. Director Liu tells him that he should be careful of his 7 deadly sins captain, because he has just made a noise in their laboratory and Zheng will not let it go. Feng doesn't understand what she means by the captain of the 7 sins, and she tells him that they are the 7 strongest mutants in the city. Feng tells them that he only managed to rescue some of the survivors after killing gluttony and lust, and Gu tells him that Zheng will suffer because the survivors will serve as a witness against him. Gu says he is very sick of seeing them experiment with humans. Then Feng concludes that Brigadier Gu is a righteous person whom he can share a friendship with. Feng tells Brigadier Gu that he would like to form an alliance with him to fight against Zheng's research institute. Then Brigadier Gu tells him that he also has that idea in his head, but he is worried that Zheng will let the 7 deadly sins encircle Feng's sanctuary because of their alliance. Feng tells him that he is not afraid of Zheng because he has dared to invade the laboratory, and he says that if Zheng really commands them to encircle the sanctuary, he will let them come and go. At the dungeon the next day, Xingxing wakes his brother up, and he asks her if her body is okay. But her response is not positive. Her brother panics and asks her what is wrong with her. He also asks her to tell him what she can no longer do. Sinton holds her head in pain, and he wonders why she is still out of control even after giving her the serum. He tells her to bite him as she can't control herself, because he has been vaccinated, so he is safe. He tells her that even if they lose everything, he is glad that he has her. He reminds her of the time his parents died and the debt collector came for them, but she stood by him. Feng takes her to Dr. Qin in the research room, and he is curious to know why she still has the urge to bite after giving her the serum. Tarkin tells him that his sister has evolved to another level. Then Daifu says that her level of evolution is not that of a mutant, but it is the perfect evolution that Cheng has been rehearsing and pursuing. He says that one perfect evolution is the Scarlet Queen in the city center, and the other one is his sister, and the other half is in the man-eating forest in the west of the city. He breaks the news to Feng that his sister has evolved too fast, and the serum cannot cure her. It can only suppress it temporarily. Fortunately, Feng copied the production method of the black blood disease inhibitor back, which would enable them to create their own serum to temporarily suppress her. They see some of the early experimental projects in the files that Feng copied. They see the Gene Warrior agent and the anti-epidemic vaccine project. Dr. Fu says that the Gene Warrior agent is his own personal project with the aim of increasing the physical fitness of ordinary people. But Dr. Qin says that they are all useless because there has been no way to prevent infection with vaccines and the ways of the Academy of Sciences have gone wrong. Feng says it is not useless because the refuges can produce genetic medicines and anti-infection vaccines. Darfu says it is impossible, but Feng tells him that he should wait till the next day, then he will believe him. Kelly comes to Feng in his bedroom. She says she knows that he has been tired all day, so she boils some milk for him to drink. Feng welcomes Kelly in and asks her what she wants, but she tells him the matter will take a little while, so he should lie in bed. Kyle begins to massage Feng's back, and she says that she used superpower metal liquid attached to her hand. She tells Feng that the massage has a very good effect on the muscles. Then, she also tells him that she has discovered the reason why Zheng collected the nanotechnology from the information he copied at the laboratory. She says although Zheng cannot figure out the specific reason, he seems to be afraid of something on the Europa League side, and he is officially collecting nanoscores. Feng tells her that he will investigate the matter. Then she asks him if nanoscores can save lives, but he doesn't give her an answer. At Drago's castle, the vampire queen tells Naruto the Witcher that he should allow her to eat his witches because she heard that it is sweet. The vampire queen tries to capture Naruto and she gets him, but Naruto tells her that she can't get him like that. He also tells her not to look down on people, that she is only a vampire living in the dark. He shoots at her with the terminal wisdom UV and tells her to accept the baptism of light. Then she surrenders. Feng looks at Kelly on the bed and says that her ability is really amazing. At the drug R&D office, the pharmaceutical production line has been constructed, and the 3-stage production line mother can produce 2 genetic medicines and anti-epidemic medicines. Feng is about to start the experiment, and he asks Xin if she is ready. He injects her. Xin cringes, and he asks her how she feels. Feng asks Xin if she feels any changes in her body after he injects her with the genotech drug. Xin did not answer him, but he could see that it was hurting her. Then Dark Qin decided to check the changes in her body by herself. She says that the basic data on Xin's body has improved, and her strength has probably increased at the rate of a percentage. The civilians come to Feng and the child says that the shelter was attacked and a lot of civilians were killed and injured. A man also wonders if they had provoked a force that should not be provoked. He also says that the people he recognized are from the National Salvation Army and they are all beasts, the same beasts who killed his parents. Some women also say that they hear that the beasts eat women after insulting them. Kelly wonders why the mood of the people fluctuates all of a sudden, and she is worried that it is because of the casualties. After Feng has heard all they have to say, he addresses them and asks them to calm down and listen to him. Then he tells them that he knows that Zheng is the one behind the attack, and for this reason, he personally led the team to destroy Zheng's laboratory and avenged his dead companion. He also tells them that the medicine produced at the shelter will give priority to the injection of the guards and that anti-epidemic medicines will protect everyone from the zombie virus. He says the people in the sanctuary will become stronger and stronger without the fear of the zombies. He tells the people that they need to stand up and defend themselves. The people are geared up by Feng's speech. Kyle also thinks that Rufeng is getting more and more skilled as a manager. Feng says that he will inject himself with a genetic drug next. Then 2 sisters come to him and tell him that they were touched by his speech, and they have come to repay him. Feng says it is good and really comfortable. Then his system gives him a task to find more nanotechnology to upgrade the shelter. Feng ignores the 2 sisters, and they decide to use the invincible massage technique. In the demon world, the 2 brave sisters come to attack the Demon King. The Demon King says that they dare come into his territory, and he tells them to see how he will beat up both of them. They all have a struggle, and it seems like he is overpowering both of them, and he eventually defeats them. Then the king tells them to surrender, and he will put them in harem and train them patiently. The 2 sisters finally decided to surrender. Feng says that Gemini's service skills are awesome and spirited 100 times. The next day, at the evacuation hall, the people are worried about whether Feng can resist the attack after attacking the research institute. But in the end, they just decide to trust him. At the meeting room, Feng tells them that their vault is now able to repair nanotechnology, so they have new missions in the vault. He also says that in addition to dealing with Zheng, they also have to search for other shelters to find nanotechnology to upgrade their shelters. Kelly says that they will organize a team to search for nanotechnology, and the team is led by Long Xuan. She goes ahead and tells them that Xuan will lead a search team to find nanotechnology at the large sanctuary in the forest in the west of the city. Feng asks her how he found out that the massive forest is powered by nanotechnology. She tells him that she participated in investment there alongside Zhang before the end of the world. Sarah comes to tell them that Xingtong is missing, and Feng is very shocked at the news. Xingtong meets the Unification Apostle Patriarch in an alley near the shelter. They are searching for Xingtong in her room. Then, Kelly finds a letter written by Xingtong where she says that she won't see her brother, but she is going out to play for a while. Jarkikin says that she thinks Xingtong overheard the conversation in the infirmary. Just then, Sarah tells them that she has found her position. She says that Xingtong has gone to the plant area in the west of the city, but rumors have it that no one has ever come out alive. And then they receive a report that Zheng's leftover team Sin to the base, and it seems that they are looking for Sanctuary Sin, led by the captains of the 7 deadly sins, laziness and jealousy. Feng asks Daiqing and Zhang Yu to take guard. He tells Xuan that he should lead the team to explore the shelter near the company, and he will give him a helper who turns out to be Faceless. He tells them that the Faceless already knew what was wrong, and she decided to join them in order to do a guilty and mysterious service. Faceless tells them that she has confessed to leniency and joined the sanctuary slightly. Feng says that he will personally lead the team to the forest area to retrieve Sing Sing and stop Sheng's actions. Some thieves try to raid a convenience store that belongs to Tai Lingshang on the other side of the road, but she begs them to let her be. And she also tells them that her son is in a coma, but the men did not listen to her plea. All of a sudden, they hear the sounds of zombies and decide to evacuate first, but then he drops a machine at Ling Shang's store so that the zombies will be able to break in easily and eat her. Then they will come back for the supplies. She goes out and sees the machine, and she begins to wonder where it has come from. Just then, she sees Xintong drinking milk, and she runs, but Xintong's milk falls. Xintong uses her weapon to defeat all the zombies. Then, Ling Shang thanks Xintong for saving herself and her son. She also tells her that she does not know that she could be so powerful, and she asks her for her name. Ling Shang asks her why she is there all alone, and she tells her that she is going to the plant area in the west of the city. Ling Shang warns her about the danger in the place, and also tells her about the people from the military that have gone there, but didn't come out alive. But she doesn't care. Eventually, Ling Shang also decided to follow her with her son. They walk on a pathway, and Ling Shang is worried that the place is weird, and asks why they cannot see anyone. Then she suggests that they go back, but she sees at a cafe, and they both go to have a look. They enter the cafe but don't find anyone there, and Ling Shang asks them to go back. But Xintong says that she is hungry, and she wants to eat pizza. Then, Ling Shang says she will prepare it, but the robot says he will make it instead. Ling Shang wakes and asks his mother where they are, and she tells him that Xintong and the robot have saved them. They both eat the pizza, and she wonders why it is so delicious, and why it tastes different from the one they usually eat. She finishes eating and thanks them. Then she says that they will spend the night in the cafe and continue the next day. In the cafe, Ling Shang is cooking, but she looks very furious. She holds a knife and an axe in her hands and says that she must leave this time. She looks like she is in a fight with someone, and she says that no one should look down on her. Just then, Xintong enters and she sees her and is frightened to see her in such a state. But Ling Shang tells her to calm down, and she says that it is just a joke, and she is only cooking a meal for them. Then she asks Xintong would like to have a taste of the food she is cooking, and she agrees. But when Xintong tastes the food, she spits it out, and she says that the food is very unpalatable, and she says that her brother knows how to cook. Ling Shang says that she doesn't believe that Xintong has a brother. She asks her to take her to him, so she can learn how to cook with him. Ling Shang thinks to herself that if Ling Shang competed with her brother, she would lose, but she says she won't give up. All of a sudden, the patriarch shows up and says that he finally has found her, and he will see what she is capable of this time, but he hopes he doesn't attract Feng's attention. Ling Shang feels so comfortable in the bathroom where she is having her bath, but the patriarch interrupts her bath. Ling Shang is scared at the sight of him, and he attacks her, but she cries for help. Feng and his troops are on their way to find Xintong, but he stops abruptly when he realizes that the city is completely covered by forests. Then he hears Xintong's voice asking him if he is there alone. Then he tells Kyle and the others to wait for him while he goes to check what is going on in there. Feng and the Faceless enter Q to search. Feng says that the tree is sucking the brains of the zombies. Feng gets into a fight with one of the zombies, and he asks him if his name is a zombie. Feng takes him on, and the zombies howl at him, and he tells him to keep howling, but Feng uses his power to set him on fire. Feng sees that the trees are pulling away the corpses of the zombies, and he wonders what is going on. Kelly and Sin get to where he is, and all of a sudden, there is no movement, and everything becomes stiff. Kelly tells Feng that they cannot get through because the forest seems to be changing. They tell him that they will see him and they refuse, and they also tell him to be very careful. Then a lady appears and asks for his help, and she tells that if she saves him, she will give it to him. Then Feng goes to save him, and he asks for her name, but she tells him that they are coming and they should run. But she tells him that there is nothing invincible in front of him, and he tells her to hide behind him and watch. He tells her to hide, look for a tree hole and hide in it. He says that there are zombies outside, so they should hide for a while. Feng wonders if the zombies are forest-specialized mutant zombies, because their vitality is very tenacious. The lady asks Feng if there is something in her body, because it seems that all the forest is after her. Feng says he has to kill them and go find Xintong, because he knows that she needs him now because she is very scared. In the bathroom, the patriarch tells Lingshang that he doesn't expect to see her and he has long wanted to taste her, but she wounds him and calls her a nasty stinking bitch. He tells her to give up because his men have surrounded the entire cafe. All of a sudden, he sees Xintong and he says he doesn't know it is a buy one get one free. Lingshang screams at Xintong and runs away because the place is dangerous. But the patriarch tries to carry her, but Lingshang beats him to a pulp. But he says that he is not the only person who is there, and Lingshang makes him kneel and beg for mercy. Lingshang says he didn't say to use the old mother to feed the zombies, and he says that he is sorry. Suddenly, Milk enters and says that he finally has her under his control. He says that a leader reminded him to be careful of a woman, Li. Lingshang says that the only flaw is that it takes time. So she sends out a bastard a few hours ago to buy her time so she can release the wave frequency outside. The patriarch says that his ability is to transform people into controllable zombies by emitting special waves from mutated organs in the body. And the first step is to be able to control LMNG people. He laughs and says that the great achievement is up to him this time. He says that he is under control. He asks why he isn't under control as expected of someone appointed by the leader, but they should not think that he is an ordinary person. Xintong tells him that he talks too much. Then he asks her if she wants to die, but she doesn't give him a response. Xintong hit him on the forehead and he fell down to the floor. He says that he has lost, and Xintong penetrates his heart. Lingshang says that her head hurts and that it is not good to have a bad stomach. Then Kelly says that she wants to drink milk. On the other hand, Feng says he has to get out and go to the refuge to find Kelly, Sin, and the others, and he really needs to figure a way so he can get out. The lady shows Feng something, and he tries to look at it but it falls. Then she tells him to be careful. As she tries to pick it up, Feng tells her that she should not stay in that position because it looks like the posture of God of the Wall of Egypt. Then she says that he should marry her. She says let's date. But Feng tells her that he doesn't even know her name. But she says she doesn't have a name, and it wouldn't be a bad idea if he names one as her boyfriend. Feng says that he hasn't even agreed to be her boyfriend yet, and she is already calling him her boyfriend. She then tells him that in memory boyfriends always ask for what they want from girlfriends. But Feng asks her where she got the memory from. She says that he is right, and her memory matches her name, so she will call it Liu Jai. Feng says, what a strange woman with a tree branch on her head. Then she asks him what the torchlight is made of. Feng is shocked that she reminded him of that. But he asks where the shelter is located in the area, and she points him to a direction. She asks him again how he made it, and then he tells her to follow him, and he will show her how he made it. Then, they take off, but she is very impressed. She tells him that she is curious about how he does things. She also asks him how she can possess wisdom and become a human being. She says that she will get wisdom if she eats his brain, and Feng becomes shocked. The sad and deadly captain, Envy, gives an order to find the target and shoot. Then, one of the captains says that the greedy captain has notified them that he has found the clues of the perfect evolution and tells them to go back. But Envy tells them to meet with Greed first. Earlier, a patriarch has come to them to tell them that he has found the perfect evolution C that Cheng wants, and he will take him to them. Then Laziness tells him that she did not expect him to carry out the task and also meet another target. He tells them that he is at the cafe, but she is very powerful. Laziness pushed him away, after which the plants began to grow and crawl on their bodies. The forest is attacking them over. Laziness and the other captains struggle, but the trees seem to overpower them for a while. But then grow weak. Pull Laziness says that the vines pull their heads all in, and Greed says that the forest seems to be conscious. On the other hand, Liu asks Feng where the rocket came from because it scared her to death. Feng tells her that it is very dangerous, and she says fortunately, she is more skilled. Liu tells him that the shelter he is looking for is under the tree, but Feng wonders how that is possible. And he wonders that the forest is so weird because he hasn't seen anyone since he entered it. But he carries Liu on his back and heads towards the direction that she gives him. Soon, they get to a tree where people are hung, and he becomes terrified. Then Liu tells him that it is a huge willow tree. Feng tells Liu to wait and hide while he tackles the tree, but Liu wants him to show her what he wants to do. Feng uses his power to attack the huge willow tree. While he does this, Liu keeps wondering in his head how Feng is able to do all that and thinks perhaps he is human. She wonders if it could be solved the way he is doing it, and she is impressed. At the sewer near the shelter on the other side, Sin asks Kelly if she is sure that they can really get in through the narrow sewer because it looks crowded. Then she says she thinks they are stuck. Then Kelly says it should be that Sin has gained weight recently. Kelly tells Kyle that she eats too much lately, so she would go first, then Sin would follow her. But Sin thinks in her head that she cannot allow Kelly to overtake her. Then Kelly asks her what is the matter with her comparison for no reason. But Sin thinks to herself that she would rather kill Kelly, but she has to go out first. They both enter the water, and Kelly begins to drown, and Sin thinks that the fox is very annoying. So Sin gives Kelly oxygen. At the shelter center, Kelly coughs and Sin tells her that it appears to have entered the shelter. Almost immediately, it comes to them that Sin shoots her with a weapon, and she dies. Kelly says that the original is right, which proves that the refuge was closed early. But Sin says that it is strange, and how come there are primitive and low-level zombies here? And she tells Kelly that they have reached the closed core area, and it is full of lasers that will be cut to pieces if they walk too far. But Sin tells Kelly not to worry and leaves it to her. Sin goes to break the lasers and finds the switch. They both wonder if all the endless corpses came together to become the nourishment of the tree. Sintong goes to the TB station and asks them to help her sell the consumption receipt so that no one will see it, but the person in front of them has no head and has been eaten by zombies. Soon Lingsheng calls Sintong's attention to a tree in the center of the area, and the tree is blooming. All of a sudden, laziness behind them, and she says, "Finally, I found you." Immediately, Kelly sees her. She tries to use her powers to fight her, but laziness mocks her. She tells them that she originally wanted to talk to them, but she is so stubborn and directly raises her hand. She says that she is indeed a perfect evolutionist. They capture Lingsheng and her son, and she tells Sintong that if she surrenders, he will let her go. But she sees that she is hesitant, and he orders Greed to kill Lingsheng's son. He cries out for his mother to save him, but she can't do anything to save him. But Feng does. When Laziness sees him, she recognizes him and tells him that he should hand over his sister, so that the resentment between him and the Scientific Research Institute will be wiped out. Feng tells Sintong to leave it to him, but Sintong suggests that he should just hand her over. Feng uses his power to tie Laziness' hands with the branches of the tree, but Laziness is not moved, and she tells him that he thinks that the branches can entangle them. But he is wrong. But to her disappointment, the branches start pulling. Then, Greed and Laziness start to fight each other, and Feng wonders what went wrong. But Lingsheng tells him that their fight is in their own favor, and they should run quickly. But they don't know that the reason why Laziness and Greed started fighting is because, the day before, he models a chain of vengeance that makes two supporters attack each other. Then, Feng tells them to go quickly so they can find their partner first. He finds a private house for them to rest for the night. Later on, Lingsheng sneaks into Feng's bedroom, and he asks her what she is going to do, and she tells him that she doesn't agree with his cooking skills, and she wants to show him the spirit of cooking. The next morning, Lingsheng asks Sintong and her son to be the judges while she and Feng cook and show off. Feng wonders why she is being the way she is, but he eventually takes up the challenge and he says that he will show her what technological cuisine is. Lingsheng says that she must cook to win, so she can win back the heart of Sintong and her son. Feng asks her if she is sure about that. Then, Lingsheng tells him that he does not deserve to be a brother. She says, how can a good brother let his sister run away from home and go to such a dangerous place on her own? Then she brags that she is here to teach him the spirit of food chicken, and she will teach him how to do things after defeating him. Feng tells his system that he needs to add technology to prepare for the spirit of chicken tomorrow. He gets the technology he needs, and shortly after, he announces that his food is ready. And Lingsheng asks him how it is possible that his food is ready when she isn't even done cutting. Lingsheng seeks to know why he made a bowl of fried rice and egg, and how he also made it so fast. Meanwhile, Lingsheng gets really attracted to the smell of the food that she doesn't resist from eating the food, and she says that the smell is heavenly. Lingsheng sees the angel, and she says he is here to pick her up to heaven, and she says that it looks so much like Liu Feng, and he says, I am here to pick up your baby. Back in the cafe, Feng asks her where his wife is, and she says it's delicious. But Feng says that he can't hear her. Sintong eats the food and says that it is really delicious, but the son eats it and says that there is nothing special about the food and that he is just afraid. Lingsheng fumes and asks him to give it back if he doesn't want it. Feng sits on his bed and he says that the mission of finding his sister is done, but Kelly and Sin separate. He thinks about the green-haired woman and says that she is suspicious and she just disappeared all of a sudden, but he resolves to set up to find them tomorrow. Feng says that what is the situation with his transformation? It is not like it was before. Even the chain of vengeance was transformed from the special material of the previously mutated trees. Now ordinary objects have attributes. He decides to try the random properties. He says that the effect is interesting, but there is a limit on the number of times. It is really random. Lingsheng comes to his room, and Feng asks her to come in and thanks her for taking care of Lingsheng, and she tells him that she wants to eat his egg and rice. They realize the effect of the transformation of egg fried rice. Feng tells her that they have just met for the first time, but she sits on him and says she doesn't care and she wants fried rice and egg. Feng wonders how she happens to develop a terrifying affection for him after eating just a few bowls of fried rice and egg. The gourmet queen says to him that if she wins the competition, the world will belong to her. But Feng tells her that his star superhero will stop her, and she tells him to just rely on him as a little chef and take the job. She tells him that the first course is super thick, juice-filled soup dumplings. He eats it, and she tells him that there is one more dish, which is seafood oyster mushroom soup. He eats it again, and this time he gives up, and says that he cannot defeat it. But he also gives her his food to eat, and she says it has such an aroma and color that it is irresistible, and she admits that it is so delicious. Then her son comes and asks why she is shouting so loudly, and asks her if she is sick. But she tells him that it is okay, because she is only learning some cooking skills from Feng. Then he asks her why she is sweating all over her face, but she tells him to go back, and she will call him when she is done. Feng tells her that she doesn't want her son to know about their cooking right, and that the next dish is a mystery. He tells her that it is not over yet because she hasn't tasted his crystal dragon, which is the essence of the dish. The next day, Feng tells Lingshan to wait for them, and he hands them over to Little Poof and asks him to take care of them. Feng gives Xingong the lollipops that he made for her. At the Q shelter on the other side, Sin tells Kelly to hurry up because the branches are starting to attack them, and Kelly says that the shelter is researching a mutated plant, and they can be combined with nanotechnology to produce a juice that can be made into nano-alloy steel. And she tells her that the plant can stop an apocalypse that will sweep across humanity. All of a sudden, laziness appeared to them. Laziness tells them that the mutated plants can withstand the catastrophe of the end of humanity, and the key to the survival of all parties is the nanocore technology. She also says that the nano plant in that laboratory is the key to all the keys, and she is there because Zheng has sent them to collect it. Greed cautions her that she is saying too much, but she shows that she does not really care. Then Greed and Sin begin to fight. Then she hits him with her weapon, but Sin sees that she cannot penetrate him because of his strong steel armor. In return, Greed tries to move to attack Sin, but Kelly holds him down with her power and tells him not to dare. But he laughs at her and tells her that he is not the unstable bastard of the original Valkyrie who betrayed them. Then, all of a sudden, they all become trapped by the vines of the tree, and they all wonder what went wrong. They all fight and try to break free, but they cannot because the trees are stronger than them. Then Laziness sees that jealousy is gone, and she cries. All of a sudden, Feng shows up and releases Sin and Kelly from the grip of the vine, and he apologizes to them for not showing up earlier. Then Luja also says that finally, all the opportunities for her evolution have arrived. Feng is shocked to hear that from her, and he asks her who she is. But Laziness tells her that she knows that she is the semi-perfect evolutionary one and Zheng has sent her to take her away, so she should not be an acquaintance or she should leave if she is already one. But Liu Jie does not listen to her, and they begin to fight and Liu gets rid of her. Then Feng says she actually solves laziness once and for all, and she says, "Didn't the little handsome young man hide it from you on purpose? Just that you are so interesting." Then she says that, as for her body, it is the mutant willow tree research by the Buildings Institute which has spread to the entire city, and is the king of the forest. But Kelly says that it is not possible for a plant to have intelligence and be in a human form. But Liu Jie says that she should not expose her yet. After all, she hasn't evolved wisdom yet. Now Feng realizes why there are no humans in the city. It is because all their bodies have been used as nourishment for the plants and all their bodies came there. Liu Jie tells him that due to the outbreak of the doomsday virus in the shelter, all the staff died and after losing management, the concubine grows wantonly. And due to its nature, the branch of the concubine body pierced through the brain of a corpse, and she finds out that she could use his brain to think, although she assumed that it is because of the mutated plants. So she began to find more brains until she covers the entire city and collect all the brains, and she begins to mold into what she is currently. Feng says it is unbelievable, because she is the first mutant that he will ever see become an intelligent being, and she says it's a pity because she is not a creature with intelligence yet. Then she asks Feng what human beings think wisdom is, and he tells her that wisdom to him means that it can create new knowledge tools and more just by observing and summarizing laws. Now she tells him that his understanding is fine, but the concubine's problem is that the concubine can only rely on the knowledge of the human brain to make actions and judgments, and cannot act autonomously. Therefore, they are not most concluded as intelligent creatures. Then she asks him if she will evolve into a perfect mutant if she eats him, but he is shocked and he doesn't answer her. Then she tells him that she knows that his sister is a perfect evolutionary mutant, and says that she can evolve perfectly after eating both of them. She goes ahead to trap all of them with her vines. Sin tells Kelly to do something, and she tells her that she is trying to but she can't because her level is too high. Feng tries to cut the branches with his lasers, but they are too strong for him. She takes Sintong and Feng shouts at her to let her go. Feng tells Liu Jie that he has a way for her to evolve wisdom. He tells her that he will let her experience wisdom, and he tells T-Smart to transfer data to her head. Then she says that she is actually forced to start evolution. But if the energy is not enough, the evolution will not be complete. Feng frees all of them and he asks them to run. But she tells them that she will seal first and they should not think of escaping. Feng carries Kelly and she tells him that he should go back to the Underground Research Institute where they are resistant. At the Underground Research Institute, Feng tells them that the forest is locked, so they have to stay there for a while so they can make plans, and he tells them that he and Sintong core energy to get the energy core energy of refuge. Then he tells Kelly and Sin to go to the warehouse to get anything that can be useful as storehouse. Sin asks Kelly what Feng means by the doomsday disaster, and Kelly says that the disaster reminds her of something that she has heard about the research program for the sanctuary at the United Board of Directors. Kelly then tries to access the system, but he says that she does not have the permission to access it. Then Kelly says nanotechnology is also a technology passed down from New York. Then Sin calls her attention to something in the system, and they are both shocked. At the source core room, Feng finds the power core, and he tells Sitting-Tong that they have made a lot of money because he hears that the core can supply shelter energy for a year. Then Sintong says that she has finally found the opportunity she had been waiting for, and she gets a chance to eat him. Feng asks Sintong what she said. She says that the Dan Queen of the Forest and all the women who are in the way are all gone, and also the other. I began to get tired and finally lifted the pressure on her. She tells him that she ran away from home in order to avoid her brother. However, he tells her they are in the same position and tells her that logically she is still his sister. But Feng tells her that his sister is a gentle and pleasant student, so how can she be like him? And she asks him if he then noticed that the same sister then was similar to her now. And he says he just thought that it was his sister who was hit by the news of his parents' death. She says he still is pretending to have forgotten everything. He says that she was depressed for a few days but she got over it. But she told him that it was caused by a negative personality, fighting with her normal personality in her body. But demons would always be demons, and they would never go away. She says that after her sister was sick and infected, the virus strengthened her again, and she appeared again to compete with her body. And that is what led to her being what she is now, and the balance of it all crumbled when she evolved again. Feng asks her why she killed him, and she will completely collapse and sink, so she should rather occupy the body. But Feng tells her that he has already made several preparations for her situation. Soon she realizes that she cannot move anymore, and Feng asks her if the lollipops he transformed were delicious. Kelly and Sin see a mutant portion, and Kelly says that it is the leftover potion sent by a new Ronin to experiment on the mutant plants, and it is waiting to come back under the observation of the director. Kelly tells Sin that the area has been entwined by plants into a semicircular cover, and they can't go out for the time being, but they still have to find a way to get the mutated nanoloi from the queen and find she is hostile again. Kelly sees Sin as weird, and she asks her what is the matter, but she doesn't answer. Then she sees that Sin has disappeared. If you made it this far, let's confuse the fake fans amongst us and comment "Rip Feng." Kindly subscribe and blow this video up with your likes. Until next time, do take care and stay safe.